No, please. I didn't mean to do it, you understand me? She struggled. I told her to just stay still, but she wouldn't listen. I had no choice.
This is the dark tale of the hidden reason why killing Rufio for the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion is actually the right thing to do. When travelling throughout Cyrodiil, we encounter citizens sharing rumours of a mysterious brotherhood of assassins known as the Dark Brotherhood.
They say when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes to you in your sleep. It's how they recruit new members.
What?
Dismissing the gossip as merely hearsay, we continue on our adventure. It's not until some time later we arrive at the bandit-infested Walker camp and fire upon our would-be assailants before they see us.
Ha! Someone's been murdered!
However, we feel as if our killing has been observed by forces unknown, and quickly realise these Kamonatong thugs were not in fact hostile, but two mercenaries simply awaiting a skooma trade. And so we're forced to put down the surviving member lest we invoke the wrath of the wider organisation back in Morrowind. With the weather turning, we're forced to make camp in our now crime scene. Turning in on the nearest bedroll next to the fire, we begin our restless sleep, and the air suddenly grows chill as a shadowy figure approaches.
You sleep rather soundly for a murderer. That's good. You'll need a clear conscience for what I'm about to propose.
Exploring all options, first we can say, Who are you?
I am Lucien Lechance, a speaker for the Dark Brotherhood, and you are a killer, taker of life, a harvester of souls.
All we can demand, explain yourself, now.
In due time, dear child, in due time.
Our third option is to say nothing.
You prefer silence, then? As do I, my dear child, as do I. For is silence not the symphony of death, the orchestration of Sithis himself? Ironic, then, that I come to you now as speaker for the Dark Brotherhood. My name is Lucien Lechance, and my voice is the will of the Night Mother. She's been watching you, observing as you kill, admiring as you end life without pity or remorse. The Night Mother is most pleased. That is why I stand here before you. I bear an offering, an opportunity to join our rather unique family.
Cordially, we respond. Please, continue, Mr. Lechance.
I find your etiquette refreshing. Now please, listen carefully.
I'm listening.
Then heed my words, for I will not repeat them.
And again, instead, we can say nothing.
So, I have your rapt attention. Splendid. Now listen closely. On the green road to the north of Breville lies the Inn of Ill Omen. There you will find a man named Rufio. Kill him, and your initiation into the Dark Brotherhood will be complete. Do this, and the next time you sleep in a location I deem secure, I will reveal myself once more, bearing the love of your new family.
If we choose to respond honestly, we say, but I'm no murderer. Rufio has done nothing to us.
No? The Night Mother seems to think otherwise.
If bloodlust takes over, we can say, Rufio will die by my hand.
Excellent.
Or again, say nothing.
Please, accept this token from the Dark Brotherhood. It is a virgin blade and thirst for blood. May it serve you well, as does your silence. Now I bid you farewell. I do hope we'll meet again soon.
Regardless of our responses, this interaction begins the quest, A Knife in the Dark. With our options now open, we opt to ask Lucien more questions and ascertain whether we should join his band of assassins and ask, what exactly is the Dark Brotherhood?
Have you not heard of the Dark Brotherhood? Of the remorseless guild of paid assassins and homicidal cutthroats? Join us, and you'll find the Dark Brotherhood to be all that and so much more. We are, more than anything, a union of like-minded individuals. We kill for profit, for enjoyment, and for the glory of the dread Father Sithis. We are family, with bonds forged in blood and death.
Lucien's response puzzles us and spawns a flurry of questions about the enigmatic Brotherhood, and we inquire, who is this Night Mother you worship?
We praise our unholy matron. From her shadowed womb we were born. From her breast we suckle malice and pain. She loves her children, you see.
And what is your role, then, as a speaker? Outside of suckling, that is.
Yes, I am a speaker, a representative of the Dark Brotherhood. My voice is the voice of the Black Hand, our organization's ruling body. One of my duties is to find exceptional individuals, such as yourself, and offer a place within our family.
It's a lot to take on board. There's assassins that somehow speak to a Night Mother, but the one thing we can't wrap our head around is, why should we kill Rufio?
Know that Rufio is old and weak and sleeps his days away. You could kill him before he even has a chance to wake, if you so choose.
If we finally ask Lucien about any other rumors he knows of, he dismisses us, saying,
I do not spread rumors. I create them.
With his invitation still standing, the Dark Brotherhood speaker then departs.
Your path is clear. Send Rufio to his death, and the Dark Brotherhood will embrace you as family.
LeChance then turns invisible and begins to stalk away. However, we do have the opportunity to strike at him, lashing out at this would-be assassin, turning down his repugnant invitation in the most hostile of ways.
You're pathetic.
Although we do have the option to kill LeChance, his death seems to have consequences, and our quest will prematurely complete reading. Lucien LeChance, the Dark Brotherhood's representative, has been killed. He was my link to the mysterious Assassin's Guild, and now that link has been severed forever. And thus, the Dark Brotherhood questline would close to us entirely. On LeChance's body, we would find his Black Hand hood, which fortifies sneak, illusion, marksman, blade, and speechcraft for 4 points, and also similar attributes on his Black Hand robe, and that is all we would learn of the shadowy organization. Instead, curious by the dark figure's offer, our quest will then update reading, while sleeping, I was visited by Lucien LeChance, a representative for the Assassin's Guild known as the Dark Brotherhood. He said that if I wished to join his quote-unquote family, I must go to the Inn of Ill Omen, find a man named Rufio, and kill him. If I simply leave Rufio alone, LeChance will never visit me again. And so we make our way on the Green Road up north from Breville towards the Imperial City. Looming in the darkness is the promised Inn of Ill Omen, which bears the emblem of a single raven perched above its door. Stepping inside by the fire, we're greeted by a Redguard pilgrim named Minerva, who welcomes.
Hello, stranger. We don't get many visitors around here. Makes things pretty lonely for me, if you know what I mean.
Asking the lonely patron of the inn, she further confides.
The only people that stay here are stragglers on the Green Road. Me, I got no place else to be. Besides, I think Mannheim is sweet on me.
Speaking to Minerva about a potential target, Rufio, she admits.
Not a lot to tell. He doesn't much like company, and spends most of his time in his room. Mannheim thinks he's hiding out from someone. Bye now, sweetie. I look forward to seeing you again.
Leaving the flirtatious Redguard with her aching loins, we then step behind the bar and speak to the Nord publican Mannheim Mallhand, who greets.
Well, I'll be a spotted snow bear, a customer. We got plenty of rooms if you want one. Ain't nobody staying here these days except old Rufio.
We then say, look, I don't mean to be rude, but what kind of a name is Inn of Ill Omen?
That's a horrible name for an inn, I know, but I just can't bring myself to change it. Besides, I like the sign.
We then inquire, oh, who is this Rufio character?
Rufio? He's an old codger, Been living here for a couple of weeks now. If you ask me, he's hiding from something. But what do I care? He pays his tab. His room is downstairs, in what I like to call the private quarters. Use that hatch in the floor over there, but don't expect a warm reception.
Probing further about rumours local to the region, Mannheim then offers us a copy of the Black Horse Courier.
Everyone's talking about the assassination, of course. Here, take my copy of the new Black Horse Courier. Go ahead, keep it.
The source of most gossip and propaganda, as the publication is paid for by the Elder Council.
Farewell, and tell your friends, the Inn of Ill Omen is open for business, as always.
Turning away from the barkeep, we then head towards the exit and turn west to see a hatch which heads down to a basement level. In the room furthest down the hall, we see a man lying on a single bed, asleep. It is the Breton pilgrim, Rufio. And so we stir our proposed quarry, who jumps up defensively, saying,
Who are you? What do you want? I ain't done nothing.
Bluffing, we can intimidate Rufio into divulging information prematurely, saying, Oh, but you have, Rufio.
No, please. I didn't mean to do it, you understand me? She struggled. I told her to just stay still, but she wouldn't listen. I had no choice.
No choice? What choice did that poor girl have that you murdered in cold blood? No one hides from Sithers.
Oh, please, no. I can pay you. Name your price. Anything. Anything. Please, just let me live.
As Rufio begins to bargain for his pathetic life, we then stay silent, watching him squirm.
Just go away.
Rufio will then begin to flee throughout the lower level of the inn, simply cowering, holding his hands over his head, awaiting his fate. As we notch an arrow to finish off the pathetic weasel, our conscience begins to tug at us, and we question, who was the victim Rufio blathered about? Can we trust a Dark Brotherhood? And most importantly, does Rufio actually deserve to die? Leaving the Breton to cower in the basement of the inn, we realize we're not ready to just kill Rufio on the command of some dark assassin and begin some detective work to divine whether he deserves to be spared or to be killed. Remembering Mannheim's copy of the Black Horse Courier, we cast our mind back and remember seeing copies scattered about Cyrodiil that claim to contain vital information about the Brotherhood of Assassins. Perhaps our only lead to the shadowy organization and to Rufio as well. And thus we head to the market district in the Imperial City. Inside the Black Horse Courier offices, we see two Khajiit conversing and approach the one named Tassiri when their short dialogue is complete.
You have words? Any new books you've been reading? I was given the legendary Scourge. I don't know what to think about it yet. I've never read that. Been meaning to pick it up, though. Perhaps I can read it when you're finished. So long. You too. How goes it?
The Black Horse Courier. Brothers Urjabi and Rajarad,
And I, Hasiri, we bring the news of the Empire to the people of the Empire. Fast, fast! Here, have a copy. It's free, always free. We're funded by the Elder Council, so I don't mind, really. Farewell.
The edition that Hasiri had handed to me, we see behind us on the desk, named Night Mother Rituals. We then open the article which reads, Special Edition, Night Mother Rituals on the Rise, and won't be tolerated, warns the Imperial Legion, by Agnes, the quill is mightier than the ebony sword, Earhard. The Imperial City, pinnacle of art, entertainment, scholarship, and ritualistic murder? So says Adamus Philida, commander of the Imperial Legion forces in the Imperial City and a staunch opponent of the mysterious assassins guild known as the Dark Brotherhood. According to Philida, Imperial Legion soldiers have discovered 13 separate instances of the macabre Black Sacrament, a sinister rite purportedly used to summon a member of the Dark Brotherhood in order to arrange an assassination. Whether or not card blood-carrying killers show up on a ritual performer's doorstep remains to be seen, but the Black Sacrament itself is very real, and truly the stuff of nightmares. As documented in the rare and taboo work A Kiss, Sweet Mother, the Black Sacrament involves an effigy of the intended victim, created from actual body parts, including a heart, skull, bones, and flesh within a circle of candles. To proceed with the ritual, one must stab the effigy repeatedly with a dagger rubbed with the petals of a nightshade plant, while whispering the plea, sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear. As gruesome as this ritual may be, even more frightening is its intention. The summoning of a mysterious assassin, who some witnesses claim is always clad in a black hooded robe, who will then receive money to kill an innocent victim. No remorse, no regret. It is, as the merchants say, simply business. And that's what worries Adamus Philida. This brazen increase in Night Mother rituals is an affront to the decent, peace-loving citizens of the Empire. The Imperial Legion exists for one reason and one reason only: to protect and serve the people of Tamriel. How in Azura's name can we do that when people take it upon themselves to contact paid assassins and have innocent people murdered? How can I sleep at night knowing my Legion can't possibly save the life of someone marked for death by the Dark Brotherhood? Anyone who carries out this Black Sacrament makes a mockery of the Imperial Legion, and as commander, that's something I just can't tolerate. From this point forward, any citizen found in the possession of items related to the Night Mother ritual will be incarcerated in the Imperial prison indefinitely, and their property seized by the Empire. There's no fine high enough, no standard prison sentence long enough for the type of malcontent who would show such a blatant disregard for our dear Emperor's law and welfare of the fine people of Tamriel. To be sure, Adamus Philida is not one to issue empty threats. Indeed, the Black Horse Courier has learned that one Claudius Arcadia, until recently a resident of the Talos Plaza district of the Imperial City, is now residing in a cold, dank cell in the Imperial prison, and his house has become the newest Imperial Legion outpost. So before you take the law into your own hands, dear reader, remember, you'll go further in life with a warm smile than a cold blade. And if you've got a grudge that won't be soothed, a score that can't be settled, you can always move to Morrowind and have the government-sanctioned Morag Tong do the killing for you. Indeed, we then follow our strongest lead to Claudius Arcadius' house, reportedly situated in the Talos Plaza district. Just near the western entrance, we find his house has been seized and locked up tight. And a note on the door reads, "For public notice, this property has been seized by the Imperial Legion and its owner imprisoned. Rituals to the Night Mother or any other attempt to contact the Dark Brotherhood will not be tolerated. Adamus Philida, Imperial Legion Commander." Successfully breaking into Claudius's residence, now the outpost, through a hard lock, we find in his sprawling living room a single sentry is posted. Realizing this probably isn't our best idea we've ever had, searching for evidence in an Imperial outpost for this Black Sacrament, we sneak by the guard up to Claudius's room. Once inside, we're shocked to see there is no grisly scene of murder and body parts, but to the contrary, we see the accused seem to be an avid painter. Most of his effects are still littered about, undisturbed, as if the guard has haphazardly moved into the lower levels and disregarded the rest of his residence. Inside Claudius's room, next to his bed, we find a hard-locked chest. Inside it contains a damning piece of evidence called the Journal of Claudius, which reads, "Entry 1. I've made up my mind. I don't care what it takes. I'll have my revenge. I've heard the stories about the Dark Brotherhood, about how they'll come to you if you perform some kind of ritual to their Night Mother. I don't know who or what the Night Mother is, and I don't give a damn. If I can do it, I will. I'll give the Dark Brotherhood anything they want, so long as they do what I can't." Entry 2. I've learned how to perform the ritual and have procured the necessary items. The bones and skull were easy enough to get, but the heart and skin were a bit more difficult. I'll make preparations in the cellar. Entry 3. It worked. Last night I was visited by someone, a representative from the Dark Brotherhood. The Night Mother heard my prayers. The money was exchanged and the man promised me I would have satisfaction. I don't know where he's hiding, and neither does the Dark Brotherhood. But as soon as he's located, Rufio will die. By the gods. Claudius wanted Rufio killed. This is more than a tenuous tie, it's proof. And Rufio had muttered something about he didn't mean to kill a girl that was struggling. She must have been close to Claudius, but in what manner, we do not know. And thus, we follow the instructions of the journal. Risking everything, we sneak back into the foyer of his home and down into his basement, past an easy lock and the guard therein, inside the cellar. We then sneak within its serpentine halls and find at its very end Adamus Philida himself looming over a grisly scene of gushes of blood and gore, bones strewn about and nightshades reportedly needed to coat the dagger that would stab the heart that lay upon human skin. As we move to leave, Adamus spins on us angrily, accosting.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch! I'm confiscating your stolen goods. Now pay your fine, or it's off to jail.
With no way to fight our way out of this scenario, and not willing to attempt to bribe the commander of the guard, we put our hands up in supplication, agreeing to go to jail, in which he says,
Serve your time peaceably, and pay your debt to society.
Once inside the dank cell, we could opt to serve our time. However, we smuggled a single lockpick to aid with our jailbreak, and so instead, we precariously pick the hard lock. And as we round the corner to leave our cell, we see that our jailer is doing his rounds. And so we sit back down against the stony wall, waiting for our opportunity. Silently opening the bars, we slip past the guard, and as we're about to leave, we turn to see Claudius Arcadia.
Come on. So I wanted somebody murdered. So I prayed to the Night Mother. What is that? A crime now? They even took my house, those bastards. Ah!
So this is what has become of the Imperial. A man so angry at losing someone that he loved, perhaps a sister, a former lover, a wife, to this despicable Breton, Rufio, who now cowers as a free man inside the Inn of Ill Omen. Our anger building, we leave the prison cell, jaded by the whole Imperial justice system or the lack thereof. And as we step outside, we bump into none other than Adamus Philida, who absent-mindedly introduces.
I'm Adamus Philida, prison administrator and commander of the Imperial Legion forces here in the Imperial City. Have we met? You look familiar.
The self-righteous captain doesn't even remember arresting us yesterday. We go so far as to ask him what he thinks of the Imperial City, and he shares.
It is a wonderful city, and I'm proud to have served her for 40 years. But I'm ready to retire. Let the young folks take over the reins.
40 years, the Imperial Pig and his ilk have flaunted their power on the hapless citizens of the city, soon to be no more. Funnily enough, it seems paranoia has taken over for the captain when asked about the Emperor's death, and he says,
Truth is, the Legion doesn't know who was behind the Emperor's murder. We've already ruled out the Dark Brotherhood. So is this something worse? Stay safe, citizen. These are dark times.
It's then we fully accept our role to join the Dark Brotherhood and to aid the assassins in cleaning up the filth that is allowed to walk free thanks to the apathy of the Imperial Watch. Heading back down the green road to the Inn of Ill Omen, we find ourselves in the cellar and remember the dagger that Lucian had gifted us, the Blade of Woe. Equipping it, we stalk down the Breton Rufio in the first room where he still cowers, as if rightly sensing retribution is nigh. So we whisper behind him, Rufio, Rufio, before slashing at the nape of his neck, severing Rufio's spine and killing him instantly before he hits the ground. Our quest then updates reading, the man named Rufio is dead. The next time I sleep in a location he deems secure, Lucien LeChance will visit me once more and complete my entrance into the Dark Brotherhood. Leaving the scene of the crime under the guise of night, we then make our way northwest to the Farragle Inn, which is just a stone's throw from the Inn of Ill Omen. Inside, we see the innkeeper, Abuki, who offers us a room for 10 gold.
Good day. A bed you seek? There is one here for you if you have the 10 gold to rent it. Up the stairs you must go, to the first door on your right. That is your room for the night. Farewell.
Heading up the short stairs to the first room on the right, we feel the weight of our actions lift entirely and almost create a sense of euphoria envelop us, and we begin to drift almost instantly to a dreamless sleep, as if sinking into the Night Mother's own cold, loving embrace. We're then plucked from our dream, sensing a presence nearby, with Lucy and LeChance standing over us.
So, the deed is done. How do I know this? You will find that the Dark Brotherhood knows a great many things, for you are now part of the family.
Cycling through our many responses, we can say, my life for the Brotherhood.
Indeed.
Now what?
Now, you embrace your fate.
Or we opt to say nothing.
Now, heed these words. The slaying of Rufio was the signing of a covenant, the manner of execution, your signature, Rufio's blood, the ink. As a speaker of the Black Hand, I directly oversee a particular group of family members. You will join that group and fulfill any contracts given. You must now go to the city of Cheydinhal, to the abandoned house near the eastern wall. Enter the basement and attempt to open the black door. You will be asked a question. Answer thusly. Sanguine, my brother. You will gain entrance to the sanctuary. Once inside, speak with Ochiva. We must now take our leave of each other, you and I, for there is much work to be done. I'll be following your progress. Welcome to the family.
We then ask, what happens now that Rufio is dead?
Rufio lies dead. Well done. The family will now welcome you with open arms.
And what of this covenant you mentioned?
Know this. Every dark brother and sister is a child of Sithis. He whom we call Sithis has many other names. Chaos, Doom, Discord. Sithis is the Void. We of the Dark Brotherhood serve the Night Mother, who is the bride of Sithis. The Night Mother rules her children with a terrible black hand. The Black Hand is the ruling body of the Dark Brotherhood. It is made up of one listener and 4 speakers. 4 fingers and a thumb, if you will. As a member of the Dark Brotherhood, you must abide by the 5 tenets. They are the laws that guide and protect us.
So, even assassins have rules. What are these 5 tenets?
The 5 tenets are as follows. Tenet 1. Never dishonor the Night Mother. To do so is to invoke the wrath of Sithis. Tenet 2. Never betray the Dark Brotherhood or its secrets. To do so is to invoke the wrath of Sithis. Tenet 3. Never disobey or refuse to carry out an order from a Dark Brotherhood superior. To do so is to invoke the wrath of Sithis. Tenet 4. Never steal the possessions of a Dark Brother or Dark Sister. To do so is to invoke the wrath of Sithis. Tenet 5. Never kill a Dark Brother or Dark Sister. To do so is to invoke the wrath of Sithis.
I understand there's a Night Mother, but what is Sithis?
How does one best describe our dread father? Imagine a perfect, cloudless midnight, cold as winter ice and shrouded in shadow. That is Sithis. You are now one with the Dark Brotherhood. Visit Ochiva at the Cheydinhal Sanctuary, and your new life will begin.
With Lucien's initial welcoming to the family, he gives us his leave and our quest updates reading. I must now go to the abandoned house in the city of Cheydinhal and attempt to open the door in the basement. When questioned, I must answer with sanguine, my brother, to gain access to the secret Dark Brotherhood sanctuary. Once inside, I should speak with Ochiva, and our new life with the Dark Brotherhood will begin. Taking advantage of the Veil of Night, we then explore the city of Cheydinhal's many dark paths and Dunmer architecture. Tracing our way past the temple, we find on the southwestern wall a boarded up house as promised. Entering the house and bypassing an easy lock, we find that its downstairs area is full of clutter and spiderwebs. Up the first and second floor, we find more clutter and only one book underneath a shelf labelled The Waters of Oblivion, a single item that we can see of value. It's then we head back down the stairs and towards a door to the southeast that leads us to an abandoned basement. Inside the basement, we find a wall to the north has been broken apart and leads deeper into a subterranean passage that glows in an ominous crimson light. Heading up its few stone stairs, we see they are covered in blood. It looks like a body fresh had been dragged inside. The door itself is etched with a disturbing mural. A single handprint over a red sun glows artificially. The sun, it seems, is embedded on a skull representing what seems to be Sithis or death itself. Below is the Night Mother, her children's hands up in supplication, or perhaps her victims. Attempting to enter the door, a disembodied voice then whispers,
"What is the color of night?"
If we opt to say nothing and walk away, then we are left to our own devices. Instead, following Lucien's guidance, we reply, "Sanguine, my brother." It's then the large stone door opens of its own volition and we step inside the sanctuary. Our quest also updates, reading, I have gained entrance into the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary. I must now speak with Ochiva. Welcomed into the sanctuary, a single Argonian female, dressed in all black, approaches us.
Greetings, brother, greetings. I am Ochiva, mistress of this sanctuary. Lucien has told me all about you. I welcome you to the Dark Brotherhood. You stand now in our sanctuary. May it serve as your new home, a place of comfort and security whenever the need arises. When you're ready for work, go and speak with Vicente Valtieri. He handles all assignments for new family members. But before you go, please accept this gift from your new family. A unique set of armor, lighter than normal leather and black as the void. Now, I've kept you long enough. Vicente is waiting. You'll find him in his quarters. Go now, my child, and may Sithis go with you.
Accepting the shrouded armor as a gift, we can then pause and speak to Ochiva, asking, where is Lucien?
Lucien isn't here very often. His duties with the Black Hand keep him very busy, so he trusts me to keep the sanctuary in order.
Is this the only base of operations for the Dark Brotherhood?
Ours is not the only Dark Brotherhood sanctuary. There are others hidden throughout Cyrodiil, each one overseen by a speaker of the Black Hand.
How exactly does this Night Mother work?
To employ the services of the Dark Brotherhood, one must perform a ritual to the Night Mother. Only then will she heed their prayers for murder. It is an ancient rite, this black sacrament. All across the Empire, every day, people beseech the Night Mother to take the lives of others. After a person performs the ritual, they are contacted by a speaker. Gold is exchanged, and the details worked out. So it has always been.
So what then is Sithis' role?
Those fools in the church and their so-called 9 divines. There is no divinity beyond the eternal and terrible rule of our dread father Sithis. Go now, dear family member, and may the Night Mother wrap you in her cold, loving embrace.
Looking to fit in with our new brethren, we wrap ourselves in the garb of the shrouded armour which fortifies sneak, illusion, marksman, blade and acrobatics for 8 points on self, the shrouded hood fortifying the same attribute, though to a lesser degree with 2 points each on self. And then we look around the sanctuary and see the markings of the Black Hand about. A single undead guardian stalks its halls, and we begin to meet the other family members, starting with the Argonian Taniva, who welcomes.
I wish to welcome you to this sanctuary, my newest brother. I welcome you to our family and this sanctuary. May you find yourself at home here in the loving embrace of Our Lady, the Night Mother.
How would you describe the Night Mother?
The Night Mother is the Dark Brotherhood's unholy matron. She guides our actions, just as the Dread Father Sithis once guided hers.
This sanctuary seems to be out in the open. Doesn't it bring trouble from the law?
I've heard the Count of Shaleez knows about this sanctuary, but he is offered much gold, as well as other incentives, to keep his mouth shut.
I have trouble wrapping my head around this, but who is Sithis?
Who is Sithis, you ask? Some call him the Dread Father. It was his terrible love that gave birth to the Dark Brotherhood so very long ago.
How did you first meet Lucian?
Ochiva and I have known Lucian since we were hatchlings. He is the one who trained us in the way of the Shadow Scale, and is like a father to us.
What is a Shadow Scale?
In the Argonian homeland of Blackmarsh, those born under the sign of the Shadow are taken at birth and presented to the Dark Brotherhood. A Shadow Scale hatchling is trained in the arts of stealth and assassination and lives a life in service to the mighty kingdom of Argonia. Any Shadow Scale who lives to come of age is accepted into the Dark Brotherhood as a full member of the family. So it was with myself and Ochiva. May Sithis be with you.
Giving the Argonian our leave, we then head west and see a single female Breton, Antoinette Marie, awaiting our arrival, saying,
I've heard so much about you.
But why, sister?
Welcome
What's
to
the
our
point?
family. Welcome, brother. So good to finally meet you. I hope you're getting along all right.
We can then ask, how did you meet Lucian?
I will always think of Lucien Lechance as my saviour. When he found me, I was living in a gutter, an inch away from death. I owe him everything.
Seems most folk respect Lucian. And what about the Night Mother? Could she be real? I thought she'd be more involved.
I've always wondered who the Night Mother really is. Some say she's an old woman who lives somewhere here in Cyrodiil, but I'm not so sure.
How do you find living in the sanctuary?
Have you ever lived on the streets, struggled to survive? This sanctuary is my home. Here I have the safety and love I've searched for all my life.
And finally we ask, have you ever seen Sithis?
Sometimes, right before a kill, Sithis speaks to me. He whispers in my ear and fills my heart with the joy of suffering and death. Good luck, brother.
My
I hope you
dear
don't get killed.
You are
I mean,
life-taker for the Dark
well,
Brotherhood.
you know.
Heading past Antoinetta, we overhear a conversation between a local orc in ebony armor and a Bosma archer.
Why should anyone bother with all that sneaking and skulking?
My dear Gogren, you are a life-taker for the Dark Brotherhood. Our very existence relies on shadow and deception. Do you not value our secrets?
Yes, of course I value our secrets, and I've never betrayed them. But using stealth to kill, it's just so weak.
But brother, what of the contracts that require subtlety? You must at least strive to earn the bonuses that are offered.
Bonuses? Useless, I say. Gold and magical trinkets are no substitute for the freedom to slaughter anyone I please, at any time.
Oh, Gogren! Your methods may be crude, but your heart is always in the right place.
Approaching Gogren.
Yes, of course I value our Welcome to the family. I'd hug you, but Ochiva told me not to.
We then comment how most folk around here seem to respect Lucian, to which Gogren agrees, saying,
I once saw Lucian deal with an insubordinate brother, someone who had broken the tenets. It took me a week to get the blood off my boots.
Respect hard earned. And what do you think of this Night Mother, Gogren?
I don't know who the Night Mother is, but she pays me to kill people. My own mother should have loved me so much.
Do you enjoy living in the sanctuary?
You know what they say? Home is where you hang your enemy's head.
Gogren, you seem to be pragmatic. What do you think of Sithis?
Truthfully, I've never really understood who or what Sithis really is. As long as I obey the tenets and fulfill my contracts, I guess he's happy.
If we remark that Gogren seems to be close to Talandril, he, overshares a little.
Hey, I don't like to tell stories, but Talandril and me, don't believe me. I've got her undergarments to prove it.
It is an honor to make your acquaintance.
Overhearing us, Talandril then welcomes.
Warmest welcomes to you. I am Talandril, wood elf, and loyal daughter of Sithis. I hope you find our sanctuary to your liking.
So how did you meet Lucian, Talandril?
Actually, Lucian did not try to recruit me. Not at first. He tried to kill me. My father wanted me dead, and he hired the Dark Brotherhood to do it. I escaped from Lucian, and paid my father back for his treachery. Lucian came to me again that night with an offer I just couldn't refuse.
You know, Antoinetta said that the Night Mother's a woman. What do you think?
Our Lady is surely an ancient and powerful elf. Someday, when I am listener of the Black Hand, I will look upon her beautiful and unholy form.
And what do you believe Sithis is?
Long ago, in an age now forgotten, Sithis came to the Night Mother and begat her 5 sons. So you see, his love gave birth to the Dark Brotherhood.
I wonder where those sons are now. How do you find the sanctuary? It's a little different than Valenwood.
In truth, I miss the towering elms of my native Valenwood, but I was banished from there for deeds I don't care to discuss. This is my home now.
If we tell Talandril that Gogren is talking about their relationship, she teases playfully.
Oh, I shouldn't. Well, all right. Gogren had a pet rabbit as a child. He petted the thing so hard he crushed its skull. What a brute! May your arrows always strike true.
Heading deeper into the sanctuary's bowels, we find a single mage merchant named Mirage Dar who scolds.
Get away from me. If it isn't the newest member of the family, let's get one thing straight. The tenants prevent me from killing you, but I don't have to like you. I'll sell you equipment, but only because Ochiva is making me. This family doesn't need any outsiders.
Shocked at the hostility of our newest brethren, we go to speak to him further, but he simply states,
I have it on good authority that the newest addition to the Brotherhood is an annoying whelp, unworthy of licking my boots. How's that for gossip?
It should be noted that Mirage, for all of his attitude, actually has a handful of exceptional items and spells as well that cannot be found anywhere else in the game, as they are unique and often cost a lot less mana, and some even cost less magic to cast.
Just take your trinkets and go. Foul-smelling ape.
However, Mirage isn't so thrilled about our patronage. Finally, we head down the stairs, and to the southeast we find a single stone room. Inside stands a vampire awaiting our arrival and a potential contract, but that is a story for another time. Instead, an interesting tidbit to end the episode, if we make our way back to the Inn of Ill Omen and speak to Minerva, she will be shocked about Rufio.
It's good to see you, friend. This inn has been cheerless for far too long. Rufio is dead. He was murdered. It looks like he was hiding out from somebody after all. Yeah, right. Till next time.
As well as the publican, Mannheim, behind the bar, will also realise that the name of his inn is probably the least of his worries if word gets out about the fallen Breton.
Yeah, I still got rooms. What do you need? Rufio? Well, he was killed, murdered, right here in my inn. And I thought business was bad before. When this gets out, I'll never rent another room.
Justice? Ha! I've been avoiding that all my life, mate. Let me show you how.
This is the little-known story of how to be a pacifist and still complete the Dark Brotherhood contract of murdering the pirate captain Tassaud in Oblivion. After entering the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary and introducing ourselves to our fellow assassins, we find ourselves looking for our first official contract. Descending into the bowels of their cavernous hideout, inside a room tucked away at its core, is the vampire-stricken Vicente Valtieri, who greets us when we approach him for the first time, saying,
Warmest greetings to you. I trust you've already spoken with Ochiva. I am Vicente Valtieri. I provide assignments for all new family members. Please do not let my appearance unnerve you. The needs and tenets of the Dark Brotherhood come before my own needs as a vampire. Now, if you're ready to get to work, I can provide you with your first contract.
Pushing our questions about Vicente's apparent vampirism aside, we then inquire about the more pressing matter and ask, what exactly is this contract you mentioned?
A contract is a secret pact one enters into with the Dark Brotherhood. They provide us with gold, and we remove someone from existence. A contract is fulfilled by a skilled assassin such as yourself, who keeps the Dark Brotherhood's end of the bargain. So it has always been. While carrying out a contract, you may have the opportunity to earn a bonus if certain parameters are met. Now, let's begin, shall we? I'm not sure how you feel about pirates, but you've got to kill one. A captain, in fact, on his ship, surrounded by his crew. Interested?
The taking of life is no small feat, and we can opt to say, no, I'm sorry, I'm not ready to accept just yet, and he replies,
Pity. I'm eager to see how you fare on your first assignment. Well, the contract will still be here when you're ready.
If instead we respond, yes, I'll accept this contract, he explains.
Excellent. Here is what you must do. Go to the waterfront district of the Imperial City. There you will find a ship named the Marie Elena. Board the ship and find its captain, Gaston Tassaud. He'll be in his cabin. Eliminate Tassaud in any manner you see fit. The pirates have been moving a lot of cargo on board lately. You may be able to smuggle yourself on board in one of the packing crates. Oh, and one more thing. Get into the habit of asking your fellow family members about any current contract. Their insight may prove invaluable.
It's then the quest, a watery grave is added to our journal. Before we take on the task, we take Vicente's advice and further ask, why would someone take out a contract on a pirate captain?
As a pirate, Gaston Tassaud has certainly spilled his share of blood. Someone wants revenge, and they've hired us to extract it.
Interesting. So Vicente is aware who prayed to the Night Mother and arranged Tassaud's untimely death. Speaking of untimely death, or perhaps undeath, we cannot keep our curiosity to ourselves any longer and ask, when did you become a vampire?
I was stricken with vampirism 300 years ago while on an expedition deep into the ashlands of Vvardenfell. For nearly 100 years I hunted in secret until the Dark Brotherhood found me. Now I have a family that accepts and even values my unique gifts. Perhaps in the future, when I feel you have earned the right, I will offer you a chance to become a hunter of the night.
We are momentarily taken aback at the prospect of Vicente offering us his dark gift. What's more, when asking of rumours, Valtieri will surreptitiously share another name of someone that a high-profile member of Cyrodiilic society may also share his affliction.
The Count of Skingrad is not all he seems. Let's just say I'm not the only one who enjoys his evenings.
Redirecting our questions back to the Brotherhood, we ask, if you were stricken with vampirism centuries ago, how old is this sanctuary?
This sanctuary has been here since before even I joined the Dark Brotherhood, and that was 200 years ago.
Surely there would be more speakers prior to Lucien if you've been here this long.
When I first joined the family, this sanctuary was controlled by another speaker. Lucien took over when she was killed while fulfilling a contract.
A morbid fact to be sure, but it's only logical fulfilling contracts for the Dark Brotherhood comes with some level of risk. Speaking of which, have you ever met this Night Mother before?
The Night Mother speaks to only one member of the Dark Brotherhood, the Listener of the Black Hand. And when Our Lady speaks, death follows.
When asking Vicente to describe the Dreadfather, he abstracts.
Sithis is the darkness of time immemorial. He is no Daedra and dwells not in the realm of Oblivion. No, Sithis is something altogether different. Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
Learning all we can from Valtieri, we then take his advice and speak to the other members of the Brotherhood, and see just up the stairs the Khajiit Mirage Da, who immediately takes umbrage with our presence.
Get away from me. You again. I thought I made it clear I'm not looking for a friend. If you're here to buy or sell something, get on with it already. Bye, Sithis. I don't have all day. Hurry it up.
Regardless, the merchant does seem to have quite an inventory for an assassin, and as we scroll through his goods, we see 5 poisoned apples. The apples boast a deadly poison which cannot be bypassed, and we purchase one, intuiting the fact that all of our victims at one point or another will have to eat.
A fine bargain for you. Just take your trinkets and go. Foul-smelling ape.
Dismissed by the Khajiit, we then begin to search the sanctuary for other members and information on our contract to kill Tassaud. In the main foyer, we find Antoinette Marie, who greets.
So good to see you. Yes, dearest brother. Is there something I can help you with?
We then explain, we have a contract that requires us to kill a ship's captain on their ship. Do you have any experience?
The great assassin needs help fulfilling a contract. You'll get no aid from me. I've travelled by prison ship. It was cramped and dark. There was little room to move around, but plenty of shadowy nooks to hide in. Remember that.
Stick to the shadows. Sound advice from an assassin.
Good luck, brother. I hope you don't get killed. I mean, well, you know.
We then about face and find in the corner the Argonian Taniva reading his book.
Hello, what is it I can do for you?
We've been sent to assassinate the captain of the Mary Eleanor down at the waterfront district. Are you acquainted with either?
You come crying to me for help? Perhaps Lucien Lachance was wrong about you after all, eh? The Marie Elena, you say? I've seen that ship. There's a unique balcony at the stern. My guess is it leads to the captain's cabin. Could be useful.
Accessing the captain's cabin from the stern of the ship sounds like an ideal option. Before we turn to leave, Taniva stops us and whispers in a hushed tone.
There are whispers in the halls of the sanctuary. Some say there is a traitor among us, that the Brotherhood has been compromised.
What a disturbing revelation indeed. We've just joined the Brotherhood, but we can tell this is troubling Taniva, and we mentally note to keep our eyes open.
May Sithis be with you.
Leaving the Argonian, we head to the southeast into the training room. Inside, we find the wood elf Talandril practicing with her bow. Pausing from her practice, she asks,
Hello, brother. How can I help you?
We then explain to Talandril we've been contracted to assassinate a ship's captain, not an honest merchant, but a pirate.
So, you come to me for assistance. How interesting. I think I'd much rather you die in the field. Pirates, eh? They tend to be quick and good with a blade, but don't favor armor. They're not fond of bows or spells either. May your arrows always strike true.
Urging us to leverage spells or a bow as she favours, Talandril then takes her leave, and we find just in the corner swinging his heavy axe, the sneak-averse Gogren, who asks,
Yes, brother? What can old Gogron do for you?
We then explain to Gogren, Vicente just gave us our first contract to kill pirates. No, there's no bonus that we know of, so I guess we can do it however we want.
So, what's the matter? Can't handle the pressure? Or maybe you're just weak. So, your first contract. No chance for a bonus, huh? Oh, that's all right. You're better off. Who needs magic items when you've got raw skill? And the great thing about killing a target up close and personal is you can talk to him before you do it. You know, say something scary. Oh, for example, this one time, I had a contract to kill a little Nord girl at her birthday party. She asked me if I was the jester. So I said to her, No, I am a messenger of death. You should have seen the look on her face. Anyway, she won't be seeing age 6. Later then.
Leaving Gogren with that vivid visual, we can't help but be stumped by the idea that he was ecstatic about killing a 6-year-old. More so, we felt something similar when we took the life of Rufio. We didn't articulate it at the time, but he seemed to understand. We then seek out Ochiva on the far side of the room for advice, and she says,
I serve Lucien Lachance and the Dark Brotherhood, and will guide you as directed, but you will get no additional help from me. I see you've accepted the contract from Vicente. Very good. With every life you take, Sithis grows stronger and the Brotherhood flourishes.
So, we must be empowered by Sithis. He flourishes when life is taken, and so do we. It all makes sense. Sensing Ochiva's a seasoned veteran, we then ask, when was the last time that you killed a pirate, Ochiva?
I killed a pirate once. Of course, the ship was out to sea at the time, somewhere between Vardenfell and Solstheim. Now those were the days. Go now, dear family member, and may the Night Mother wrap you in her cold, loving embrace.
Apprised of all of the tips and tricks we can get from our fellow assassins, we then leave the relative safety of the sanctuary and begin our quest in earnest. Our mission log then guides. I must go to the waterfront district in the Imperial City and gain access to the pirate ship Marie Eleanor, so I can kill Captain Gaston Tassaud. I may be able to smuggle myself on board with the cargo in one of the packing crates, as Vicente had directed. Arriving at the waterfront district later in the evening, we see the large pirate's ship is berthed in the northern end, and as we begin to approach the ship, its first mate, a female Dunmer named Malvulis and Intercepsus, introducing.
Beautiful, isn't she? The Marie Elena. Damn fine ship, with a damn fine crew. I should know. I'm her first mate. Malvulis is my name. So believe me when I tell you we don't like it when people snoop around in our affairs. You get near that ship and my men will run you through.
This is where the quest diverges into multiple parts, and we will explore each option on how to complete the elimination of Tassaud, whether with force or other, more pacifistic means. If we start with the two more violent methods, we can simply A. ignore the first mate's warning and step onto the ship. However, we will be swarmed immediately by all pirates in the vicinity and forced to fight them off one by one. As such, option A is not a very cinematic or imaginative way to brute force our way through the quest. A second option is to follow Vicente's advice on stowing away and heading to the crates near the end of the dock a pop-up advises. You believe you could effectively hide in this crate and then be transported to the pirate ship Marie Eleanor. Do you wish to hide in the crate or try to find your own way aboard the ship? Hiding inside the crate, our quest then updates reading. Just as expected, the crate I hid in has now been transported to the ship's hold. I must now find and kill Captain Gaston Tassaud. He's probably in his cabin at the rear of the ship on a higher deck. Remembering what Antoinette Marie had advised, we forego our heavy armor and switch into our shrouded armor to take advantage of the shadows and avoid needless confrontations in such a cramped space. With our bow now equipped as Talandril had suggested, and in hopes of piercing the flesh of the pirates, we make our way out of the storage hold and into the ship's mid-deck. As we search the mid-deck, we find the darkened area is mostly living quarters for the sailors. However, we haven't happened upon any in their rooms, though we hear some faint talking down the hall. As we begin to search for a ladder to the upper deck, we overhear gossip between two sailors and pause to listen versus confronting them outright.
I'm telling you, lad, it's bad luck. Woman on board a pirate vessel. Back in my day, it never would have happened.
Oh, come now. How many times has Malvilla saved our necks, huh? Captain Tassaud keeps her on for a reason. She's a better sailor than any one of us.
Hold there, laddie. Now you're just being insulting. She may be tougher than me, and meaner too, but a better sailor? It ain't even possible.
All right, how could I forget? That time we were almost dashed upon the rocks near the city of Firsthold. That was somebody else at the helm.
I told you 1,000,000 times it wasn't my fault. The wheel was covered with gull droppings. My hand slipped. It could have happened to anyone.
Well, it's never happened to Malvillis, has it? You know why? 'Cause she could sail better than you in her sleep, you old fool.
Bah, you mark my words, boy. That dark elf trollop is bad luck. The captain will end up dead with her around. You'll see.
You'd better watch your tongue, old man. Captain Tassaud hears you talking like that, he'll cut it out. Now come on, we've been gabbing long enough.
When they're done speaking, the Red Guard then heads our way, and we hide in the nearest room behind a door. However, he heads further down the hall into one of the sitting rooms. We then head north towards the ship's stern, and see that the older pirate, for all his bravado, decided he needed an afternoon nap. And so we decide to lift his cutlass from his body during his moment of distraction, just in case he's roused and tries to follow behind us. We then use the ladder to head to the next level above. And our quest updates reading, I've gained access to the captain's cabin of the ship Marie Eleanor. I must now kill Gaston Tassaud. Peering around the corner with an arrow notched on our bow, we see the captain sitting at his table, facing us, too distracted by his evening meal to see the single deadly arrow loosed towards him. Our quest then updates reading, Gaston Tassaud is dead. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Vicente Valtieri to receive my reward. As we move towards the captain's cold body sitting in his chair, before we can even reach him, the crew had heard a commotion. We easily snipe the first Breton that bursts in. However, the thicker hide of the Argonian who races towards us surprisingly bears the brunt of our first arrow. And so we switch to a cutlass.
He was here a second ago.
Yeah! And face off against this doomed sentry. With all pirates felled, we then take the captain's key and find inside his quarters his booty, just at the foot of his bed. Inside the chest, we find an emerald, 2 flawless pearls, and 100 gold. Looting his cabin for any other valuables we can find, though admittedly there's not many to speak of. We then exit his cabin via the northern door and find ourselves on the stern of the ship, as described by Taniva. Diving down into the water, we then avoid the rest of the pirates that seem to be milling about, unaware if they had heard the commotion and would seek retribution, or are unaware of their captain's fate. However, most players are already familiar with this route, so what are the 2 other pacifistic and, I dare say, interesting options? Our third option comes to us when speaking to the ship's first mate, who threatens.
I hope I made myself clear the first time. If you get near that ship, you'll end up dead. Now get out of my face.
Realizing the pirates mean business, we take Taniva's advice and opt again to break into the captain's quarters at the stern of the ship. This time, however, once Tassaud is alerted to our presence, we do not attempt to fight him or his crew. Rather, we can burst through the rear door of the ship we'd just broken into, with the pirates in tow, and be chased down by the aggravated captain, who attempts to make us pay for our trespassing. Unfortunately, in a cruel twist of fate, the local guards will defend us, seeing as from their perspective, they no doubt just witnessed a gaggle of pirates spilling out of their ship to murder an innocent civilian.
For me, Breton!
However, our final option, as promised, is the most passive one to boot. Again, we break into the captain's quarters in the dead of the night, banking on Tassaud falling asleep. We then stealthily approach the slumbering captain and pluck his sword and effects off his person as we did his crew.
Take it. It's worthless to me anyway.
Then, with the captain defenseless, we remember the poison apple we had purchased from Mirage Dar and place it delicately on his person. After which, we remove any edible items in his cabin and surrounds and simply wait for the captain to rouse from his slumber. Tassaud then predictably rises at 7 a.m. and begins his day by taking a seat at his dining table. We then stride towards the surprised pirate who was taken aback by our presence.
What in blazes? You ain't one of me crew. You best start explaining yourself, mate, if you want to get off this ship alive.
With 3 dialogue options, we first opt to stay on brand and say nothing.
Oh, so you want to get cute, do you? All right then, mate. We'll do this the hard way.
Then, the Dreadfather summons you.
What are you, some kind of preacher or something? One of them crazies from the church? I ain't got time for this.
Finally, we promise, justice is at hand, pirate.
Justice? Ha! I've been avoiding that all my life, mate. Let me show you how.
All 3 options result in an aggravated Tassaud launching at us. However, without his sword, he is left swinging at us with his fists impotently. Watching the captain tire, we place our hand on our sword hilt.
I accept your surrender.
And call a parley of sorts with the captain for a more formal discussion over terms and a meal, as is etiquette. Seeing his deadly disadvantage for what it is, Tassaud wearily agrees. Nervously, Tassaud reaches into his pocket, as this is now the only foodstuff in his inventory. We watch the life drain from his face. A quest then updates reading, Gaston Tassaud is dead. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Vicente Valtieri to receive my reward. Thus, we leave the captain's corpse to be found by his no doubt perplexed crew.
Captain Tassaud, are you all right, sir? We heard a clamour, Captain. We're coming in.
And we're able to kill the captain in 2 ways, out of 4, and as promised, without ever drawing our sword. We then head back to Vicente Valtieri with the news, and he greets.
You are like a dark gift from the Night Mother herself. Please, tell me how I can help. So, the pirate has been eliminated. Excellent. No one will mourn his passing, and Sithis has been appeased. Please accept this black band as your reward. It is a ring whose powers are quite useful to those who value discretion.
It's then we accept his dark gift, a ring named the Black Band. Worth a tidy 3,000 septims, it boasts Fortify Light Armor and Security 8 points on self, and Resist Magic 8 points on self as well. With our first contract complete, we continue on our path as assassin for the Dark Brotherhood.
Baenlin. Oh, Baenlin. I loved you, old man. I loved you, but I couldn't protect you. Oh, Baenlin.
This is the story of Accidents Happen, a Dark Brotherhood quest during which we can learn in a rare instance who prayed to the Night Mother to kill the Bosma Baenlin, thanks to clues left by the developers. Returning from our previous contract to the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary in Cheydinhall, we seek out her handler, the vampire Vicente Valtieri, for our next contract.
I'm glad you've returned. The contract is waiting, if you're ready. We need you to stage an accident. Kill the target in the manner specified, and you'll receive a considerable bonus. Do you accept this contract?
Naturally, we agree, saying, yes, I accept the contract.
As I expected. Good. The target is a wood elf named Baenlin. You will find him at his home in Bruma. Enter secretly and avoid his manservant, Grom. On the second floor is a secret door leading to a crawl space. Inside are the fastenings of a mounted head that hangs over Baenlin's favourite chair. Loosen those fastenings any night between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m, and the head will surely fall on Baenlin as he relaxes in his chair, as is his custom. If Baenlin is eliminated in any other manner, or if the manservant Grom is killed, you will forfeit the bonus. Now go, and may Sithis be with you.
Thus, the quest Accidents Happen is added to our journal. However, there are now stipulations of murdering the Bosma in a specified way, lest we forego a valuable bonus which Valtieri had outlined previously.
Some contracts are straightforward. Find the target, eliminate them, then return to the sanctuary. No time limits or complications. However, many of our clients request that their contract be carried out in a specific manner. A certain place, a certain method of elimination. We try to honor these requests whenever possible. After all, the Dark Brotherhood's reputation has been built on providing good service. Any brother or sister who can complete a contract while following a specific request will receive a valuable bonus, oftentimes a powerful magic item.
With the promise of valuable items, we approach Valtieri again, inquiring if he has any other information on the Bosma, and he simply states,
every moment that Baenlin draws breath is an affront to Sithis and the Night Mother. Fulfill the contract and honor the Brotherhood as you should. You are to travel to Bruma, enter the house of the wood elf Baenlin, and kill him. It should look like an accident. I'm sure you can handle it. Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
Taking Valtieri's advice, we seek out our fellow brethren, skipping the cantankerous Mirage Dar for obvious reasons.
Get away from me.
Heading into the main hall, we come across Antoinetta, exiting via the southwestern hatch. Approaching her with low disposition, she will lament.
Seeing you in this sanctuary makes me wish I were back on the streets. Why do you insist on annoying me?
We then attempt to apprise Miss Marie that we have a contract and a bonus. However, we barely mention Baenlin's manservant when she blurts out,
that manservant is going to squash you like a bug. I can't wait to see what's left of you. Just go! I can't stand the sight of you!
If instead we approach her with high disposition, she sweetly greets.
So good to see you. Is there anything you need? Yes, dearest brother. Is there something I can help you with?
We then say, we're contracted to assassinate a wood elf in Bruma via falling furniture. How would you tackle the situation?
How do you plan on entering this man's house? Through the front door? Be smart and look for a more inconspicuous way in, like a cellar entrance.
Ah, the cellar. Very clever indeed.
Good luck, brother. I hope you don't get killed. I mean, well, you know.
We then seek the wisdom of the shadow scale to Niva, interrupting his reading in the corner of the main hall, unfortunately with low disposition.
Why do you bother me?
We then attempt to ask, Taniva, would you mind helping me with the contract? To which he admits.
I could help you, yes, but I won't. Your failure will give me much joy. You befoul the very air with your presence. Begone!
With higher disposition, the Argonian is much more inviting, saying,
Hello, what is it I can do for you?
We then explain that our Mark Baenlin is protected by a bodyguard, and he advises,
if the target is old and weak, as you say, then his manservant is sure to be quite the opposite. Best stay out of his way.
So avoid the manservant. Sage wisdom indeed.
May Sithis be with you.
Speaking of burly brawlers, we then enter the training room where, upon seeing us, the orc Gogren threatens us, thanks to our low disposition.
If not for the tenants, I would slay you where you stand. You, what do you want?
We then say, Gogren, our target is an old Bosmer Brumerand, but he simply spits.
What's the matter? You can't kill an old man? Want Gogron to hold your hand? You make me sick. Damn the tenants, I'll cleave you in two if you don't get out of my face.
With higher disposition, Gogren has more information for us, exclaiming,
Hail, my brother. I know what you're thinking. Gogron, he's too big to be sneaky. Well, you're right. Me, I like to just go in and hack my targets to pieces. Ha!
This time, when we explain Baenlin is protected by a Nord bodyguard named Grom, he decidedly guides.
The manservant's name is Grom, you say? Sounds like a Nord. Probably a big one. If he catches you, get ready for a serious fight. Happy hunting, my brother.
Being repeatedly told to watch out for the bodyguard, we take the seasoned assassin's guidance seriously. Looping back to the main hall, we then head into the western room where the Argonian Ochiva, with low disposition, is none too happy to see us.
I do not know what Lucian sees in you, but this sanctuary is cursed by your presence. Greetings, brother. I do hope you are well.
We then attempt to ask about our contract, but she seems fully aware of the breadth of our mission and scolds.
For the love of Sithis, you have to kill a feeble old man. Is that too much for you to handle? Sometimes I think LaChance will let anyone into this sanctuary.
With higher disposition, Ochiva then greets.
I am honored by your presence. How can Ochiva be of assistance? Greetings, brother. I do hope you are well.
When we ask, what happens if we cannot make the furniture fall on Baenlin, and she outlines a potential plan B.
If things go badly, forgo the plan and simply kill the mark any way you can. You'll lose the bonus, but at least the contract will be fulfilled. Go now, dear family member, and may the Night Mother wrap you in her cold, loving embrace.
With one family member left, we find the wood elf Talandril in civilian clothes about to exit the sanctuary incognito. Approaching her with low disposition, she simply admonishes.
You. I hoped Sithis would have claimed you by now. I find your very presence foul. Say what you will and then leave my sight.
When explaining our potential bonus, if we stealthily end Baenlin's life thanks to a falling head, she says,
This contract requires stealth and subtlety. You possess neither. When you fail, I will gladly take your place. By Sithis, I hope you shoot your own eye out.
Attempting to speak to Talandril with higher disposition, she greets warmly.
Seeing you again is like a blessing from the Night Mother herself. Hello, brother. It's good to see you again. The Night Mother has been smiling upon you, I hope.
We then wonder aloud, and this contract is a bit complicated, it seems. I wonder if the bonuses are worth the effort.
Yes, you'll find that some jobs require you to terminate a mark in a specific way. It's well worth the trouble considering how good the bonuses are. May your arrows always strike true.
With all the information we can glean from our fellow assassins, we leave the confines of the sanctuary, and our quest updates reading, I must go to the city of Bruma, find Baenlin's house, and gain entrance. Once inside, I should stage a tragic accident. Later, we find ourselves in the snow-laden northern city of Bruma. To the north, we see in the first row of houses, pressed against the stone walls, is Baenlin's Nordic-style abode. It's here the quest diverges into two paths. Each distinct path helps us in different ways learn who is responsible for the hit on Baenlin. In the first path, we can choose the direct approach, forgoing our contract's requirements for a bonus, by murdering Baenlin and his manservant outright. To do so, after casting Open Easy Lock, we find ourselves in the sitting room of Baenlin's home. We see on the wall across from us the fire blazing and the Minotaur looming above his chair. However, as we barge through Baenlin's front door, his bleary-eyed manservant Grom intercepts us, warning,
"The Master doesn't like visitors. Leave this house, now. If you're still here in 20 seconds, I will be forced to crush you."
If we attempt to converse with Grom further, he simply threatens.
"For your sake, you'd better be on your way to the door."
Slipping up the stairs, we can then see Grom has erroneously believed we've left due to his threats, and is now napping thanks to a belly full of mead. Tiptoeing across the walkway, we then find in the larger northeastern room the sleeping Bosma Baenlin, who jumps out of bed in a start, urging,
Huh? You're not Grom. Get out of my home. I don't want you here.
Speaking to the wood elf, he questions suspiciously,
Huh? You're not Grom. Who are you? Why are you in my home?
We then can respond with our standard option to say nothing.
Why are you here? What do you want? Get out of my house!
Or, the Night Mother loves you.
The Night Mother? What's this all about? I think you should leave now. You hear me? Get out! Grom! Grom! We have an intruder!
And finally, the truth we will soon explore, saying, someone, Baenlin, wants you dead.
Dead? Me? There must be some mistake. I'm just an old man. Just an old man.
To his credit, the diminutive Baenlin raises his fists in a defensive stance. However, our mace lifts him off the ground, making stew of his insides before he can throw a single punch. Our quest then updates, reading, I fulfilled the contract, but not in the manner requested. As a result, I have forfeited my bonus. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Vicente Valtieri to receive my reward. Pilfering Baenlin's belongings such as his outfit, key to his house and 116 gold, we turn to see his vengeful bodyguard Grom barreling down on us.
Yeah.
Opening his attack with an overhead slam of his maul, Grom, seemingly loyal to his lifeless employer, rejects our attempt to speak, and a bloody brawl on the upper level of Baenlin's abode begins. As Grom presses us back on the second floor's ledge, we sense the Nord tiring, and his hammer glances off our shield at an awkward angle and falls to the floor. We then swipe with our mace and crack his midsection, sending him flying over the rail.
Oh! Ah! Oh! Ah!
Diving over the rail behind him, we put our weapon away and search his body, finding his fur outfit, a tidy amount of mead, making us believe he may have been too fond of the drink in his later years of service, and a small amount of gold. Wasting no time, we then depart the crime scene, finding our way back to Cheydinhal Sanctuary. Once inside Valtieri's quarters, he rises from his stone slab and surmises.
Baenlin is dead, yes, but you did not fulfill the contract precisely as directed. I will grant your reward of gold, but the bonus is forfeit. Despite this misfortune, you are ready for advancement. I appoint you Slayer for the Dark Brotherhood. Now go, and continue to serve Sithis well.
With option 1 explored and no bonus or seemingly closer to the identity of who ordered the hit, we then follow the more canonical route and find ourselves in Bruma once more, attempting to gain the bonus from Valtieri. This time we take our fellow assassin's advice, discarding our heavy armor for our more discreet Brotherhood garb, and then pick the lock of Baenlin's basement, entering it, our quest updates reading. I've entered Baenlin's house. If I can access the second floor crawl space and loosen the fastenings on the mounted head between 8 PM and 11 PM, it will fall on Baenlin as he rests in his chair. If Baenlin dies any other way, or if Grom is killed, I will lose my bonus. It seems ruling out foul play is very important. Ignoring the clutter of the Bosma's basement, we ascend the winding stairs, picking the easy lock and finding ourselves in Baenlin's sitting room once more. We sensibly peer around the corner and find the elf sitting by his fire, as promised, enjoying a bowl full of strawberries and a nice book. This time, however, we follow the contract's wishes to a T and sleuth past him in an effort to head up the stairs undetected, although he stirs momentarily, but shrugs off the noise and sits back down by the glowing fire. Searching for the crawl space, we peer into the manservant Grom's small lodging. To the west we see a small closet with average locked chest that boasts a few levelled weapons, in this case a sword and a dagger. On the northeastern wall, next to his bed, we find a desk which boasts some Cyrodiilic brandy, as Grom seems fond of the finer drop. It's only to the southeast do we see a hole in the wall that is letting air escape. We spy at the north wall as promised, the mounted head fastenings, and our quest updates reading. These appear to be the fastenings of the mounted Minotaur head. As expected, they have been loosened over time. You could easily remove the fastenings, causing the mounted head to crash to the floor below. Do you wish to remove the fastenings? Accepting, we then hear a loud crash, and the Bosma bellows below. Oh! Rushing out of the room, we peer over the rail to see Grom, armed and at the ready, standing over a dead Baenlin, his precious blood now spattered across the wall and floor below the Minotaur that undoubtedly broke his neck. Creeping down the stairs, we see Grom is still in shock at his master's death and perhaps slightly inebriated, as we're able to sleuth past him without much worry, and feel a guard in his prime would have sensed this immediately. Exiting via the basement and retracing our steps out of Bruma, with the locals none the wiser. Back in the sanctuary, we're intercepted by a cheery Vicente, and he greets us as we bear the good news.
You are like a dark gift from the Night Mother herself. Please, tell me how I can help. So, the accident has been staged and Baenlin lies dead. Well done. You have more than earned your reward and bonus. I present to you this dagger. It's an enchanted blade known as Sufferthorn. Its prick is deadly, I assure you. Yes, you are quite an asset to this sanctuary. In fact, I believe you are ready for advancement. I hereby appoint you Slayer. Well done. Now go, child of Sithis. Go and rest. You'll need it.
As promised, we're gifted 200 gold in the rank of Slayer, plus, this time, our bonus, the dagger Sufferthorn, imbued with drain strength 7 points for 15 seconds on strike, and damage health 15 points on strike. With our mission successful, we are still none the wiser of who could have prayed for Baenlin's death and why. Our only lead seemingly his boozy bodyguard, but why would he have attacked us if he was the one that organised the hit? Our answers lie, again, in Bruma, where we enter the city for a final time. The town now is abuzz with rumours of murder, and we can then head down inside of Olav's Tap and Tack to find a blubbering and drunk Grom who wails at our approach.
Hi there. Is it true what they're saying? Is Baenlin really dead? Yes. Baenlin. Oh, Baenlin. I loved you, old man. I loved you, but I couldn't protect you. Oh, Baenlin.
As we move to leave the city, we overhear a guard sharing the local gossip, and he says,
Can I help you?
Old Baenlin is dead. I heard it was a horrible accident. He was resting in his chair and boom! A stuffed head fell on him.
It should be noted, if asked about local rumours, the male Nords are likely to hand us a copy of the Black Horse Courier regarding Baenlin's demise. Otherwise, heading to the source of the gossip, the Courier's headquarters in the Market District, we can pick up the specific copy lying on the desk that sheds further light on who, perhaps, ordered Baenlin's sordid execution, and reads: For the residents of Bruma, a city known for its snowy avenues and frigid Skyrim-like temperatures, nothing is quite as important as the warmth and safety of one's own home. But even the most secure dwelling can harbour a deadly secret. In the case of Baenlin, an elderly elf nobleman who called Bruma home for nearly 43 years, death came not from the icy cold nor the sting of a burglar's blade, but from a killer far more insidious: structural instability. According to Grom, Baenlin's long-time live-in manservant, the day of his master's death was like any other. Baenlin lived as a recluse and rarely left the comfort of his home. He spent his morning breakfasting and his afternoons reading or napping, but it was in the late evening hours before bedtime when Baenlin relaxed in his favourite chair, as was his custom, when disaster struck. A stuffed minotaur head mounted on the wall directly over the chair came crashing down, killing the unsuspecting noble instantly. As horrible as Baenlin's death may seem, even more horrible is the revelation that this was not an isolated incident as previously thought. In fact, through a series of interviews and in-depth investigation, the Black Horse Courier has learned that many of Bruma's homes are actually death traps waiting to spring. Me and my boys, we done repair work on half these houses. They're a bleeding mess. Rotted wood, rusty nails, misaligned foundations. Them Nords, they're good for drinking and killing, but they can't build a house worth a damn. So said Antoine Dubois, owner of Dubois & Sons Carpentry, a thriving house-building business headquartered in the Breton nation of High Rock. Because of his expertise, Dubois has known to offer his services throughout the Empire and has visited Bruma on numerous occasions. In his opinion, this predominantly Nord city features some of the most poorly constructed dwellings in all of the Empire. Yeah, I know what the Nords say. It's the snow. It rots the wood. It does this, it does that. Wine, wine, wine. The mead-swilling savages wouldn't know oak wood from oranges. Truth is, they just don't know anything about the latest architectural methods. The work is unsafe and sloppy. That head that fell on the elf? An infant could have secured those bindings better. It's no wonder they came loose. But I've seen this type of thing all over Bruma. Did you know that until I came in to do repair work on the roof, you couldn't attend a service in the chapel without getting snowed on? Now that's just wrong. When asked what he thought of the issues, Baenlin's nephew Cainlin, who inherited his uncle's estate and is now residing in the very house where he was killed, had this to say. It was a tragic, tragic accident. I always told my poor uncle that head would fall on him someday, but would he listen? Now, I've heard the rumours that some think there was foul play involved, but that's nonsense, of course. Everybody knows this city is falling apart. It could have happened to anyone. And so, as the city of Bruma mourns the loss of one of its oldest and most respected residents, there are those that can't help but wonder, am I next? So, Cainlin, Baenlin's nephew, stood to inherit his house and openly dismisses foul play, plus warns of the Minotaur head, which we were explicitly told must drop on him so that foul play was ruled out. Paying Cainlin a visit, we further find two different responses to us. If we decided to forego our bonus and murdered Grom and Baenlin, we find Cainlin is surprisingly over his grief of his murdered uncle, simply querying in an upbeat manner.
Oh, Cainlin's my name. Maybe you knew my uncle, Baenlin? He died recently. It was all very tragic. I'm heartbroken, of course. Well, goodbye. I'm warning you. Get out or I'll call the guards.
It should be noted if that hits the ear wrong and sounds kind of like joy in the construction kit, Cainlin is described as being happy when he delivers said line. However, if Baenlin perishes via Minotaur head as planned, curiously, in a macabre display, we find his nephew has taken up his uncle's former routine, wearing his same outfit and sitting in the very chair in which his uncle passed, with blood stains still intact on the rug to boot, but also finds zero reason to maintain Grom's services, seeming pretty safe in his own company, saying,
Oh, Cainlin's my name. Maybe you knew my uncle, Baenlin. He died recently. Stuffed head fell on him. Very tragic. Well, goodbye. What? You filthy little maggot. When I get out of here, you're dead. You hear me? Dead!
This is the dark tale of the player's brutal revenge on the fork-tongued Valen Dreath in Oblivion. Returning to the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary, we find our vampire contract giver, Vicente Valtieri, awaiting our arrival in the main hall. Approaching him, he says,
"Back for more?" It just so happens I have another contract available, one that requires an expert in infiltration. As always, you fail to disappoint me. Your target is a dark elf named Valen Dreath. He thinks he's safe in prison. He is tragically mistaken. A prisoner recently escaped from the prison using a set of secret tunnels connected to the Imperial City's sewer system. It's a perfect way inside. Just outside the Imperial prison is a grating that leads to the sewers. It has recently been tightly locked, but I will provide a key. It should be easy enough to locate Dreath in his small cell. Besides, I think you know the way, Valen Dreath has been imprisoned for many years. His tongue is sharp, but his body is limp and frail. He will prove an easy, pleasurable kill. You will receive a bonus if you fulfill the contract without killing any of the prison guards. Now go, and may the Night Mother go with you.
It's then our quest, scheduled for execution, begins, and we cast our mind back momentarily to the acerbic Dreath, whose foul barbs we endured in our brief stint in the Imperial prison.
Oh, look, an Imperial in the Imperial prison. I guess they don't play favorites, huh? Your own kinsmen think you're a piece of human trash. How sad. I bet the guards give you special treatment before the end. Oh, that's right. You're going to die in here, Imperial. You're going to die. Imperial criminal scum like you give the Empire a bad name, you see. You're an embarrassment. Best if you just disappeared. Hey, you hear that? The guards are coming. For you.
His cruel laugh burned into our memory. Indeed, Dreath will be a pleasurable kill, however difficult to get at, being in prison and surrounded by guards. And so we approach the vampire for more details and he questions.
Why does Valen Dreath still live? Breaking into the Imperial prison is difficult, I know, but the contract must be fulfilled.
What are the steps to getting to Dreath?
You must infiltrate the Imperial prison and kill Valen Dreath, a dark elf. He should be easy enough to eliminate once you actually get inside. Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
Although our target is clear, we leverage the knowledge of our fellow assassins wisely as how best to strike at the captive Dunmer, starting with the burly orc, Gogren.
You, what do you want?
If our disposition is too low, he says.
I can only pray that you break the tenets and surrender to the guards. I will beg Lucian for the right to kill you.
Otherwise, we have to eliminate a target in the Imperial prison. You don't mind confrontation, Gogren. How would you contend with the guards?
Infiltrating the Imperial prison is no small matter. Those guards are heavily armed and professionally trained. If discovered, don't be a fool. Flee. Later then.
So, not even Gogren would favor a frontal assault. Speaking to the nearby crouched Argonian Ochiva, she greets.
Greetings, brother. I do hope you are well.
With a low disposition, she wishes.
I was hoping Vicente would give you this contract. When you are captured and killed, the assignment will go to someone more competent.
Otherwise, Ochiva, we're tasked with infiltrating the Imperial prison. Have you ever broken into it, perchance?
No dark brother or sister has successfully infiltrated the Imperial prison in over 300 years. This will be a true test of your abilities. May the Night Mother guide you.
So, it seems this is by far our most dangerous mission yet. We then enter the main hall and see the stealthy Antoinette Marie, who complains.
Why do you insist on annoying me?
With low disposition, she cruelly reveals.
I can only hope the prison guards do to you what they did to me. You will know the true definition of the word horror.
Otherwise, Antoinette, have you heard about her contract? I know you were in prison for some time.
The Imperial prison. Long did I languish there, in my youth, before the Brotherhood found me. The guards are strong and cruel. So very cruel. I'll be seeing you then.
Leaving Antoinette with that bleak thought, We're certain stealth is our best course. Sitting by a bookshelf, we then speak to the Argonian Taniva.
Why do you bother me?
With a low disposition, he says,
You will not make it past the sewers. Of this I am certain.
Otherwise, Taniva, I hear you're familiar with the Imperial sewers.
I know those sewers well. They will allow you access to the prison, but are home to some fearsome creatures. Tread carefully. May Sithis be with you.
So, if the guards don't get us, the creatures will. We then make our way to the living quarters to find the final assassin to speak to, the Bosma Talandril.
I find your very presence foul. Say what you will and then leave my sight.
With a low disposition, she scoffs.
Vicente wants you to infiltrate the Imperial prison? I didn't realize you had such a good sense of humor.
Otherwise, Talandril, we have a prisoner to kill. He's locked in the Imperial prison.
This prisoner, why give him a chance to escape or fight back? Pierce his heart with an arrow, right through the bars of the cell. Quick and easy. May your arrows always strike true.
Sithis be with you, brother.
So, an arrow for Valen's heart. If we can get at him via the sewers, that is. Extracting all of the pertinent advice we can from the inhabitants of the sanctuary, we begin traveling to the Imperial City, checking our quest log that reads, I must break into the Imperial prison and kill a Dark Elf prisoner named Valen Dreath. I will receive a special bonus if I manage not to kill any guards. I can enter the Imperial prison through the connecting sewers, which can be accessed through a locked manhole just outside the prison walls. Vicente has provided me with a key. We arrive outside of the Imperial sewers just past dawn and look out past the familiar dock towards the northeastern ruin of Vilverin across the shore. Our arrival is bittersweet, as we'd struggled fiercely to escape these same sewers and now must retrace our steps once more. Using Vicente's key, we enter the aromatic hole that is covered by a grate, and our quest updates reading. I've entered the sewers beneath the Imperial prison. I must now proceed through the sewers and into the prison itself and kill Valen Dreath. Venturing into the sewers, we find indeed that the local creatures promised by Taniva still dwell therein, but thankfully pose little threat compared to Taniva's claims at least. It's only after retracing the maze-like path into the sewers do we find ourselves back inside the lower bowel of the prison's underground structure proper, and immediately halt as we enter as two guards take a break from their patrol to converse.
Of course I'm proud to do my duty, but it's a waste of time. What are we guarding? Cold stone and shadow. That's it.
I'm not disagreeing with you, believe me. Those assassins got what they wanted. The Emperor is dead. They got no reason to come back.
That's exactly what I'm saying. But will the captain listen? No. We must have a presence. The prison must remain secure.
Yeah, what a laugh, huh? Just who are we keeping secure? Dreath? Since that other one got away, he's the only one rotting down here.
Yeah, well, I guess you can't blame Captain Montrose too much. This is his big career move, after all. Got to impress that lot upstairs.
Yeah, true enough. Oh, well, I best be getting back to my watch. Hey, don't forget, we're meeting for drinks later at the Bloated Float.
Oh, I'll be there. How could I miss a chance to see you cower before that big orc bouncer?
I ain't afraid of no one. Courage is my middle name. Oh, never mind.
After the guards are done with their gossiping and split off to resume their watch, our quest then breaks into two distinct parts. First, let's explore what happens if we ignore the warnings of our fellow assassins and opt to fail to obtain Valtieri's bonus by cutting a swath through the guards to get to Dreath, although we will take a slight twist on said murderous path. And so we head through the door to our left to find ourselves confronted by the Red Guard, who bellows out to his comrades for aid.
To us!
Sorry about it, I guess. Just my eyes playing.
Although we have now technically failed the quest's parameters to receive a bonus, the guard has on his person an Imperial prison key, as do his comrades. Interestingly, instead of fighting a throng of guards and being potentially overwhelmed, we can instead simply about-face and exit the sewers, as the key to the Imperial prison cannot be pickpocketed until this quest, and leveraging this unique item, we can instead return to the prison and are able to stroll down to the cells without resistance. Inside, we see the Dunmer Dreath standing in his familiar first cell on our left. And remember the Bosmer Telandril's claim, it's best if we snipe Dreath between the bars. Unfortunately, game mechanics come between us and our prey. Seeing his cell is locked, we look around and see to the northwest end of the hall, an absent-minded guard has left Dreath's cell key on the table. Either that, or thanks to the intervention of the servants of Sithis. Returning to the dirty Dunmer, he pleads,
"You've got to get me out of here. Come on, open the door."
We then open the grating as he requests and fire a single arrow limply into his torso, killing the surprised dark elf with ease. A quest then updates reading, "The contract has been fulfilled, but I was unable to prevent the death of any guards. I must return to the sanctuary and speak with Vicente Valtieri to receive my reward. Unfortunately, the bonus is forfeit." We can then return whence we came through the prison's main door and make our way back to the sanctuary in Cheydinhall. Upon our arrival, a disappointed Vicente will state,
"Valen Dreath lies dead, but why the unsanctioned bloodshed? You seem to lack discipline. Here is your reward, but I'm afraid the bonus is forfeit."
But what happens if we fulfill the contract, gain the bonus, and then learn more about Dreath and his imprisonment? Well, instead, when entering the prison catacombs, we turn right where the guards had forked off, leveraging a chameleon spell as to avoid detection, as there is a small Easter egg in this room, though it is difficult to go undetected. After narrowly bypassing the first guard,
Must have been the wind.
we enter a small hallway lined with candles and quickly realize this is where the Emperor Uriel Septim was slain. Stealthily entering the room and sleuthing by the guard in the corner, we see to our right a silver short sword, Imperial shield, and some nightshade at a makeshift memorial. At the northeastern corner of the room, we find sitting one Captain Jeopard Montrose. Lying on top of the table in front of him is a standard Mythic Dawn hooded robe. The mystery of why the captain is staring at said robe is soon revealed, as we turn to the southern corner of the room to see a Mythic Dawn assassin's body strewn about a table with blood spilling to the floor and a dagger by their side. Just next to their foot is a note revealing the reason for the guard's ongoing presence in the prison's depths, which reads, "So far, the investigation has been inconclusive to say the least. The assassin's body has yielded no clues as to his affiliation, and we haven't even been able to ascertain the motive for the Emperor's slaying. We've gone so far as to question the local merchants about the unique garb, but have run into nothing but dead ends. The nature of the attack, the multiple assassins, the ceremonial robes, the summoned weapons and armor, it all speaks of something ritualistic. I've seen the Dark Brotherhood's handiwork more times than I care to remember, and this just doesn't fit their usual pattern. I guess that's what worries me. We're not dealing with the unknown, and I'll be damned if I know how to handle it. Captain Jeopard Montrose." Postscript. I've instructed the men to dump the rest of the assassins' bodies into the sewers. Let them serve as food for the vermin. It's more than those bastards deserve. The Imperial Guard don't even know that it was the Mythic Dawn behind the Emperor's assassination yet. A prime example of the ineptitude of Philida's lapdogs. We then head back into the main chamber where the Red Guard stands watch. Making our way past him is incredibly difficult, yet we slip by the skin of our teeth. It's only after sleuthing past multiple guards do we finally find ourselves closer to our quarry. Seeing the original cave we had plumbed in the tutorial area, now covered by boards, although it should be noted, interestingly, the prison and sewers from the start of the game is actually a different area completely, and this is an updated duplicate the player visits once they've left the original tutorial. Ascending the final stairs, we finally see at the northeastern wall a cave entrance to our familiar cell, which invites us in. We climb up the short stone ramp to overhear Dreath conversing with the guard.
I have to admit, I'm gonna miss you, Dreath. The late-night beatings, your pitiful little cries for help.
Filthy cur. I told you I was going to get out of here. My time's almost up, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, well, what's it been? 7, 8 years? We've had a good long run, you and me. I always knew it would end someday.
11 years in this rat-infested hole. But I'm getting out, and you'll still be stuck in here. Yeah!
Oh, yeah? Where will you go, huh? What will you do? You can't survive out there, Dreath. You're an animal. You belong in that cage.
I'll remember that when I'm lying on the beaches of Somerset Isle with your wife, you imperial pig.
Right! And you'll be rich, too. Oh, and you'll become a king. And you know what I think, Dreath? I think you'll be back. You lot always come back.
You'll see, you imperial dog. When I get out of here, all of Tamriel will know my name. Valen Dreath! Valen Dreath!
All right. I'm tempted to let you out right now if you just shut up.
After the guard moves out of sight, we slowly push open our rusty cell door and stride towards our target, who beseeches.
You've got to get me out of here. Come on, open the door.
As we step closer into the light to unlock his cell, Dreath then has a wave of recognition and exclaims,
Wait, I know you. You're the one. The day the Emperor was killed. They went through your cell. You lucky bastard. But you came back? Come on, you've got to help me. Let old Valen out of this cell. You've got your freedom, now give me mine. What do you say, huh? Come on, friend.
We can, as always, opt to say nothing.
What's the matter with you, huh? You some kind of mute or something? I saw you escape. Now you're crazy enough to come back?
Or the Night Mother says goodbye.
The Night Mother? No! Guards! Help me! Somebody help! Assassin!
And finally, remembering his jeers from our time in the cell, we gleefully mirror. You're going to die in here, Dreath. You hear that? Well, the guards aren't coming to help you.
What? You filthy little maggot. When I get out of here, you're dead. You hear me? Dead!
Attempting to speak to an enraged Dreath, he then threatens.
You dare torment me? Valen Dreath? Let me out of this cell, you fetid piece of guardong!
Unfortunately for Valen, we remember his key at the end of the hall and casually stroll back to his cell and release the caged Dreath, who impotently fights for his life. To Valen's credit, he comes out swinging. Unfortunately, his muscles have withered and his blows land impotently on our shield. The only assault left in his arsenal, a pitiful taunt, before we cruelly cave his skull in with our mace.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death!
Our quest then updates and reads, Valen Dreath is dead, and no guards have been killed. I must return to the sanctuary and speak with Vicente Valtieri to receive my reward, as well as a bonus. We then hurriedly equip a guard's outfit and exit the Imperial prison as one of their own. Undetected, we step out of the prison warden's chambers and nearly bump into Adamus Philida himself. The old fool stares at us, but his gaze is vacant. Clearly his prime is long behind him, and so we're free to casually meander through the belly of the beast, unaccosted, heading back to Cheydinhal. Sometime later, we find ourselves away from the dangers of the Imperial City and once again in the bosom of the Night Mother's sanctuary. And it's there we see Valtieri mid-conversation with our old friend Mirage Dar. After their conversation, he
Walk
greets.
always in the shadow of Sithis. You are like a dark gift from the Night Mother herself. Please, tell me how I can help. So, you infiltrated the Imperial prison, eliminated Valen Dreath, and killed not one guard. Most excellent. In addition to your standard reward, I present to you this bonus. Behold, the scales of pitiless justice. While carried, the scales will magically enhance your strength, intelligence, and agility, but diminish your personality. A powerful tool indeed.
So, with all the clues the developers have given us, as they have also hinted heavily in the past at the contract giver's identity, let's attempt to divine who put the hit on Dreath. Reddit user Amborzigplatz Geberon posits a plausible theory with the evidence available. The quest bonus has been linked to a possible identity of the contract initiator, the bonus being predicated on not killing guards. And who would care about an Imperial guard's life other than perhaps other guards, as the bonus isn't forfeit if you're identified, only if you murder a sentry. But if it was a fellow guard, what is their possible motive? Well, we overhear multiple patrolmen complain about being stuck in the sewers for a prolonged period in the captain's effort for a promotion. We also learn that the captain, Japard Montrose, has no leads as to the identity of the Emperor's assassin, and therefore their occupation of said sewer may be indefinite. Third, and perhaps most damning, when sneaking into the captain's chamber, we notice something out of place yet familiar. 2 nightshade flowers. At first, it seems like a simple offering for their fallen emperor. But casting our mind back to the first Black Sacrament we witnessed in Claudius Arcadius' house, we see everything needed to commit the taboo act in Montrose's office of the Black Sacrament, including a dagger, fallen mythic Dawn corpse, or corpses, as he explicitly stated he had the guards toss other bodies in the sewers, disposing of the needed skull, heart, and skin extracted to perform the ritual.
Yeah, well, I guess you can't blame Captain Montrose too much. This is his big career move, after all. Got to impress that lot upstairs.
So with all clues pointed towards the guards, or even perhaps a captain in over his head and looking for an escape, there is one loose end left. How did Dreath end up in prison in the first place? Well, thanks to his familial legacy of lies, we can overhear the tale told by one Valen Dreath in Riften during the events of Skyrim.
Have I told you about Valen, my dear?
I love when you spin that yarn. Gets better every time you add something new.
He killed 6 Imperial guards before they dragged him into the prisons.
Was this before or after the mythic Dong attacked the Emperor and Valen single-handedly fought them off? Just shut up and drink, Romlin.
By failing to fulfill this contract, you have brought shame upon us all. Leave me now, and contemplate your uselessness as a member of this family.
What happens if you fail the Dark Brotherhood's quest, the Assassinated Man, the only quest which you can not only fail, but also has several repercussions for doing so? Arriving at the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary, we find Vicente Valtieri awaiting us in his dank domain for our next contract. Approaching him, he says,
I have a special contract that needs fulfillment. In truth, I don't wish to offer it to any other family member. I've come to rely on your abilities.
My abilities? What possibly would make us more capable than our seasoned brothers and sisters here in the sanctuary, Valtieri?
We're usually called upon to take a life, but not this time. This contract requires us to stage the assassination of a marked man. Are you ready?
Ah, now it makes sense. No one else is silly enough to preserve a life, unless it's for good reason. Sure, I'm ready. I accept. What are the contract terms?
You must go to the city of Coral and break into the house of Francois Motierre. Inside you will find Motierre waiting for you. Do not kill him. You see, Francois Motierre is a marked man. He owes a considerable sum to the wrong kind of people, so they have sent an enforcer to kill him. Here, you will use this specially poisoned knife to stage Motierre's death in the enforcer's presence. Motierre himself will provide more details. This is an unusual contract. Motierre had to make a special arrangement with us before it was approved. I trust in your professionalism.
The quest, The Assassinated Man, is added to our journal, and Valtieri thrusts in our hand the promised poisoned knife and antidote. Seeing we are perplexed, the vampire adds,
"The knife I gave you has been coated with a rare poison called lango wine. You need only cut Motierre once, and he will appear to die."
So, we stab Motierre with a poisoned knife, and I assume we markedly miss his vital arteries. Then what?
The blade has been coated with a rare poison called lango wine. 1 drop in a normal human bloodstream will mimic the effects of death immediately. I have provided you with a vial of antidote, which will be used to revive Francois Motierre after you successfully stage his death. You should also know that there's only enough lango wine on the blade for this one contract. After Motierre is sliced, the knife will be useless.
With 1 cut, we better not miss. We see now why nobody else wanted this contract. But we thought the deal was blood for blood, and someone must be sacrificed to perform the Black Sacrament.
The Dark Brotherhood is not in the business of staging deaths, no matter how much gold is offered. Sithis demands blood, and blood must be paid. In order to accept the contract, we demanded a life. Motierre offered his mother, and we accepted. Lucien has already taken care of that detail. Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
Leaving Valtieri, we realize it all makes sense now why we were chosen. This special arrangement seems to be an affront to what the Brotherhood stands for, and no doubt a point of contention for the long-serving family members. With that in mind, we seek out our fellow assassins to discuss our latest farcical contract. Starting with the Breton blade Antoinetta Marie, practicing her crouched groin slashes on a wooden dummy in the training hall.
Why do you insist on annoying me?
With low disposition, she simply remarks,
It just so happens I am familiar with the Coral Chapel Undercroft. You're as good as dead.
Otherwise, Antoinetta, you're familiar with Coral's Undercroft. Would it be difficult to smuggle a fake dead body out of there?
I once slept in the Coral Chapel Undercroft. It's damp, cold and cursed. Getting Motierre out of there may be a challenge. I'll be seeing you then.
A cursed Undercroft, cursed like this contract. We then enter the northern barracks of the sanctuary and find at the mess hall the orc Gogren Grobalmog, who does not appreciate us interrupting his meal.
Hail, my brother! You, what do you want?
With low disposition, he jeers.
What a pathetic contract. Play acting and running, but no actual killing? I can see why Vicente gave it to you. Coward.
Otherwise, Gogren, you're too big to be sneaky. What would you do if you weren't allowed to kill during a contract and had to contend with an underworld enforcer?
What? Fake a death? And you can't even kill the enforcer? Huh. I don't envy you, friend. But a contract's a contract. Just do what you've got to do. Later then.
Across from the orc, we see the Argonian Taniva sipping from his mug, who hisses.
Why do you bother me?
If we speak to Taniva with low disposition, we learn that Ochiva was the intended original quest giver, and as an aside, due to this change, Ochiva has no dialogue herself for this quest.
For giving you this contract, Ochiva is wise beyond her years. You will fail in your task and die in the process.
Otherwise, Taniva, any advice when dealing with an Argonian enforcer?
The enforcer will not appreciate your little show. He'll likely attack you on sight, but you must resist the urge to fight back. May Sithis be with you.
We then find sleeping in the barracks on the eastern side of the room the bowman Talandril, who awakes with a start.
I find your very presence foul. Say what you will and then leave my sight.
With low disposition, she says.
Bah, you have neither the skill nor the daring to fulfill this contract. I hope the moneylender cuts out your heart.
Otherwise, we must stage the death of a Breton by cutting him with a poisoned blade and escaping a murderous enforcer hot on our heels. What would you do?
Remember, timing is everything.
You need to slash Motierre with the blade in Hides' Heart's presence, and then flee before the Enforcer can react. May your arrows always strike true.
With the mechanics of our theatrical faux contract laid bare, we must now take our role as supporting cast of Motierre's deception. Departing the sanctuary, our quest then updates. I must go to Coral, break into Francois Motierre's house, and then speak with him. Motierre requested we meet this way, so he is expecting me. Arriving at Coral's northern entrance as night falls, this is where the quest diverges into two distinct paths. One is failing the quest, which is interesting as, according to the unofficial Elder Scrolls page, this is the only quest for the Dark Brotherhood you can not only fail, but there are direct consequences. So, to get a better grasp of the ramifications of our actions of failing said quest, let's first explore what happens when we succeed in executing Motierre's plan, instead of murdering the fraudulent Breton degenerate. Entering Motierre's lavish abode through the front double doors, we find Francois is taken aback, even though he is no doubt expecting our arrival.
Oh, well, hello. You must be the one Lucien Lachance told me about. I've been expecting you. We haven't got much time, I'm afraid. I borrowed quite a bit of gold from some underworld types. I missed a payment. Now they don't even want the money. They say I insulted them. They've sent an enforcer to kill me. His name is Hides' Heart, and he's on his way here now. That's why I hired you, so you can fake my death.
We're then presented with 3 dialogue trees which vary Francois' reaction. As always, we have the option to say nothing.
When Hides' Heart gets here, I'll put on a little act.
Or, go on, Motierre. I'm listening.
Well, when Hides' Heart gets here, I'll put on a little act. You'll cut me with your poison knife, and that vile enforcer will think I'm dead.
And finally, the most visceral response being, by Sithis, spit it out, you worm.
Oh, sorry. Please, I'm sorry. See, when Hides' Heart gets here, I'll put on a little act. Then you cut me with the knife, and it looks like I die. You must then flee from Coral, and Hides' Heart must not be killed. That way he can go back and tell his employers I'm dead. If you wait a day, my body will be put on display in the Coral Chapel Undercroft. You can come to me then and administer the antidote. Got all that? Good. Hides' Heart will be here any moment. Get ready. Oh, I do hope this works.
It seems our performance for the Argonian loan shark is almost nigh, and before we fake Motierre's death, we equip our costume and welcome persona of ruthless Dark Brotherhood assassin, barely having time to slip into our shrouded armor when we hear a banging at the door, followed by a guttural growl from none other than Hides' Heart.
Motierre, I know you're in there. My employers are most displeased. I'm coming in, and you can beg for your life. Not that it will do you any good.
Motierre, I am here to exact payment in blood. You will... Eh? Who is this?
Oh no! What am I to do? An underworld enforcer and a Dark Brotherhood assassin, both here to kill poor Francois.
The Dark Brotherhood? Oh, you have been a naughty boy, Motierre, haven't you? Stand aside, assassin. Motierre is mine. My employers demand it.
Ah! What's this? Oh, Dark Brotherhood assassin, please don't cut me with that wicked blade. It looks like this is the end of poor Francois.
We'll see who gets to cut you, Motierre. Let me show you how a real killer operates. You Dark Brotherhood mongrel. Defend.
Look out!
Internally pained, we attempt to reason with the competing assassin to no avail as he swings his two-handed sword at us in a horizontal slash aimed at spilling our innards on the floor. Knowing our guard is wearing thin, the Argonian flashily spins and taunts to punctuate his upper hand.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
We then desperately dart up the stairs, our only hope to put him off balance. Leveraging the high ground, we cast a paralyze spell so he's immobile for a moment, but able to witness what comes next.
Now is not the time.
As the Argonian rises, we cut Motierre, and our quest updates reading. Motierre has been slashed with the Langewine blade, and appears to have died from the wound, as expected. I must now flee from Coral and leave Hydes's heart alive. Motierre expectantly crumples, and we hear Hydes's heart's furious growl as we burst out of the double doors, hitting the ground running into the town square. The Argonian enforcer gives us chase, and is more agile than we dared to imagine, swinging his large sword, even with his cumbersome armor to boot. It's only thanks to the intervention of the guards, who cannot turn a blind eye to murder in the street, do we have a reprieve, and return the favour to the guards with a quick slap of paralysis for the goon to endure as the sentries descend on him as we exit the city walls. Our quest then updates reading. I have fled Coral, and Hydes's heart has not been killed. I must now wait a day so Motierre can be discovered and placed in the Coral Chapel Undercroft. There, I must find Motierre and administer the antidote that will revive him. We then take our time to remove our unmistakable assassin's armor and re-equip our streetwear to re-enter the city walls unaccosted by the guards, and stroll casually to the looming Chapel of Stendar, located in the northwestern end of the town's cobble paths. Inside the building, we sit at the pews and wait the mandated day's time before descending sneakily down the chapel stairs into the reportedly cursed Undercroft. Once inside the tomb, surprisingly, we find the musty chamber is all but empty. The tombs of the dead remain undisturbed, and following the lamp's lights to guide us, we find in the eastern chamber the quote-unquote body of Francois Motierre laid out on a stone slab. Although his skin is cold to the touch, we give him the antidote and our quest updates reading. I've administered the Langewine antidote, and Francois Motierre has awakened from his poison-induced sleep. I should now speak with him and make sure he's well enough to travel to the Grey Mare.
Oh, I'm a bit stiff, but quite fine otherwise. Ah, yes, the Undercroft. My family members are buried here, you know. Which leads me to something I may have failed to mention before. My ancestors will see my revival as a desecration of their tomb. This Undercroft is, well, quite cursed. Any desecration will cause my ancestors to rise from their graves and defend their resting place. I can hear them coming as we speak. You must protect me. Escort me to the Grey Mare where I can buy passage out of Coral. Ah, here they come. Oh, my, Aunt Margaret. You're looking the worse for wear.
Motierre's undead family rightfully attack him as he plays fisticuffs with his dear old aunt. We rely...
This end. I'm on your side.
A quest then updates reading. Motierre has been revived, but his ancestors have risen from the dead, angry at the desecration of their tomb. I must keep Motierre alive and escort him out of the Undercroft and to the Grey Mare, where he can arrange passage out of Cyrodiil. We cannot help but wonder if his rotting kin are enraged at meeting his mother prematurely in the afterlife. And so we take the hapless Motierre with us as we crush the bones of more of his bloodline.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
Realizing Francois' feebleness in combat, we then pause and he queries.
Is it not safe? Do you want me to wait here?
No, Motierre. Not with you attempting to bludgeon your dead relatives with pathetic palm strikes, at least. Wait here.
Very well. I will wait here until you return. You will return, won't you?
Considering momentarily to leave the Breton to a well-deserved fate, we remember our oath to Sithis and equip our bow to stalk down the final loitering corpse in the Western Chamber. With the last of Motierre's line dispatched, and us pocketing some of their flesh for alchemical experiments later, we are left to wonder where the final zombie was hiding the lockpick on their person. Rounding the pillar, we find Motierre is alive, but jittery at best.
I must get to the Grey Mare. Must get away from here. Is it not safe? Do you want me to wait here?
It's safe now. The rest of your family is dead.
Very good. Let us hurry to the Grey Mare.
Ascending the stairs, we waste no more time. Exiting the chapel and hitting the streets of Coral in a jog towards the Grey Mare. Upon entering the drinking establishment near the city's southern entrance, Motierre exclaims,
"Ah, the Grey Mare! Coral's finest repository of wine, women, and song."
Hello. An enthused Motierre then thanks.
"Ah, the Grey Mare. From here I will be able to arrange for transportation out of Cyrodiil. You have served me well, assassin. Francois is forever in your debt. Farewell."
The Breton, now safe, seems to soak in the boozy atmosphere, and before we move to take our leave, he bars the door and thanks us once more.
"Thanks again, assassin. Your services have been invaluable. Soon I will find passage out of Cyrodiil and be rid of those moneylenders forever."
Her quest then updates reading, Motierre has escaped. I must now return to the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary and speak with Vicente Valtieri to receive my reward. Meeting the vampire in the sanctuary, he greets.
"Ah, so Motierre has escaped. Well done. As payment, I am pleased to award you this amulet, Cruelty's Heart, as well as another advancement in rank. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Eliminator. Your blood is cold, your heart hard. You exemplify everything the Dark Brotherhood stands for. I present to you now this key. It unlocks the well behind the abandoned house above. Use it to gain hidden, quick access to this sanctuary.
In return for our services, we gain a rank, an amulet, and a well key for easy access to the sanctuary, and after which the citizens of Coral can be heard saying,
"Francois Motierre hasn't left his house in days. Hasn't come down to the tavern, refuses to have visitors. I think the man's gone batty."
And
"You won't believe what's happened. Francois Motierre has been killed. Murdered by the Dark Brotherhood. It's true. I saw the body myself."
Hello.
I heard the most disturbing rumor. Someone told me Francois Motierre has been murdered by the Dark Brotherhood. It's not true, is it?
Hi there. May your kills be quick and many.
So, we know how to succeed with the quest and gain the rewards. But how instead do we fail the quest, and what is the punishment for doing so? First off, we can meet Motierre in his abode before the quest even begins, and it seems he is rightly petrified of his assailants.
"Please, just take what you want and leave. I won't call the guards, I swear."
So much so that he stays true to his word, and we are able to loot all of his belongings without repercussion. Congruently, if we decide to turn a home invasion into a homicide,
Hey, come on now.
we will fail the quest as soon as we receive it from Valtieri.
"Spill some blood for me, dear."
If Francois is alive when we receive the quest, if we kill Hydes' heart, we will fail to receive a reward. However, during the quest, if we also kill Motierre, or God forbid, his vengeful zombie family tear him to shreds for sacrificing his own mother, we will also fail the quest.
Ha! Do your worst.
But if we meet one of these failure criteria, what does absolute failure actually mean? Well, it's more than just foregoing a bonus as we had in previous quests, as there are direct negative consequences. The first is a little strange, but we will not receive one infamy point for this quest. Additionally, several rewards will be delayed until the completion of the next quest, The Lonely Wanderer, as Valtieri will not give us the well key and we will not gain the rank of Eliminator.
So, Francois Motierre has been killed. He hired us. sacrificed his own mother's blood, and we could not even fulfill our end of the bargain. By failing to fulfill this contract, you have brought shame upon us all. Leave me now, and contemplate your uselessness as a member of this family.
Our worst punishment comes in the form of Vicente's disposition. It will markedly drop -71 instead of the +80 for successfully completing the quest. This will, in all likelihood, result in him turning aggressive, which means we would have to fight and kill him and the other Dark Brothers, and most likely be kicked out of the Brotherhood. Only raising his disposition prior or things like charm spells will get us out of a bind and be able to yield.
I accept your surrender.
It is somewhat ironic that murdering the coward Motierre and or his assailant is the only contract to have our one-time quest giver turn hostile towards us.
Were I not ordered to assist you, I would forego the tenets and feast on your blood.
This is the dark tale of the skooma-addled fiend Faelian in Oblivion, and exploring who possibly would order a contract on his life. Upon entering the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary, we approach Vicente Valtieri in his subterranean dawn for some somber news.
Well now, you are an ambitious one, aren't you? I'm afraid I have no more contracts for you. Our time working together has come to an end. Instead, you must report to Ochiva here in the sanctuary. She will be providing all your contracts from now on, and is waiting for you as we speak. Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
Although we will miss the vampire Vicente, we now have a new contract giver and purpose, and accordingly seek out the Argonian assassin Ochiva in the floor above, who looks up from her copy of the lusty Argonian maid and greets.
Ah, greetings. I have been waiting for you. As Vicente surely told you, your time working with him has come to an end. From now on, you will receive all assignments directly from me. In fact, your next contract is available now. In the Imperial City, there lives a high elf who must be removed from existence. Finding this person may prove challenging. Are you interested?
For you, Ochiva? Always. I accept the contract.
I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Your target is a high elf named Faelian. He lives somewhere in the Imperial City and fancies long walks. Unfortunately, that's all we know. We don't know which district he calls home, which establishments he frequents, or anything about his schedule. This contract will require a bit of detective work. I suggest you speak to your fellow brothers and sisters and see if they can offer any advice. Ah, yes, there is one more thing. The Imperial City is also home to an Imperial Legion captain named Adamus Philida. Do you know who that is?
We then have a flashback of remembrance, as it was Philida himself who had thrown us in the Imperial prison when investigating our first contract.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch! I'm confiscating your stolen goods. Now pay your fine, or it's off to jail.
Our contempt in full display. We have three options to reply being: the first, feign ignorance and respond, "No, I've never heard of him."
Heed my words. Philida has dedicated his life to eradicating the Dark Brotherhood.
Or, as always, to say nothing.
He becomes rather irate when our duties take us to the Imperial City.
Otherwise, Philida, that self-righteous lapdog.
Quite. Then you know he has dedicated his life to eradicating the Dark Brotherhood and doesn't appreciate when we operate within the Imperial City. When that happens, he tends to make our lives uncomfortable. Let's not give the good captain any reason to go poking around in our affairs, If possible, do away with Faelian someplace out of the way, definitely indoors with no other people around, a secure location with no witnesses. This will make it look like a simple murder. Philida will be none the wiser, and you'll receive a nice bonus. Now go, and may Sithis go with you.
The quest, The Lonely Wanderer, is then added to our journal. Curious for more information, Ochiva reiterates.
While Faelian walks the streets of the Imperial City, the Night Mother weeps in her restlessness. Kill this high elf, and all will be well.
Furthermore, with low disposition, our quest giver will morbidly wish.
I have given you little more than a name. I can only pray that you'll wander the Imperial City aimlessly for days and then eventually die of hunger.
Otherwise, with Philida snipping around and the Imperial City, which is a large city to say the least, where would we even begin?
The High Elf Faelian lives in the Imperial City and fancies long walks. Speak with your fellow family members. They may offer their insights. May the Night Mother guide you.
With the momentous task at hand, we eagerly seek out the guidance from our fellow assassins, starting with Ochiva's own twin brother, Taniva, who barks.
Why do you bother me?
With low disposition, he admits.
With every unattainable contract my sister gives you, I find myself loving her more and more.
Otherwise, Taniva, we must begin a manhunt in the Imperial City. What are our odds of survival?
I do so love pursuing a contract in the Imperial City. The alleys, the shadows, the challenge of evading Philida's Legion troops. I envy you. May Sithis be with you.
Apparently, the High Elf Faelian will prove good sport. We then make our way into the Southern Combat Training Room and find the ever-crouched, crotch-cutting Antoinette Marie.
Why do you insist on annoying me?
If our disposition is low, she shares.
I don't know what idea appeals to me more. You getting killed by this Faelian person, or the Imperial Legion using your corpse as a target dummy?
Otherwise, we've been tasked with killing a High Elf in the Imperial City, but must make sure his death isn't public.
Know what I'd do? Talk to Faelian, learn who he is. Maybe then you can lead him to a secluded place. Then, when you're alone, you know. I'll be seeing you then.
Wicked laugh aside, the Breton has a decent plan. Lure Faelian into a web of her own making. We then make our way into the northern dormitory where the burly brawler Gogren Gro-Bolmug promises.
If not for the tenants, I would slay you where you stand. You, what do you want?
With low disposition, he taunts.
By Sithis, you are an idiot. Ochiva has sent you on a suicide mission. Philida's men are gonna cut you to pieces.
Otherwise, Gogren, my contract allows me to kill my target, the only stipulation being with no witnesses and in a secluded area. Thoughts?
Now this is what I'm talking about. You kill him up close, face to face, and you still get the bonus. I wish all the contracts were like that. Later then.
Making our way back into the main hall, we can now glean extra contract information off Vicente himself, and he can speak with us as well with less than favourable disposition.
Were I not ordered to assist you, I would forego the tenets and feast on your blood.
With low disposition, he derides.
I look at you and wonder how you're still alive, considering your utter incompetence as an assassin. With any luck, this contract will be your last.
Otherwise, Vicente, we're admittedly a bit lost on how to track down this wandering high elf in the Imperial City. He could be anywhere.
The elves of the Imperial City are a fairly close-knit community. One of them will have at least heard of Faelian. You should ask around. Farewell, brother.
That is, by far, the best advice yet. Surely the elves will spread gossip on one of their own. They always do. Speaking of gossiping elves, we lastly seek out the archer, Talandril, back from her scouting mission.
I find your very presence foul. Say what you will and then leave my sight.
With low disposition, she berates.
So, you need to find this high elf, Why don't you take a trip to Somerset Isle? Ask around for him there. Idiot.
Otherwise, Talandril, We have to kill a high elf in a secluded area. How would an archer of your caliber execute the contract?
I'd never suggest you forfeit a bonus, of course, but killing Faelian indoors is so unappealing. Too bad you couldn't snipe him from a balcony.
But first I guess you have to find him, right? The elven races of the Imperial City are a community unto themselves. Ask them about Faelian. May your arrows always strike true.
Ah, greetings.
She is right about one thing. A bow will be difficult if we follow the contract and deal with the elf in close quarters. Exiting the sanctuary, our quest updates further, thanks to speaking with our fellow assassins, and reads: I must go to the Imperial City, find a high elf named Faelian, and kill him. If there are any witnesses to the killing, or if I eliminate him in any non-secure location, my reward will be greatly reduced. I should start my search by asking any elves in the Imperial City if they've ever heard of Faelian. As directed, our search takes us to the Imperial City, and we make our way to the infamous Merchant's Inn in the Market District to mingle with the locals and search out the city's elves.
I'm waiting.
Once inside, we bump into a dark elf trader looking to leave named Nilphus Omelian. With low disposition, he rebuffs our questions about Faelian.
Who? Faelian? I don't see how that's any business of yours at all. Really, the gall of some people.
Otherwise, we raise his disposition the best way we know how for merchants.
I'll take that, and thank you very much.
Then, when his disposition is over 50, we ask, I'm looking for a high elf. Faelian is his name. Heard of him?
Faelian, you say? Why, yes, I know who he is. Rather distasteful fellow, actually. I believe he lives at the Tiber Septim Hotel. That's in the Talos Plaza district, here in the Imperial City. I'd ask around there if I were you. You too.
And here we assumed he would reside in the Elven Gardens. Our quest then updates guiding. Faelian lives at the Tiber Septim Hotel in the Talos Plaza district of the Imperial City. I should ask around for him there. I can feel myself getting closer. But I must remember, I will forfeit my bonus if Faelian is killed in an unsecure location. The hotel simply will not do. Making our way to the upmarket district, once inside the hotel, we speak to the Red Guard bookseller, Fintius.
Go on.
With low disposition, he feigns.
If I liked you better, then I might tell you.
Lacing his palms with septums loosens his tongue.
Oh, that's just the thing.
And then we ask, who can I speak to about a high elf Faelian who resides here?
Talk to the publican, Augusta Calidia. I'm sure she can tell you more about him. Good day.
Behind the counter, we find the Breton publican, Augusta Callida, face buried in the naughty novel The Lusty Argonian Maid. As an aside, the reason I know which books the NPCs are reading is thanks to the unofficial wiki. Curiously, we see a copy of the Black Horse Courier titled Night Mother Rituals on a counter, which is perhaps a clue we will backpocket for later in regards to Faelian's murder. For now, we disturb the Breton from her book and she greets.
Welcome, friend, to the Tiber Septim Hotel. I am Augusta Alidia, your hostess.
With low disposition, she simply waves off.
I might know him. I might not. I don't see how it's any of your business.
With disposition between 30 and 50, she admits.
Yes, I know who Faelian is. Know quite a bit about him, actually, but I probably shouldn't gossip. I mean, we hardly know each other.
Purchasing Callida's confidence, we say,
every little bit helps.
Augusta, there's an elf about named Faelian. I think you know him.
Faelian? Oh, I know him all right. A waste of life, that one. He lives here, you know, with his sweetheart, a trainer. What that poor girl sees in him, I'll never know. A trainer pays for their room, their food, everything. She's quite wealthy, I believe. Faelian used to have money. Used to be quite a gentleman, too. But that was before he took a fancy to the, you know, the skooma. Now Faelian's hardly ever here. He's off using skooma or wandering the city looking for some, I imagine. He comes back every night to be with a trainer, but only for a few hours, I swear. That high elf is going to wind up dead if he keeps living like this. Farewell.
Thanks to Augustus singing like a stuck cliff racer, our quest updates reading. Faelian was once a wealthy nobleman, but has squandered his fortune on skooma. Faelian spends most of his time wandering the city looking for the drug, leaving his sweetheart, a trainer, at the Tiber Septim Hotel. Maybe a trainer has some information. What I know for certain is that Faelian is very close to death. But I must not kill him in the hotel if I wish to get my bonus. Heading up the stairs of the hotel, our quest diverges into two options. The first is to fail the mission and forego the bonus, which arguably gives us clues in itself. Entering the upstairs section, we find to our right behind the first door a small room with sparse furniture, a closet and dining table in the western corner, and on the bed we see a high elf sleeping soundly next to his partner. The male is in tattered clothing and awakes with a start.
Huh? What do you want? Sorry, can't talk now. I'm with my lady friend here. Talk to me later. Not here, not in the hotel. Okay.
Confirming this is indeed our skooma adult quarry, we watch him fall back into his stupor and unsheath our wicked blade, executing him in one deadly strike. Our quest and updates reading. Faelian has been killed, but not in a secure location, so my reward will be reduced. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Ochiva to receive said reward. Once inside the sanctuary, Ochiva says,
Yes, Faelian has been killed, but you did not exercise discretion. How many witnesses were there? We may never know. But you can be sure Adamus Philida will suspect the Dark Brotherhood was involved and will launch an investigation. I had hoped to avoid such an irritation. Here is your reward, but the bonus is forfeit. Do try to be more careful next time,
If, instead, we follow Ochiva's instructions to the letter, this will bring us to Method 2, where we can return to the Tiber Septim Hotel, waiting for the High Elf Faelian to depart, and move in to speak to his girlfriend, a trainer, and learn more of our target.
Oh, Faelian, dear Faelian, why must you ruin both our lives? And what might you want, peasant?
With low disposition, we say, Hiya, trainer, about your boyfriend, Faelian.
Oh, just get away from me. My relationship with Faelian is none of your business.
With higher disposition, we can say, sorry, it's just, look, I see you and Faelian together. You seem so sweet on him.
Faelian? He's my sweet, my true love. But I don't know why I'm telling this to you. I mean, we hardly know each other and all.
And finally, with disposition above 50, I understand. It's none of my business. I can just tell you're going through something difficult, and Faelian, well, he looks like he could use a friend.
Please, I don't mean to get emotional, but I feel I can trust you. I just don't know what to do about Faelian. All he thinks about, all he cares about is skooma. He was a fine young man once, but he's lost everything. His looks, his money, his self-respect. I followed him a few times to see where he goes. He walks around the city looking for skooma. And then he goes to Lorkmir's house for several hours. It's in the Elfin Gardens district. I think the house is deserted. That's why he goes there, so he can escape from life and do his skooma. Thank you for listening. You're a good friend. I just hope my sweet Faelian can clean himself up, or that awful skooma will be the death of him. Oh, yes. Goodbye.
The death of him, indeed. Don't worry, trainer. We'll take care of you, sweet. Our quest and updates guiding. Faelian is alone every day for several hours at Lorkmir's house in the Elven Gardens district of the Imperial City. I could kill him there to avoid any witnesses. As we move to exit the Tiber Septum, we bump into none other than Faelian himself.
Hey, whoa! You shouldn't sneak up on people like that. What? What do you want? Friend? Wait. You're not my friend. If you were my friend, you'd give me something. Like, you know, skooma.
Where are you going? To Lorkmir's house? Hey, do you want a travelling buddy, Faelian?
Faelian? Hey, that's my name. Yeah, I'm Faelian.
Seeing as we've hit a bit of a brick wall, we ask, Faelian, are you looking for some skooma, perhaps?
Skooma? Oh, yeah. You want to be my friend? I'll tell you what. Skooma's the only thing I want. You get me some. Now listen up. Skooma. You know what that is? Get me some skooma and we'll be good friends. Okay? Do you have any skooma now? 'Cause I can be your friend right now.
Look at this bottle. I think I have some skooma, Faelian.
Wait. You lied. Oh, that's mean, Nordino. In Bravil, he sells skooma. Late at night. Go get me some, okay?
Otherwise, sorry, friend. I don't seem to have any skooma on me.
Oh, okay. Well, you get me some skooma, and then we'll be good friends, okay? Okay? Nordino, in Bravil, he sells it late at night. Oh, hey, yeah, I'll talk to you. Later? Yeah, later.
Hoping Faelian would forget our recent encounter, his mind clamps down on the idea of his next skooma fix.
Oh, hi. Hi again. You're the one who was going to bring me some skooma to be my friend. Yeah, I remember you. Now...
Realizing the only way to gain his friendship comes at a price, being a vial of the illicit substance, we then decide to follow Faelian's dubious guidance and our quest update saying, I met Faelian and he wants me to supply him with skooma. If I do that, he may consider me a friend, making his elimination that much easier. Faelian mentioned that a man named Nordina in Bravil sells skooma late at night. Congruently, we begin our long travel south and arrive at Bravil's northern gate just past the stroke of midnight. And as promised, we find the infamous dealer Nordina wedged between the Lonely Suitor Lodge and the Fair Deal which he runs during the day. Approaching him, he gets down to business and we find 5 bottles of skooma in his inventory for a tidy 128 septums apiece. However, we just need 1.
A bargain at any price. Come back and see me again. Bye.
Exiting the seedy city and returning to the Tiber Septum, we find Faelian once more, loitering out front, who absent-mindedly greets.
Oh, hi! Hi again! You're the one who was going to bring me some skooma to be my friend. Yeah, I remember you. Now...
Plucking the bottle from our shroud, we say, You're in luck, Faelian, my friend. I have some skooma with your name on it.
You have skooma? Oh, my friend. Yeah, you're my friend now. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, now that we're friends, you want to come with me to my special place? It's not, very far. If you want, come to Lorkmir's house. I go there every day, from 11 in the morning till 5 at night. I just go and relax. Lorkmir ain't around no more. I use his house. Here's a key for you. You come whenever you want. Okay, then. Oh, yeah. His house is in the, Elven Gardens district. So, yeah. Maybe I'll see you there, my new friend. Goodbye, my friend.
The skooma is then removed from our inventory and replaced with Lorkmir's house key. As we turn to depart, Faelian thanks.
Skooma? Oh, yeah. Hey, you gave me some skooma. You are so nice. Oh, yeah, you're such a good friend.
The elf then takes his leave and our quest updates reading. I've supplied Faelian with skooma and gained some valuable information in return. Every day from 11 in the morning until 5 at night, Faelian goes to Lorkmir's house in the Elven Gardens district of the Imperial City. The house is deserted, so Faelian goes there to use his skooma. I could kill him there to avoid any witnesses, and conveniently enough, he's even given me a key. Entering the apparently absent Lorkmir's house, we find general clutter littering the ground floor, and the place looks mostly abandoned, bar a single dining table in the northwest corner adorned with some bread and cheese, plus a side of 3 skooma vials for Faelian to wash his supper down with. We then begin to search Lorkmir's house further. Heading up the stairs to the main bedroom, we find, although lit by candlelight, the furniture is toppled. Cobwebs have taken over as the new decor of choice, intermingling with dirt and debris. But no sign of Faelian or his missing friend Lorkmir. Heading down to the basement, we see the cellar packed with foodstuffs like any other. However, descending the stairs, we spot a pool of coagulated blood against the wall. Its source, the Nord warrior Lorkmir, lying face down in his own spilled crimson liquid. We see on him his dagger, still sheathed, as apparently he did not have time to put up a struggle, or knew his attacker. Yet next to his body is a steel dagger, no doubt the murder weapon of choice, to puncture his vital organs before leaving his corpse to rot undetected. Leaving the shoddy crime scene, we trace our way back the way we came, making our way to the ground floor and take a seat, awaiting Faelian's return at 11 a.m. The High Elf enters the door, undoubtedly startled at our presence.
Hey, whoa! You shouldn't sneak up on people like that. Hey, my friend! You made it, huh? That's great. Did you want to just relax, or did you want something else?
We then have 3 options to reply. The first being, as always, to say nothing.
You're kind of weird. You know that? But that's okay. I like crazy people. I like crazy people. And skooma. Shh.
Otherwise, shh. Hush now. It's time to sleep.
Sleep? But nah. No, I'm not tired. Not tired right now. I have lots of, energy. The skooma. I can feel it in my veins.
And finally, I want your soul, Faelian.
My soul? Whoa! Wow! Yeah! Okay, yeah! That sounds great! You can have my soul. Can I have your soul too? Oh, wow.
Faelian then begins pacing Lorkmir's house, working up an itch for his next fix, deeming the location as secure as it ever will be. And our only witness, the Night Mother, we spring on Faelian and cast a spell of paralysis. However, he pops up in record time, and we put him down with a single swing of our mace before he can fully react. Our quest then updates reading. Faelian is dead. I killed him in Lorkmir's house, a secure location with no witnesses. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Ochiva and receive my reward and bonus. And so we head back to the sanctuary in Shadenhall, mulling over the sparse clues as to who ordered Faelian's death. Once inside, we see Ochiva, who greets.
The High Elf Faelian now swims in the maelstrom of darkness at the feet of our dread father, Sithis, and there were no witnesses to your handiwork. Because of the discretion you exercised, Captain Philida will not suspect the Dark Brotherhood was involved and will not meddle in our affairs. Here is your reward and bonus. Both have been well earned. Go now and rest, and may the Night Mother guard your dreams.
We then receive a level-dependent gold reward, up to 600 gold, and 1 single infamy point. Seeing as we were not detected, we also receive Shadow Hunt, the bow, as a bonus, imbued with damage health and damage magicka enchantments. After which, the citizens of the Imperial City can be heard gossiping about the incident.
A friend of mine is a member of the Legion. He said some Altmer nobleman was murdered right here in the city. Faelian, I think his name was.
But who ordered the hit on Faelian? As with previous contracts, it's clear the developers go to pains to plant evidence of who ordered the contract. So, our first clue, when attempting to establish the contract giver's identity and motives, seems to be, as with previous contracts, the parameters of the bonus. Interestingly, in this case, it is stressed/stipulated multiple times that we must not kill Faelian in the Tibus Septim Hotel. Returning to the scene of the crime in the hotel, we can follow up on our 3 prime suspects. A glaring piece of evidence, the Night Mother's Rituals edition of the Black Horse Courier, sits on Augusta Callida's desk. Well, we can assume Augusta and the other residents had access to this injudicious entry, which outlines how to carry out the Black Sacrament. Suspect 1 seems to be Augusta, the publican of the Tibus Septim Hotel. But why would she want Faelian dead? Motive would be ridding herself of a useless leech, putting a tarnish on the establishment's reputation. Stipulating the murder was outside of the hotel's walls would bolster this theory, although it should be noted, I searched the Septim's basement and alas, there is no secret evidence of the ritual being performed. Our second suspect is thanks to some online theories pointing to Lorkmere himself. They posit that he could have gotten in an argument over skooma, perhaps with Faelian, and that Faelian had threatened to kill Lorkmere. And in retaliation, Lorkmere performed to the Black Sacrament before he was actually slain by Faelian. However, this seems unlikely and convoluted at best. Our third and final option is our strongest bet. Curiously, after slaying Faelian and sparing a trainer, we can return to her and she still resides at the Tibus Septim Hotel and will continue to live there and nonchalantly answer.
Yes. My name is Atrena. How do you do?
It is a strange response for someone who just lost their mate. But seeing the melancholy in Atrena's eyes and despondent attitude, it would be easy to mistake this for grief. What if she was prematurely grieving Faelian after performing the sacrament? Knowing that Lorkmere was dead thanks to Faelian, Atrena could have accidentally happened upon his corpse when Faelian confessed and used his body to perform the ritual that she learned thanks to the Black Horse Courier copy in the hotel. Furthermore, we cannot kill Faelian outdoors and are steered towards Lorkmere's house, which only Atrena and Faelian are aware of, as far as we can tell, and Atrena divulges said information when questioned and had cause to make sure Faelian's death was not only out of sight, away from the hotel in which she lived, but also to cast suspicion from herself and onto Lorkmere and a falling out between the two. And finally, Atrena divulges all of this information to a complete stranger, despite herself. She may have shed real tears over losing Faelian, yet her ruse seems to drop into something colder as we depart to murder her suite.
Oh, yes. Goodbye.
I know, Nisha, and I meant no disrespect. It's just that I hate waiting around like this, watching him suffer.
This is the story of bad medicine in Oblivion, and exploring who ordered the contract on the already dying warlord Roderick's life. Re-entering the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary, we seek out Ochiva for our next contract.
I am honored by your presence. How can Ochiva be of assistance? I have another contract when you're ready, one that will rely on your ability to remain fully undetected.
Fully undetected sounds like quite the challenge. What are the details?
Far to the west, there lives a fierce warlord and his company of loyal mercenaries. Your target is the warlord. Do you accept this contract?
A chance to take down a fierce warlord? Yes, of course I accept.
Excellent. Now listen closely. Nestled in the mountains to the west lies Fort Such. It is the home of the warlord Roderick and his mercenaries. Roderick has recently taken ill. He now lies in eternal slumber, kept alive only by the daily administration of a powerful medicine. You must infiltrate Fort Such, find Roderick's medicine, and replace it with a poisoned bottle I will provide, but you must remain undetected. Whomever arranged this contract wants it to look like Roderick died from his illness, so discretion is essential. Attack no one. Be seen by no one. If you are detected, the poisoning will fail, and Roderick must be killed in some other manner. That will, of course, forfeit your bonus.
Achiever then hands us the bottle of poison, and we have but more questions about the assassination, but she simply presses the urgency of said contract.
Roderick may lie near death, but dead he is not. Until his soul has passed, our client, Ansithis, will not be satisfied.
With low disposition, Achiever will state,
Actually, I gave you this contract in the hope that whatever Roderick has is contagious, and you'll die a slow, lingering death in a matter of days.
Otherwise, Achiever, you said he was ill. Is it safe for us to get close?
It's uncertain exactly what illness Roderick has contracted, but don't worry, it's probably not contagious. May the Night Mother guide you.
Now we are left with even more questions about not only how to infiltrate this Fort Such, but also Roderick's mysterious illness and why someone would opt to hasten said ailment to an early grave. Seeking out fellow Dark Brotherhood companions for clues, we find inside the training room our ex-contract giver, the vampire Vicente Valtieri, who greets.
You are like a dark gift from the Night Mother herself. Please, tell me how I can help. Go ahead, please.
With low disposition, he says,
Roderick is a mercenary leader, and his people are fanatically loyal. They will cut you to ribbons if they see you, and they will see you.
Otherwise, I hear my target, Roderick, is surrounded by mercenaries.
These mercenary groups tend to be fanatically loyal to whomever leader they follow. Roderick's people will likely fight to the death. Be cautious. Farewell, brother.
On the eastern side of the training room is the ever-bobbing Breton, Antoinette Marie.
Why do you insist on annoying me?
With low disposition, she mocks.
I think it says something about Achiever's faith in your abilities when she gives you a contract to kill someone who isn't even conscious.
Otherwise, Antoinette, have you heard? We've been tasked with poisoning our latest victim.
Oh, using poison is so deliciously evil. I once poisoned my aunt's stew, and she fell over dead with her face right in the bowl. I'll be seeing you then.
In the northern living quarters, we find seated at the dining table the orc Gogren Bolmog.
Hail, my brother!
With low disposition, he taunts.
You, what do you want? Oh, this is gonna be funny. You're gonna be the first assassin in Dark Brotherhood history who couldn't even kill an invalid.
Otherwise, Gogren, how would you feel about a contract where the bonus is predicated on not being seen at all?
What do you mean nobody can see you? Where's the fun in that? Damn the bonus, I say. Just walk in there and stab him. Later then.
It's quite fortuitous so Achiever didn't send the orc to paint such red. But also begs the question, who doesn't want us to be seen and why? Do they want Roderick gone? Perhaps an inside job of someone close who wants the sick man to look like he died of natural causes. We then turn to speak to the Argonian Tenaiva.
Why do you bother me?
With low disposition, he says,
Fort Such? It is an impregnable fortress surrounded by mountains. You'll never even get inside, let alone kill your target. Good luck.
Otherwise, Tenaiva, you are masterful at stealth. How would you impregnate Fort Such undetected?
Fort Such? I am familiar with that place. It's nestled deep in the mountains. It is naturally well defended, but there is a weakness. Not far from the ruins of Fort Such lies the ruins of a tower. That tower was once part of the Fort Such Abbey. The two ruins lie apart on the surface, but underground they're connected by some now flooded tunnels. Wet and dark, yes, but surely unguarded. May Sithis be with you.
Ah, so there is another entry point. That's very interesting. Lastly, we speak to the sleeping wood elf, Talandril.
I find your very presence foul. Say what you will and then leave my sight.
With low disposition, she complains.
This is an outrage. This contract should have gone to me. My stealth skills are unmatched. You will never succeed. Never!
Otherwise, Talandril, how would you get to the well-guarded warlord Roderick?
Ah, now this is the type of contract I live for. You must become pure shadow. It's as if you were never there. And then Roderick simply dies. May your arrows always strike true.
Agreeing with the Wood Elf's assessment, we note we must don our shrouded armor and make our way out of the sanctuary to the western Fort Such. Our quest then updates, reading, I must sneak into Fort Such, find the medicine of the debilitated warlord Roderick, and replace it with the poisoned bottle Ochiva has given me. If I am detected by any of the mercenaries, or if Roderick is killed in any other manner, my bonus is forfeit. Fortunately, I've learned of an alternate way inside that should be unguarded. Not far from the ruins of Fort Such lie the ruins of the Fort Such Abbey. If I enter there, I can get to Fort Such underground through some flooded tunnels, thanks to Taniva. For those of you interested in Oblivion's behind the scenes, it should be noted, Fort Such was originally the 10th city to feature in Oblivion as seen in game art on screen. However, it was subsequently removed prior to release for reasons still unknown, although ironically it would have featured Kinnereth's missing chapel, and as irony would have it, Fort Such in the final release of the game is dilapidated and has been reclaimed by nature. Arriving just south of the fort located north of Anvil in the Gold Coast, our quest then deviates into two distinct paths. The second option would be more intricate and rewarding if we follow Ochiva's instructions to the letter, which we will of course investigate soon. However, first, let's quickly explore taking the Orc Gogren's advice and barreling our way through the fort, forgoing the bonus and hacking our way to the impaired target Roderick. Entering the main fort's entrance, located underneath its crumbling shell, we then light our torch, forgoing any attempts at stealth, and are immediately spotted by the enemy, and our quest updates reading, I have been detected by someone in Fort Such. That means the poisoning will fail. I must now kill Roderick the old-fashioned way. The incensed sentry then rushes at us, but is casually dispatched with a single strike. After eliminating the Breton, we have two choices to proceed, either the main gate or side gates. Congruently, we take the direct route, as the large portcullis gate is simply opened by a nearby lever, and while the side gate would have afforded us the ability to sidestep any mercenary patrols, we have chosen the direct route, and simply make a beeline to Roderick across the bridge. Seeing our sleeping target above, we enter the tunnel below him, and find at the end of the long hall fitfully sleeps the Red Guard warlord, and we move to jostle him to no avail. A pop-up then reads, Roderick's skin is pale and covered in a sheen of sweat. It's obvious he's struggling for life against whatever illness has claimed him. Although we've foregone any semblance of stealth, we know our time before we're found is short. We then take our mace and then crush the feeble man's head like an old coconut, sending his corpse sprawling off the bed in a heap. Our quest then updates, reading, I've completed the contract, but not as directed, so the bonus is forfeit. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Ochiva to receive my reward. We then check the fallen Red Guard's body and find a paltry 10 gold on his corpse and pluck his pants off his remains as a final act of disrespect. Rushing out of the fort the way we came and hearing the echoes of angry voices trailing impotently behind us, we escaped such unscathed. Arriving back at the Cheydinhal Sanctuary, we find a slightly disappointed quest giver, Ochiva, back turned to us in our quarters, who, upon our return, admonishes.
Roderick is dead, and Sithis is appeased. Unfortunately, the same is not true of the client who arranged this contract. You were to avoid detection and kill Roderick by means of poison, yet you failed to follow these parameters. Here is your reward, minus any bonus. It would seem you and Gogren share a similar style. Now go, and do be more careful in the future.
Instead, if we follow the contract's guidelines and, with some detective work, attempt to learn who put the death mark on Roderick, we can take the Argonian Taniva's advice and locate close to the crumbling fort the bare base of the rumoured remnants of the chapel to the southeast. Unlocking its single trapdoor entrance, our quest updates as soon as our feet hit the dank stone floor below. I have successfully entered Fort Such. I must now locate Roderick's medicine and replace it with a bottle of poisoned medicine. Skulking across the serpentine subfloor, we find it is indeed submerged as promised. However, as we make our way further into the fort, we also find the entrance is unfortunately guarded and press ourselves into a small encrusted alcove as a single high elf female mercenary makes her rounds. As the Altmer passes unaware, we then tiptoe towards the main hall and find the gate is locked and we need a key. We turn back to the northern wall to spy the High Elf resuming her patrol. Forced to follow the guard, and with our only chance of moving on, we sleuth behind this Lanafil as fast as we dare and pluck the key from her back pocket, with her none the wiser. Seeing her pass two of her companions ahead, we about-face and race back up the ramp as quiet as we can to the fort's main hall's grating, opening it with the key. And then overhearing a conversation from the guards loitering below.
I just don't know. Is the medicine sustaining Roderick's life, or just postponing his death? How can he survive for so long with a fever so high?
Roderick's fever's in check, unlike your tongue. How can you think such things after all he's done for us? For you. Have a little faith.
Faith? Are you telling me we're supposed to rely on the good graces of the divines to keep Roderick alive? Even he would laugh at such nonsense.
Then what would you propose? What more can we do? That medicine is keeping Roderick alive. For now, that's the best we can hope for.
I know, Nisha, and I meant no disrespect. It's just that I hate waiting around like this, watching him suffer.
As do we all, dear friend. Do not fear. I have been assured that the medicine will restore our Roderick to full health. But it will take some time.
Then let us trust a bit less to faith and a bit more to our own strength. I shall guard the medicine cabinet myself, just in case.
And I shall continue my vigil at Roderick's side. It's just a matter of time before our leader returns to us. I can feel it in my heart.
With the guard's conversation now over, we frantically search close by for our quarry and see over the main bridge to the southwest an outline in the distance of the Breton warrior Gerard Milly, thankfully too far to spot us this time. Gathering our bearings, we turn and see in the dark hall to the north, above the lit ledge, is the comatose Roderick, exposed on his bed. Hearing a commotion from the door whence we came, we dart to a nearby pillar for cover and see the two guards, Nisha and Ulmug grow Cromgog, following behind. The pair, it seems, are keeping to their word and, unfortunately for us, head inside the arch leading to Roderick. The red guard, Nisha, presumably to post up by his side and keep a vigil watch. The orc, as promised, taking his post at the medicine cabinet. Creeping behind the duo, we wait until they split off to their respective guard routes, seeing faintly in the distance Nisha by Roderick's bed. We then trace our way around the outermost square pillar and the orc warrior materializes in our path. We sidestep at the last minute around the pillar as the errant orc thankfully leaves his watch, questionably wandering in the nearby gloom. Free to complete our mission, we see Roderick's famed medicine cabinet, bathed in light and nigh unassailable, unless one was fully invisible. We then take the opportune moment before the orc returns to reach inside said cabinet and remove Roderick's precious life-giving medicine and replace it with our own sinister vial of poison. Our quest then updates and reads, the bottle of poisoned medicine has been placed in the cabinet and the real medicine removed. The next time Roderick is given treatment, he will die. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Ochiva to receive my reward. We're then free to retrace our steps out of the fort and to the safety of Such's exterior. However, it should be finally explored before we seek out Ochiva for our reward. Who wanted Roderick dead? And why? Well, thanks to the developers, we can follow these clues, and according to a keen-eyed Redditor, whoever ordered the hit knew about Roderick's illness and wants the assassin to stay undetected. That leaves a small amount of possible clients. The player can overhear a conversation between mercenaries Ulmug, Cromgog, and Nisha, in which Ulmug expresses his opinion that the medicine is merely extending Roderick's life and suffering instead of curing him. He seems a likely suspect, which means the hit on Roderick must be seen as a form of euthanasia. This is bolstered by the fact the developers made him stray from his guarding of the medicine cabinet from the logical position of the seat next to it, bathed in light, and instead he loiters behind the rock pillars, creating a glaring opening for a hired assassin with instructions to remain undetected, conveniently leaving he and his fellow mercenaries unharmed. Assuming the orc wanted to take the stead of his dead warlord master, seeing as his fellow mercenaries were fanatics, and it would take an only an accidental death of their leader would mean he would be able to take the mantle. Unfortunately, the wording of the contract means we could still wipe out the entire gang off the face of Such and receive a reward. But how? Well, unfortunately for Roderick's death wisher, they stipulated the assassin remained undetected. On paper, that seems like a passive stealth sleuthing of the fort. However, we can kill each of the bandits individually as long as we remain undetected. Whether by leveraging summons or stealth archery, we will still appease Sithis without forfeiting the bonus and potentially murder a somewhat hasty contract giver before their intended rise to warlord. Either way, fulfilling the bonus's requirements, heading back to Ochiva in the sanctuary, she greets.
Ah, so you infiltrated Fort Such, remained undetected, and replaced the medicine with the poison I provided. You are truly a master of shadow. It pleases me greatly to offer you this reward and a well-earned bonus. Go now, rest. I'll have another contract ready whenever you are.
After which, we will receive a level-dependent gold reward up to 600 gold, a single infamy point, and our bonus, the Deceiver's Finery, a leveled outfit that fortifies speechcraft and personality. A handsome reward that will no doubt aid us in our upcoming contracts.
You're the only one left! By Azura, no! Please, please don't kill me! I beg of you, spare my life!
This is the sordid tale of Oblivion's most deliciously evil quest, Whodunit, where the player stalks and eliminates all of the guests, turning them on each other during a treasure hunt of greed gone awry. Plus, every hidden conversation and detail you may have missed. Returning to our contract giver, Ochiva, in Cheydinhall's Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary, the Argonian greets.
So, are you ready to mingle with the doomed house guests? The contract is waiting.
Doomed house guests? Pray tell, Ochiva.
Do you like parties? Because you've been invited to one. Of course, you'll be killing all the other guests. Are you ready to attend?
A killer party? Yes, I'm ready. Please tell me more.
Splendid. You need to go to the city of Skingrad, to the large house known as Summit Mist Manor. There, you will meet up with 5 very unlucky guests. In order to receive your bonus, you must kill each guest secretly, one by one. If anyone sees you committing murder, the bonus is forfeit. The guests believe there is a chest of gold hidden in the house, and have agreed to be locked inside until one of them finds it. In fact, the guests believe the key to the manor is inside the chest, and only by satisfying their greed will they be allowed to leave. Poor fools. There is, of course, no chest of gold. The guests will find no key. After you arrive, the doors will be locked behind you, as everyone expects. When all the guests lie dead, you will be free to leave. Now go. See the doorman at Summit Mist Manor. He will explain the rest. Have fun.
The quest, Whodunit, is then added to our journal. If we speak to Ochiva about the contract with low disposition, she sneers.
I take much joy in giving you this contract. With so many targets come so many opportunities to fail. The chance of you surviving is slim at best.
We then pause to ask, this is the first time we've had multiple targets. How exactly are they related?
Each guest, at some point in the past, wronged their mysterious host. Now, he's hired us to exact his revenge.
Ah, very clever. With our admittedly complex contract now underway, we seek the guidance of our fellow assassins, starting with Ochiva's hatchmate, Taniva.
Why do you bother me?
With low disposition, he taunts.
You may be a killer, but are you an actor? I think not. The guests will discover your true identity, and you will never leave that house alive.
Otherwise, Taniva, how do we make 5 people trapped in a house with us not suspect we are indeed the killer?
Remember the pretenses under which the guests are there. They will be suspicious. You must be as effective an actor as you are a killer. It would be a good idea to talk to each guest and appeal to their good disposition. Remember, if they really like you, they may open up to you. You should dress appropriately. The Deceiver's Finery, your recent quest reward, would serve this purpose nicely. If you earned it, that is.
A very nice nod to our recent reward and sage advice. We then head to the Southern Training Room to see the ever-practicing Breton, Antoinette Marie.
Why do you insist on annoying me?
With low disposition, she sulks.
Why do you get to go to a party? It's not fair. I hope they discover the truth and kill you in your sleep.
Otherwise, how does one lure multiple guests to their doom?
Remember, you must make the other guests feel comfortable. Make them like you. Make them trust you. Then bathe in their blood. I'll be seeing you then.
Dark. We appreciate that about the Breton. We then seek out the wisdom of the vampire Vicente Valtieri, loitering in the northern living quarters.
You are like a dark gift from the Night Mother herself. Please, tell me how I can help. I hope I can help.
With low disposition, he morbidly wishes.
So it's to be 5 against 1, is it? The odds are against you. With any luck, you'll be dead within an hour.
Otherwise, Vicente, how does an assassin mingle effectively in a party?
The key to successfully completing this contract is effectively blending in with the other guests. So for Sithis' sake, do not wear your hood. Farewell, brother.
No hood. Sensible. Especially in the hoity-toity streets of Skingrad. We then seek the ever-snacking Orc Gogren Grobolmog nearby.
Yes, brother? What can old Gogron do for you?
With low disposition, he scoffs.
What's the matter? 5 targets too much for you? If Vicente gave me that contract, I'd be home before supper.
Otherwise, Gogren, I know you're too big to be sneaky, but how would you tackle a close-quarters combat at a party?
If you really plan on killing the guests one by one, make sure that when you strike hard. Don't want anyone running for help, do you? Later, then.
Make sure our blows are singular. Wise words indeed. And finally, by the far wall, we talk to the high elf Talandril sitting at the dining table.
I find your very presence foul. Say what you will and then leave my sight.
With low disposition, she retorts.
You come to me for knowledge, for advice? I would sooner see you flounder in a pool of your own blood. Good luck, worm.
Otherwise, Talandril, how would you dispose of guests in a confined area?
Take your time with this one. Observe the other guests. Learn their schedules and behaviors. And strike each one when they're alone. Use your silver tongue. Try to befriend the guests, and then you may be able to lure them to their own dooms. May your arrows always strike true.
All roads, it seems, lead to befriending, luring, and murdering said guests unseen, and making sure they like us more than the next man or mer. We then take our leave of the sanctuary and our quest updates reading. I must go to Summit Mist Manor in Skingrad, meet the other guests, and pretend I too have been invited by a mysterious, unknown host. I must then kill all the other guests. I should start my mission by speaking with the doorman just outside the manor. We then arrive in Skingrad's east gate, and it should be noted the weather will always be a thunderstorm when we arrive at Summit Mist Manor, thanks to scripting by the developers. Getting closer to the estate, we see a luxurious multi-story dwelling, clearly purchased or rented by the unknown contract giver, presumably a man of means and with a long memory for those who have wronged him. Approaching the entrance, the Nord doorman Fafnir dutifully intercepts us, greeting.
So the last guest finally arrives. I'll tell you what I told all the others. You go in, I lock the door. You don't come out until it's over. Now I'll tell you what I didn't tell everyone else. We have the same mother, you and I, and she wants you to have this. It's the key to the house. I guess someone else has already told you the other details. Kill all the guests, then leave, right? Well, you better get in there. Time to mingle. Go, socialize. Talk to those fine people, and then plunge your knife into their throats when they ain't looking.
Our quest then updates reading. I have spoken with Fafnir the doorman, who appears to be a fellow member of the Dark Brotherhood. He has provided me with the key to Summit Mist Manor, which I am to use only after the guests lie dead. I should now proceed inside and meet the other guests. Before we take a deep dive into the manipulating and executing each guest undetected, as always, let's first take a brief look at what happens if we fail the contract and slaughter each guest. Stepping inside the manor and circumventing the introductory speech we'll save for our return, we immediately begin our slaughter.
So here we all are. Certainly is a nice house.
Or rather, use a frenzy spell to allow the guests to give in to their base urges and tear each other apart while we watch. Soon after, a pop-up reads, "I have been detected. I must now complete the contract by killing everyone in Summit Mist Manor, but my bonus will be forfeit."
Watch out!
Watch out!
It's not safe to be alone. I certainly don't want to be the third victim.
Look out!
Fall before
Watch
me,
out.
Breton!
We're then forced to intervene with the last man standing. Our quest and updates reading. All of the guests have been killed, but someone discovered I was the assassin. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Ochiva to finish out the contract. Unfortunately, I will receive no bonus. Returning to Ochiva in the Cheydinhall Sanctuary as directed, she does not try and hide a disappointment, saying,
You managed to kill the 5 house guests, yes, but your inability to remain undetected will cost you. Your bonus for this contract is forfeit. I must admit I'm disappointed. This was an important contract and you stumbled through it like a drunk. Leave me now and think about your failure.
If instead we not only aim to complete the contract as written, but also be as stringent as possible, showcasing each available outcome for every guest, as well as the plethora of hidden dialogue that varies based on their disposition throughout. As this is a complex undertaking, it is therefore prudent the video is broken down into easy-to-digest segments. The first being our introduction to each guest. Then we will explore, based on their current disposition, their thoughts, feelings and relationships with each other and us. And finally showcase the multitude of the guests' reactions to the unknown killer plaguing the manor as we sadistically play puppet master and systematically hunt them down one by one, or watch as they do it for us. Returning to the manor's entrance to initiate the quest as it was intended, we have a final word with the doorman, Fafnir, who ushers.
What? Still here? Well, what are you waiting for? There's a party, and you're the guest of honor. All I get to do is lock the damn door. You get to have all the fun.
As we step inside Summit Mist Manor, we're intercepted by the nosy Breton, Matilda Petite, who greets.
The 6th guest has finally arrived. Well, it's about time. Do you know how long we've been waiting? It seems like an age. Whoever invited us here must at least know us, don't you think? In any event, we're all stuck here together, so we might as well get acquainted. The rest of us have already traded introductions. I'm Matilda Petite. The others are Nels the Naughty, Neville, Devisi Dran, and Primo Antonius. Now who might you be? Please, tell us a little bit about yourself.
As always, we have the option to bask in her discomfort and simply say nothing.
Yes, well, anyway, now that we're all here, I guess we can start looking. I'd wish you good luck, but I wouldn't really mean it.
Otherwise, we can begin our subtle manipulation saying, "My baby is sick, and we are so poor."
Oh, you poor dear. Well, this does make things difficult for me. I want to find the gold as much as anyone, but you need it so much more than I do.
Though, it should be noted, this does not dissuade Matilda in her own greedy endeavour in the slightest.
I have a good idea where that chest might be. That gold is as good as mine.
And finally, we can truthfully share. I'm an assassin, hired to kill you.
You're a funny one. Good, I'm glad one of us has a sense of humour about all this. It'll make our time here that much more enjoyable. All right then, I guess I'd better start looking. That gold's not going to find itself.
Mathilde will then frantically begin searching the mansion for treasure, and consequently greet us when approached, based on her current disposition, with a low one granting.
Now you listen to me. I don't like you. Understand? So why don't we both just stay out of each other's way and be done with it?
A neutral disposition garners.
Have you spoken to the other guests yet? I suggest you get to know everyone. Who knows how long we'll be stuck in this house together.
And finally, a high disposition presents us an early opportunity to separate her from others.
Hello, dear. Listen, I've been thinking. Why don't we form a kind of alliance? If either one of us finds the chest of gold, we split it, 50-50. With the two of us working together, we're sure to find the chest before anyone else. What do you say? Do you want to team up?
We then have two options, the first of which will lead to another reply branch, if we choose to say, thanks, but I think I'll work by myself for now.
All right, dearie, I understand. If you change your mind, just let me know.
Or, not really. Search anywhere.
All right, that sounds like a fine idea. Oh, I just know you and I are going to find that gold. I have a sense about these things, you know.
After which, nothing happens. Otherwise, we again can, to positive effect this time, choose to say nothing.
Okay then. I guess I'll try looking down in the basement. Maybe you could search upstairs or something.
However, to get Matilda right where we want her, we flirtatiously purr. Oh, Matilda, an alliance sounds perfect.
Oh, wonderful. This is going to be such fun. So, any ideas where we should begin searching first?
Try searching down in the basement. I'll meet you there.
Oh, good idea. Maybe the chest is hidden under the floorboards. All right, I'll head down there and start looking.
If we accept to work together with her, she will consequently greet us with,
"Oh, hello, sweetie. So, no luck yet in finding the gold, I gather. I've been looking as well, but haven't found so much as a clue. All right then, I guess I'd better start looking. That gold's not going to find itself."
Before continuing pulling at Matilda's strings for her own devious ends, we leave the Breton safe and sound, away from the other guests, to enjoy her fruitless plumbing of the basement. Surfacing on the ground floor to meet the other guests, we then overhear bickering between the Nord Barbarian and Redguard Knight break out on the second floor.
So, Nord, if you find the gold, what will you spend it on? Wait, let me guess. A sleazy whore and a nice new battle axe, am I right?
I'm going to open a tavern. Not that I'd welcome your patronage. No pigs allowed inside, you see. You Legion types tend to stink up a place.
A tavern? Oh, I should have known. Leave it to a barbarian to spend an entire chest full of gold on beer and mead. How pathetic.
You can call me a barbarian. It's true, and I'm proud of the fact. But you call me pathetic again, and I'm going to show you just how barbaric I am.
With every word you speak, you're just proving me right, Nord. Your kind has contributed nothing to our empire, and never will.
My kind, as you like to call us, are plenty happy serving our own needs, while your useless empire crumbles down around you.
Your words border on treason, Nord, and I will not tolerate them. You will respect the empire. You will respect the memory of our dear emperor.
Bah! Don't get your linens in a bunch. You have no authority in this house or anywhere else. You're not even in the Legion anymore.
Nevertheless, I still serve the Empire in my heart, and will not abide such talk. Walk away from me now, barbarian, or you'll regret your arrogance.
I was done with you anyway. I can only talk to an ex-Legion pig for so long before my ears start bleeding. Besides, I need a drink.
Once the argument has abated, we first approach the Nord, and provided no guests have been killed yet, he'll introduce himself, saying,
Well, hello there. Nels is my name. Some call me naughty, but don't you believe it.
We then inquire, Oh, really? What does a Nord have to do to earn the moniker naughty? Shy of better Hagraven.
Don't let the name fool you. I had a bit too much mead a few years back, and there was this tavern wench. Anyway, just call me Nels.
Any consequent greeting he will offer depends on his disposition towards us. With a low disposition of 30 or less, he'll be blunt.
It's funny. I like just about everyone, but the very sight of you makes me sick. Why don't you go look for the gold someplace else, friend?
With a disposition of 30 to 69, he'll reveal his plans should he find the supposed gold.
I'll let you in on a little secret. If I find the chest of gold, I'm going to open a tavern. The Hoary Boar. It's been my dream since I was a boy.
And finally, with a disposition of 70 or more, he'll discuss the gold in particular.
Well, my friend, the search is on, eh? I wonder how much gold is actually in the chest. 1,000 pieces of gold? 10,000? I guess it all depends on the size of the chest. The bigger, the better, of course. But where would our mysterious host have hidden such a thing?
Having momentarily won over the confidence of the barbarian, we leave him to enjoy his chosen drinking spot to indulge, while we introduce ourselves to his newest enemy, the retired Imperial Knight, Neville. When we first meet him, he cordially greets.
Ah, yes, the sixth guest. I'm Neville. It's nice to make your acquaintance.
So, Neville, what's a Red Guard doing serving in Cyrodiil?
I'm a Red Guard, though I've never actually been to Hammerfell. I was born here in Cyrodiil. My family has been in the Legion for 3 generations.
Should we speak to him again, he will greet us depending on his disposition. A low one gets us.
You're starting to crowd me, friend. Why don't you just back off, eh?
With a normal disposition, he says.
Well, that chest of gold is supposed to be in here somewhere. Though why someone would invite us all here just to give it away is quite the mystery.
However, with high disposition, he'll keenly reveal his intentions and suspicions regarding our mysterious benefactor and the event.
You want my honest opinion? This whole setup, the party, the chest of gold, it doesn't make any sense. Why would someone invite us here? Why would they just give away an entire chest of gold? If I didn't know better, I'd say this whole thing is a trap. So why am I here? Greed, my friend. I need the gold. I served the Legion proudly for 23 years, but pride doesn't put food on my table. I have a good idea where that chest might be. That gold is as good as mine.
A keen insight from his many years of training, no doubt. Unfortunately, there's only one door out of here, and we have the key. We then move to find the dark elf commoner loitering about as if waiting for our arrival before she begins searching for treasure, in which she greets.
So, here we all are. It certainly is a nice house. Hello, I'm Dovesi. I'm very pleased to meet you. Now that you're here, we can really start looking for that chest of gold. What I mean to say is, before you arrived, we all just sort of glanced around a bit. Now that we're all officially here, we can look in earnest.
We then ask, tell me more about yourself, Dovesi.
Not much to tell about me, really. I'm from Morrowind originally, but my family moved to Valenwood a few years ago.
Like the other guests, Dovesi will introduce herself differently depending on her disposition towards us. With low disposition, she'll say,
It's funny. I don't even know you. And already I don't like you.
With neutral disposition, she will instead remark,
This is all so strange, isn't it? I don't know why I was invited to come here. But the gold could really help my family.
I do hope I find it.
Finally, on a higher disposition, she will greet us as such.
You seem like a very nice person. I very much want to find the gold, but I wish you luck. May the best guest win. All right, then, I guess I'd better start looking. That gold's not going to find itself.
We then seek the final guest, the clearly well-to-do imperial noble Primo Antonius, openly agitated at having to wait her arrival.
So, you finally showed up. It's about time. People of my station are not accustomed to waiting.
Apologies, my lord. Forgive me. Antonius is not a name familiar to me, though clearly you are of high status.
It's a regal name from a rather regal family. Indeed, my father owns more property than the East Empire Company.
On subsequent encounters with low disposition, he will say.
I was just beginning to think I had something in common with the other guests. And then you showed up.
With neutral disposition, he responds.
Well, here we all are. It's funny how money can bring people together, don't you think?
And finally, with high disposition.
So, are you ready to search for the chest of gold? I'm confident I'll find it. Not that I need the money, of course. My family is quite wealthy. Oh, yes. Maybe we'll speak again later.
And thus concludes our introduction to each guest. Now, as the guests engage in their futile search for the fictitious gold, we are free to further infiltrate their confidence and ferret out hidden prejudices and desires, turning the guests against one another and simultaneously casting off any blame or suspicion before each is surreptitiously murdered to satisfy our contract terms and, more importantly, the will of Sithis. We begin with the Dark Elf Dovesi, as it's easiest to work our way through the characters chronologically as the dialogue has been set up. As with all guests, Dovesi's commentary on the other guests also differs with disposition, and so, for clarity's sake, we will cycle through each, starting with low, medium, then ending on high disposition responses in a conversational manner. For example, with low disposition,
It's funny. I don't even know you. And already I don't like you.
What do you think of the old Breton?
She's all right, I guess. Not that it's any business of yours.
With neutral disposition, she seems to have a lot to say about you.
Well, I really don't know her, but she seems like a very respectable old lady.
And high disposition? Come on. We saw how she was looking at you, up there from her high rock.
Honestly, I don't think she likes me. It's because I'm a Dunmer. I heard her say something to Neville, and it wasn't very nice.
Conversely, Matilda, what do you think of that Dunmer commoner loitering about?
What about her? She's a dark elf, and that's bad enough. I may even like her less than you, if that's possible.
That's the one.
The little dark elf. She seems a nice enough girl. But to be perfectly honest, I've never trusted their kind. Personally, I think she's a little floozy. She's been eyeing young Primo Antonius, probably smells his wealth.
We then return to Dovesi and ask, how do you feel about that old Nord?
It's none of your business how I feel about him.
Really? We've seen him take quite the liking to you. Watch out. He's known to be naughty.
I wonder what makes him so naughty. He seems nice enough to me.
He does seem nice, especially with you. I wonder why that is.
Every now and then he looks over at me and smiles. I think he's sweet on me. If Nels finds the gold, maybe he'll want some company.
Well, it seems Dovesi's company may still go to the highest bidder. In response, we ask the Nord Nels what he thinks of the young and supple Dovesi.
She's an innocent young girl, and she doesn't need people like you asking questions about her.
Unexpected, he takes the moral high ground and refuses the bait, causing us to switch gears and say, isn't she a lovely young lady?
Dovesi is a sweet young lass. She reminds me of someone I knew. But perhaps we should talk about something else.
Sorry, I can tell you're already looking out for her is all. I admire that.
Let me confide something in you, my friend. Dovesi is the spitting image of my own daughter. Her skin is darker, of course, but that sweet face... My daughter was killed, you see, a few years back by bandits. I'm sorry. Please forgive a father's heavy heart.
Maybe that was the ale talking, but Nels, my friend, that was a mistake. Returning to Dovesi, we inquire. I haven't heard much from the retired Red Guard, have you?
I really don't know anything about him, so you'd be better off asking someone else.
I would, but they say the same.
He's a very serious man. But I guess that's normal for a retired soldier.
Ex-soldier of the Imperial Legion, no less.
I know he's a retired soldier. But not just a soldier. He was an officer in the Imperial Legion. I hate the Legion and everything it stands for. When those soldiers came to Morrowind, they persecuted my people and stole our lands. Neville may not be in the Legion anymore, but who knows what atrocities he committed.
We then see the Red Guard and say, have you seen that young elf maiden around?
She's a dark elf. What, you blind as well as dumb?
That's the one. Dovesi Dran. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Why would she have any grievances with an upstanding Imperial citizen such as yourself?
Oh yes, Dovesi Dran. She's a dark elf originally from Morrowind, or so I hear. I get the sense she doesn't like me very much. When I was young, I spent some time stationed on Fort Moonmoth, on their homeland of Morrowind. I have great respect for the Dunmer people. They are strong and noble and generally understand the importance of law and discipline. Unfortunately, Dovesi doesn't seem to like me very much, but I don't blame her. The young ones tend to have problems with authority figures.
Not just the young ones. Speaking to Dovesi about her rumored crush, we question. What are your feelings on the young noble, Primo?
I'm sorry, but my feelings for Primo are really none of your concern.
No, you're right. He's just a handsome young noble who can't take his eyes off you. None of my business.
He's very handsome, but please don't tell him I said so.
I've never seen a dark elf blush before. You know, you'd make quite a smart match, if you don't mind me saying so.
It's pretty obvious that Primo comes from a wealthy family. He would never be interested in a girl like me, I'm afraid.
Seeking confirmation, we then query Antonius.
My feelings toward her are really none of your business.
Excuse me, my lord. I couldn't help but notice your gaze finding that young dark elf. Do you know her, perhaps?
She's quite beautiful, isn't she? A little young, perhaps, and not exactly highborn, but she possesses a unique elegance.
I agree. And she's built like a thoroughbred, and just innocent enough for a young noble to educate her on the finer points of romance.
Can I be honest with you, my friend? I find Dovesi captivating. She possesses a beauty beyond compare. Maybe you could do me a favor. If you speak with her, put in a good word for me, would you? I would be forever in your debt.
In response to Dovesi's confession of her feelings towards Primo, we can then respond producing different outcomes.
Pretty obvious that Primo comes from a wealthy family. He would never be interested in a girl like me, I'm afraid.
Not true. He told me he likes you.
He did? Oh my goodness, what should I do? Should I talk to him? Or maybe play hard to get? Or should I, or would that be too forward?
Just do what you're doing now.
Yeah, you think? Okay, I'll just try to calm down. Calm down, Dovesi. Calm down. I'll just take it slow. I can do that. Thanks again, dear friend.
We can, as always, say nothing.
Well, thanks for listening. I know I'm just being a silly little girl, but the heart wants what it wants, as they say.
Or, rather cruelly. You're right. He's too good for you.
But I thought you were my friend. How could you say such a horrible thing? Just leave me alone, you monster!
Or again, say nothing.
No opinion, huh? Maybe I'll just stay close to him for a bit. Hover about and see if he notices me. Maybe then we can talk. It's pretty obvious that Primo comes...
And finally, Perhaps the most useful response to separate Dovesi from the other guests. You know, you should go to his room and wait for him there.
Oh, you think so? I mean, it is rather forward, but I like it. All right, then. I'll wait for him in his room upstairs. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh yes, maybe we'll speak again later.
The Dunmadran left occupied frothing over her new beau in his private quarters. We then turn our attention to the aging Breton, Matilda.
Now you listen to me. I don't like you. Understand? So why don't we both just stay out of each other's way and be done with it?
Matil, what do you think of that naughty Nels?
He reminds me of you. Uncultured, unwashed, and generally uninteresting. He's a Nord. Mead-swilling barbarians, all of them. Oh, that man disgusts me. I find his entire manner offensive. Why, just before you got here, he told me the most off-colour joke about an Argonian maid.
And here I thought he wasn't an avid reader. Nels, on the other hand, when we approach him, is not as open when we query. You seen much of that Breton bird since she's been clawing down in the basement?
I ain't got much to say about the old lady, and even if I did, I wouldn't say it to you.
Funny. She told me you two had already met. Had a fair bit to say about you, actually.
Kinda stuck up, that one. Right before you got here, I told her the funniest joke about an Argonian maid, and she didn't even crack a smile.
Maybe she should lift that old tail she's been dragging around, claiming she's an aristocrat.
You should have seen the old biddy trying to talk to young Primo Antonius. She may be a noble, but he looked down on her like a scullery maid.
Returning to Matilda, we ask, tell me, do you feel safer with Neville around?
What do you care? He seems like a very respectable person. That's more than I can say for you.
Exactly, yes. Respectable, law-abiding, to the letter. Strong shield arm.
From what I gathered, he's a retired soldier. He's been all across the Empire fighting in various campaigns. Goodness, he's handsome.
Handsome? Miss Petite. Have you ever visited Hammerfell, perchance?
Well, if I can be perfectly honest with you, I find Neville quite attractive. Red Guards are so exotic, don't you think?
Without breaking her illusion and mentioning Neville was born and raised in Cyrodiil, we continue to play matchmaker for our own amusement. Seeing Neville, we say. You wouldn't guess who I just saw, Neville. Matilda.
What's your interest in the old woman? You'd do well to keep your questions to yourself.
Of course, of course. She just seemed to be so grounded, so full of sage wisdom with her standing and station and many, many years.
Matilda seems like an upstanding citizen of the Empire. She respects the law and recognizes the Legion as Tamriel's greatest defense against evil.
Well, she definitely respects a soldier at attention. What do you make of her background?
If I may be honest, I feel a bit sorry for the old woman. She comes from a noble family, I'm sure, but seems a lot less well off than she should be.
Striking out on the Breton's behalf, we return to Matilde and question her about Primo, but she simply brushes off.
That young man has more nobility in his pinky finger than you have in your entire body, you uncultured swine.
He certainly is well-to-do. Just ask him.
He's young, well-educated, and obviously full of himself. Not much different than any young nobleman, really.
So, why is he here, then?
It's obvious that young Primo comes from wealth. A chest full of gold would be mere spending change for him.
Conversely, we say to Primo, I heard you had a little run-in with Petite.
The old woman? I'd put her in the same class as you, actually. A peasant.
That's the one. She said that you had quite a lot in common.
Apparently, the poor old woman thinks she's from a well-to-do family. Truth is, I have servants with more nobility in their blood than her.
And why would she think that? Speaking to Nels, we mention the fight we first heard when entering the mansion, but he interrupts.
He's an Imperial Legion bulldog. Scum, if you ask me. Kind of like you.
I'll be honest, we have had a very personal run-in with the Legion, Adamus Philida no less. They're all the same, don't you think? bunch of pigs.
Once an Imperial Legion bulldog, always an Imperial Legion bulldog. I've seen his kind before. He cares about laws and regulations, not people. I will confide something in you, my friend. I despise Neville and all his Imperial Legion ilk. They are useless, uncaring tools of corruption. 3 years ago, my village in Skyrim was attacked by bandits. We went to the nearby Imperial Legion outpost, but they refused to help us. My dear, sweet daughter Olga was killed that day. She was murdered, and the Legion would do nothing to help her. Neville and his kind are scum.
We better stoke this fire while it's hot. When asking Neville about Nels, he dismisses.
Why don't you and that barbarian climb back under your rock?
Apologies, good sir. I meant no disrespect.
Nels is a Nord, and like all Nords, he's a lawless barbarian with no respect for authority.
Right. Those Nords all, I'll send your bloody soul straight to Sovngarde. Like there is such a place. You know what I think? I think they all are destined for a shallow hole in the ground.
Know what I think? I think that barbarian will do anything to get his hands on the chest of gold. His kind are greedy and vicious, all of them. Trust me, I know. I was stationed at Fort Frostmoth for a few years on the Isle of Solstheim. Those Nords are a bunch of animal-worshipping savages. They're all the same, full of meat and something to prove. We lost a lot of good men up there. Lot of good men.
Leaving Neville to further stew, we then focus in on the disgruntled Nord and asking about Primo, he agitatedly states,
He's somewhere around here. Why don't you stop wasting my time and go ask him yourself?
Probably has a chest of gold tucked away for the ride home.
Seems like a nice enough kid. Little too rich for his own good, maybe, but I've met worse.
Why do you believe he's here?
Primo is young and rich. I can sense a good, decent person in there somewhere. He just has to get his priorities straight.
Likewise, Primo is not fond of our line of questioning.
He's a Nord. Even a complete idiot could see that. So what does that say about you?
The general consensus is that he is the idiot. Big and loud and swilling mead.
There's something about Nels I can't quite place. He's not for money, that's obvious, but I don't think he's quite the buffoon he seems either.
What do you divine behind the buffoonery and grog-soaked garments, then?
Nels is a drunk. He doesn't even try to hide that fact. But what else is he? When the liquor is dried, what remains of the man? I think Nels drinks to forget, maybe about some tragedy in his life. He plays the buffoon, but I sense a deep sadness in him.
He's going to be very sad when he finds out how this party ends. Interestingly, if we seek out Neville to question him about Primo once more, his response varies based on our current sex. For male, he derides.
He's young, rich, and handsome. Basically the complete opposite of you.
And female?
He's young, rich, and handsome. That's way out of your league, tramp.
You seem to have a lot of reverence for bloodlines in particular. Must be the imperial pedigree.
Primo's a blue blood, a noble through and through. He thinks he's better than most people, and in most cases, he's right.
If he's so high and mighty, why does he deign to loiter here with the common rabble?
I'll confess that I have no idea why Primo is here. The kid's got more wealth than the rest of us combined. He sure doesn't need a chest of gold. Maybe he's incredibly greedy, but I don't think so. My guess is that Primo is so bored he simply has nothing better to do. Oh yes, maybe we'll speak again later.
On the flip side, when we ask Primo why he believes Neville is here, he counters.
Why don't you go ask him yourself? Or maybe you're afraid. You should be.
You're right. An ex-Imperial guard is still potentially a dangerous man. Potentially.
He reminds me of the guards under my father's employ. Strict, no nonsense, and ready to fight at a moment's notice.
Just quietly, I think his best years may be behind him.
I know he's a retired Imperial Legion officer. Apparently, he's been in campaigns all across the Empire, from Skyrim to Morrowind. I also get the sense that he's very eager to find the gold. I can't imagine his life of servitude to the Empire left him with much to retire on. All right then. I guess I'd better start looking. That gold's not going to find itself.
Now that we've learned of the dynamics of the guests' relationships with one another, a simple recap of their dispositions before we begin manipulating/eliminating each systematically is as follows. Devesi is attracted to Primo, likes Nels, doesn't like Neville, and hates Matilda. Matilda likes Primo and Neville and dislikes Dovesi and Nels. Nels likes Dovesi, is neutral towards Primo, dislikes Matilda, and hates Neville. Neville likes Dovesi and Matilda, views Primo as bored, and hates Nels. Primo is attracted to Dovesi, is neutral towards Nels and Neville, and hates Matilda. In the next section, we will explore each of the guests' reaction to the 3 stages of their fellow partygoers being assassinated, as tensions escalate until the last man is left standing with us, the true assassin. For expediency's sake, we will save showing the murders of each guest we're interviewing until the final stage, focusing more on each survivor's psychological decline toward the player and the other guests during the ordeal. Again, in order, starting with... Once the first guest has been eliminated, we find Dovesi where we left her, loitering upstairs waiting for Primo, and will greet us according to her disposition.
What kind of party is this? Someone has been murdered.
A low disposition will have her say.
I'm sorry, but I don't feel much like talking right now. Someone has been killed. Don't you even care?
Or a neutral disposition.
Are you all right? This murder has us all on edge, I know. I can't believe it's true. One of us is dead, and everyone else is convinced it was no accident.
And a high one.
Have you heard? Someone's been murdered. One of us. Why? Why would someone do this? The taking of a life is against every principle I hold dear. It's something I just can't understand.
We can then respond with any of the following to better position Dran herself. Sweetie, you should get some rest.
Yes. Yes, this whole thing has taken quite a bit out of me. I think I'll go to my room for a bit and get some sleep. Thanks for the talk.
Or it'll all be over soon enough.
Oh, I certainly hope so. I still want to find the gold, of course, but is it even worth it? I just want to go home.
And as always, we can opt to say nothing.
You know, that's what I like about you. You're such a good listener. Thanks. I feel so much better now. I think I'll head down to the basement and get something to eat. I think there's some cheese down there.
We can then speak with Dovesi about the other guests again, assuming they're still alive, and depending on her disposition, she will have the following to say.
Is that why someone invited us here? To kill us? This is horrible!
Dovesi, it's about Matilde.
So what are you trying to tell me? That Matilde is the killer? Why are you trying to turn me against her?
I just wanted to see what you thought.
Well, she does seem genuinely upset that someone's been killed. Not that I'm ruling her out as a suspect, mind you.
She has been so sweet, don't you think?
I don't trust that old hag. She pretends she likes you and then stabs you in the back. Who knows? Maybe she'll really stab you in the back.
For Nels the naughty, a low disposition will have her say.
So you think Nels did it, do you? I would appreciate you keeping your opinions to yourself.
You don't think Nels is capable of this?
I don't know what to make of all this, but I'm not sure I see Nels as a murderer.
Neither do I. He was barely conscious half the time. Well, it seemed that way.
Do you think he could have done it? He comes across as something of a drunk. But you never can tell what someone is capable of.
Dovesi, when did you last see Neville?
I'm sorry, but someone has been murdered. I really don't want to talk about Neville right now.
Right. Being a soldier, he's probably investigating the crime scene.
Does being a soldier make him a good person? Does it make him above murder? I hardly think so.
You think he would do this? For what? The gold?
I heard the others talking. Neville was a soldier for 20 years. He's used to killing, if you know what I'm saying.
We then inquire about Primo, but are met with an incredulous.
You can't possibly think that Primo had anything to do with the murder, do you? That's madness.
You're right. That would be so out of character.
Primo seems kind of nice. I just can't imagine him killing anyone.
I hope so. What are your feelings for him?
I rather like Primo. He's not like the other boys I've known. He has class. He could never have killed anyone.
You'd be smart to stay with the rest of the group. It's just not safe to go wandering off alone with a killer on the loose.
After 2 guests have been eliminated, tensions are now rising, and it becomes more apparent that the supposed gold is now just a hoax, and every guest increasingly suspects each other. Devesi will now greet us with, if she dislikes us.
2 people dead, and you're still alive? I'm sorry, but you're starting to make me nervous. Please go away.
If she's indifferent.
2 of us have been murdered. 1 of us is a killer. But who? 2 of us dead? Who would do this? And why? Is that why we're all here? To be killed like vermin? I feel like I'm going mad!
Or, if she likes us.
I don't care about the gold anymore. I just want to get out of here. I'm going to try all the windows and doors and see if I can't get one open.
Her thoughts on the other guest at this point are as follows.
Okay, so I don't like Matilde. What makes you think I like you any better?
You know how hostile Matilde has been. Perhaps, maybe there's more to her than she lets on, if you catch my drift.
Could it be possible? Could an old lady be a murderer? She'd have the stomach for it, of that I'm sure. At first I thought she was just a cranky old crone. Now I'm beginning to think she's a cold-blooded killer.
For Nels the Naughty.
Look, I don't know who's responsible for this madness, so stop trying to taint my opinion of Nels.
Why does Nels seem so fixated on you?
I just don't know what to make of Nels anymore. He plays the bumbling drunkard, but he could very well be the killer. Can I be honest with you? Nels won't stop looking at me. At first I was flattered, but now he's scaring me. He could be the killer. I could be next.
When questioning about the retired soldier Neville...
2 people are dead. Could he really have done it? I just don't know.
I can tell you one thing. A trained Imperial Knight would have no trouble covering his tracks.
2 people have been murdered, and neither of them was Neville. Watch your back around him. Neville is a trained killer. That fascist pig killed those people. I just know it.
And again, she's defensive about the young Primo Antonius.
Don't try to turn me against Primo. For all I know, you could be the killer.
We're in this together. All we're trying to do is figuring out who is capable of murder before we're next.
2 people lie dead. Primo could have done it, I know. He's young and strong. Still, I don't want to believe that.
I hear you, but you said it yourself. You don't want to believe it.
I know Primo could be the killer, but I just don't want to believe it's possible. If he likes me, he could take me away with him. Don't go far. It's too dangerous to go wandering around this house.
With only 2 targets left, there are now only 2 possible suspects. The other guest, or us. Devesi will greet us with low disposition, saying,
So many people dead. I just don't know who to trust anymore. No, you stay away from me. One of you is the killer. Stay away from me.
Or, with neutral disposition,
Only 3 of us left. Only 3. Where are you going? What are you doing? We need to keep our eyes on each other.
And with high disposition.
Only 3 of us left. I'm certainly no murderer, and I know it's not you. That leaves 1 person. We must protect ourselves. Find weapons.
Her thoughts on the other guests at this point have degraded as follows. Have you seen that shifty Breton?
So you're telling me I should believe you? That Matilde is the killer? Why should I trust you? Get away from me!
So you think the old quote-unquote noble spinster is harmless?
I have no doubt that Matilde is capable of murder. But what about you? You're as much suspect in my eyes as she is.
Me the suspect? Who of us openly hates Dunmar? Who claimed to be from wealth but is found out to be desperate for gold? Who mysteriously disappeared down in the basement before doing God's knows what since we first got here?
It's her, you understand me? It's Matilde. She's the killer. She's the one doing this. We've got to kill her first. Do you understand me?
With this morbid revelation, Dervaisi darts out of the room, disappearing in a veil of invisibility, and seeks to murder Matilda on the second floor, showcasing her formidable witch summoning and spells, and finally finding a blade conveniently left out before ending the Breton's life in a single swipe.
So many people dead.
When Dervaisi's approached with only Nels the Naughty still alive.
Either you or Nels is the killer. I can't trust either of you, so just stay away from me!
What? Dervaisi? It's me.
Please, just leave me alone. Either you or Nels is a murderer. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
Listen for a second. Nels pretended to be drunk, but why was he watching you this entire time? I don't think this was a crush at all. What if he was plotting on us, and you were the only one who caught him in his sick game?
It's Nels. He's the murderer. We have to get him before he gets us. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have to kill Nels.
Again, Dervaisi becomes a blur and races down to find Nels on the second floor. We follow in tow and find the Dark Elf has all but vanished as the Nord exclaims.
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off, one by one.
We realize too late she has melded into her surroundings and stalks her prey.
Oh!
Ending his life with a slash of her blade. Unlike the other guests, Dervaisi has no such reservation about the Red Guard Neville.
He's the killer, you idiot, can't you see? He murdered all of those people!
Slow down. Neville?
He's the killer! Don't you see? We have to protect ourselves! We'll be next!
Shh! I think I hear him in the next room equipping his Imperial armor. What should we do?
He killed them! All of those people! We have to get him before he gets us! We have to kill that murdering swine!
Dervaisi stops dead as Neville begins patrolling in his full uniform, following as he heads to the second floor. Leveraging her deadly spells to bypass his metal plating, the Dark Elf cooks the Red Guard inside his armor.
Ah! You and I are the only ones left. But we did it. We survived. We won.
And last but not least, if Primo is the only guest left, Dervaisi, you don't have to trust me, but I need you to answer one thing. Why would a nobleman lock himself in a house to find gold he clearly doesn't need?
He can't be the killer. He can't. I won't believe it. Get away from me.
None of this makes sense. Is there even any gold?
Please, no, Primo can't be the killer. But it's either him or you.
I'm sorry, my dear. I really am.
Oh, Azura, no, it's Primo. He's the only one left. He killed them all. We have to protect ourselves. We have to kill him first.
Casting her signature invisibility spell, the Dark Elf swings a summoned axe at the confused noble.
Ah!
Ha! And then begins tracking him as he flees for his life. With her former crush now sprawled lifeless on the floor, we collect the gold off Primo's body, which we had spent greasing the wheels of his goodwill as we can with every guest, and as a final act of disrespect, we begin to strip Antonius's corpse of valuables, leaving him exposed and naked as Dran walks away in disgust. Before we look at eliminating the final guest, provided Dervaisi is now the only target left alive, she will discuss the deceased guests throughout the quest. It should be noted, her responses are the same regardless of how they die, even by her own hand, as all guests will canonically react as if they had no part in said murders. As we say, well, petite when kaput, you've got to be happy.
I never trusted her, but I never wanted to see her dead. Have you no compassion at all?
She wasn't exactly your biggest advocate.
It's hard to believe she's dead. Why would someone want to murder an old woman?
You really believe that? Before you were complaining about her casting aspersions about your race. Come on, what do you really think?
Good, I'm glad she's dead. I can tell you that because we're friends. Matilde didn't like me just because I'm a Dunmer. She got what she deserved.
If Nels the Naughty expires...
Don't you even care that Nils is dead? Maybe you killed him.
To be honest, I thought he was the killer, with how he wouldn't stop leering at you.
The way he looked at me. It was flattering at first, and then... Oh, who could have done this? Why would anyone kill Nels?
To be honest, it seemed like he may be the killer. He just wouldn't stop leering at you.
To be honest, I started getting a bad feeling about Nels. But now he's dead. I should have gotten to know him better. Now it's too late.
I heard what happened to Neville. You must be relieved.
No, I didn't like the man. But why should you care? Please, just go away.
Look, I'll go, but I have to ask. Did he talk to you about the cult's location at all?
I don't understand. Who would kill him? And why? Is this about the gold?
I think that Neville knew where the gold was and made the mistake of sharing it before he was... I'm going to be honest. You having friction with him doesn't look great from the outside.
All right, so I didn't like Neville. But the man was a trained soldier. He knew how to handle himself. Who could possibly have killed him?
Finally, Dervaisi's reaction to the young, handsome, and now dead Primo Antonius.
Get away from me. You're the last person I want to talk to about Primo.
I'm sorry to hear about Primo. You two seem close.
I wanted to get to know him. Be his friend. Maybe more. I can't believe he's gone.
What do you mean, more? I thought you just wanted the gold and to leave like the rest of us, and it was just a big ploy to find out clues. Huh. Guess I read that one wrong.
Primo was my chance. Do you understand me? He was wealthy. He could take me away someplace. Whoever did this will pay.
If Dervaisi's our last target left standing, depending on her disposition and our actions, she may divine the murderer's true identity at the last minute and become hysterical.
It's you. You're the only one left. You did it. You killed them all. You're the only one left. By Azura, no. Please, please don't kill me. I beg of you, spare my life.
Forcing us to openly fell the Dunmer and fail the contract terms.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Pilfering the gold off her body we used to persuade her, and sniggering at the single copy of a guide to Skingrad she carried, as her little tourist guide did nothing to prepare her for her eventual demise. Otherwise, remaining undetected until the end, with a low disposition, she will remark.
So that's it. It's down to you and me. I know I'm no killer, so that means... Please help me. I don't want to die. I just want to go home. Go home.
On a neutral disposition, and on a higher disposition.
You and I are the only ones left, but we're not alone in this house. That killer is in here with us, hiding. But where? We must escape. Do you understand? We're the only two left. We're next. If we don't find a way out of here, we're going to die.
Dran will then proceed frantically to search for a non-existent exit as we slip into our assassin's gear, to stealthily end her life undetected. Once a single guest has been eliminated, the atmosphere obviously changes, and so does the opinion of the Breton towards the other guests. Finding Matilda where we previously sent her, searching for treasure in vain down in the basement, Matilda will greet us according to her disposition. A low one grants.
What do you want from me? For all I know, you could be the killer.
A normal one.
Oh, this is just horrible. Who could do such a thing? Who could kill a defenseless person in cold blood? Greed truly brings out the worst in people.
And a high disposition.
Please, sweetie, stay close to me. The killer might strike again, whoever he or she is.
You'd be smart to stay with the rest of the group. It's just not safe to go wandering off alone with a killer on the loose.
We can discuss the other guests again, and granted they're still alive, Matilda will have the following to say. Have you seen that dark elf?
Someone has been brutally murdered, yet you want to question me about that little dark elf tramp? Go away, you fool!
What are you saying?
If you ask me, the dark elf is our killer. They're an evil and vengeful people, all of them. That little tramp is as guilty as sin, you hear me? She's the killer, and if we don't keep our eyes on her, she'll do it again.
Speaking to Matilda about her favourite Nord nets.
Even if I do think Nels is the killer, I wouldn't share my thoughts with the likes of you.
Nell shared a few thoughts about you, you know. Seems you weren't fond of his, humour.
He's an obnoxious drunkard, I know, but I'm not sure if I see him as the murdering type.
Well, he certainly has the power and the need for gold to fuel that mead consumption. He even said something about buying a tavern.
You think Nels might be the killer? Well, he plays the buffoon, but it could all be an act. He's an Ord, and they're such a savage, uncivilized people.
When discussing Neville.
What? You don't think Neville is the killer, do you? That's absurd. He's a gentleman and a retired soldier, not a murderer.
Exactly. A soldier of the Emperor's finest.
Neville used to be a soldier. I'm sticking close to him. He makes me feel safe. Neville has a strong sense of justice, I can tell. If we find out who the killer is, he'll take care of things, if you know what I mean.
We then ask, have you seen Primo Antonius?
Someone turns up dead and you have nothing better to do than pester me about that fine young man? How truly pathetic you are.
I'm just worried about him is all. A man of his standing caught in the middle of a scandal.
Primo is a young man of refinement. This murder must be quite a shock for him.
Right, but why would they target Primo?
I worry about the boy. What if the killer is after money? Primo is quite wealthy. He could be the next victim.
You'd be smart to stay with the rest of the group. It's just not safe to go wandering off alone with a killer on the loose.
With tensions now rising, it becomes more apparent that the supposed gold is just a hoax, and everyone suspects each other more and more. Matilda's fear grows stronger and will now greet us, if she dislikes us, with,
It's not safe to be alone. I certainly don't want to be the third victim.
2 people are dead. And for all I know, you could be the killer.
If she's indifferent.
My goodness, 2 of us are now dead. What's going on in this place?
Don't go far. It's too dangerous to go wandering around this house.
And if she had warmed to us.
I've been trying to figure out who our host might be. With 2 people dead, it almost seems like he set this party up just to kill us all.
Speaking about Dove Sidran once more elicits.
She's a dark elf and a harlot. And for all I know, she's a murderer too. Now leave me be, you cretin.
How could a lithe dark elf take out anybody?
Isn't it obvious? 2 of us have been murdered in cold blood, and that little tramp hasn't batted an eyelash. You figure it out.
She seems so innocent.
Don't trust her, sweetie. Not a thing she says. If she tries to get you alone anywhere, get away as fast as you can. She's a cold-blooded killer.
When we question her about Nels the Naughty.
Why are you trying to turn me against the Nord? Maybe you did, and you're just trying to cover your tracks.
I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And I'd wager that Nord is stronger than the rest of us combined.
Well, the list of suspects is certainly getting smaller. I don't think the swine had it in him, but now I'm not so sure. 2 people dead, yet Nell still lives. I don't think that's a coincidence. Nords are savages, born to kill. I just know he did it.
I thought you were looking for Neville. Have you seen him?
You're trying to turn me against him, aren't you? Just leave me alone.
What? Not at all. I was just making sure that you were safe down here.
I just don't know what to think anymore, or who to trust. Neville seems like such a decent man, but how can I know for sure?
He hasn't checked on you? Odd.
Do you think he could have done it? I mean, he is a retired soldier. He's killed before. Oh dear, this can't be happening.
And for Primo?
2 people lie dead, and all you can do is question me about that sweet boy. I'm beginning to think something is seriously wrong with you. The poor lad is handling all of this better than I expected. It's a testament to his noble bearing, I'm sure. If I may confide in you, dear friend, I'm very worried about the poor boy. The trauma of murders, it could scar him for life. He deserves better. Don't go far. It's too dangerous to go wandering around this house.
With only 2 targets left, there are now only 2 possible suspects. The other guest, or us, and Matilda's fear has grown tremendously, and we realise she has backed herself into the basement's southeast corner, edging ever closer to the great axe on the ground. She'll then greet us with low disposition with,
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off one by one. Oh, it's you. What do you want? Why are you looking at me that way? This is insane. We're being hunted down one by one. There must be a way out of this madhouse.
with a neutral disposition.
Oh, I'm sorry. My nerves. I just want to get out of here. 3 people have been murdered. I'm so very frightened.
And with a high disposition.
Oh, thank goodness it's you, sweetie. Please don't wander too far away. I feel safe with you. Where are you going? What are you doing? We need to keep our eyes on each other.
If approached again with only Dovesi still alive.
You bloody half-wit. Do I have to spell it out for you? She's a killer! A murderer!
I didn't want to say anything earlier, but I'm pretty certain I saw her casting a charm spell on Primo. She could be a witch.
I knew it. It's her. That dark elf tramp killed them all. We've got to get out of this place.
What should we do?
It's up to us now, don't you see? Dovesi did it. She murdered everyone, and now she wants to murder us too. We have to get her first.
Matilda, in a frenzy, will then attempt to fell the dark elf, though for all her bluster, she makes more of a casual victim than anything.
Whoa! So that's it. It's down to you and me. I know I'm no killer, so that means...
Attempting to incriminate Nels the Naughty.
My feelings about the Nord are my own business. Leave me be.
How did the Nord go from drunk to stone-cold sober since the other guests have perished?
You and Nels? Both still alive? One of you is a cold-blooded killer. I never did trust that Nord.
Oh no, I just realised. The doorman was a Nord. They must be in cahoots locking us down here for their twisted, barbaristic delight.
Oh, please, save me. Save me from that savage. He'll kill me and then feast on my flesh. That's what Nords do. Please, I don't want to die.
Nels, seated across from Petite, tries to assuage the Breton's fears before drinking deeply from his mug.
So many people dead. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
Matilda will then continue to flitter about, as we are then forced to take care of the inevitable ourselves.
This house is a death trap.
We're being killed off one by one.
And after planting the seeds of doubt about her White Knight Neville, she will then say,
Oh, it's you. What do you want? Why are you looking at me that way? You want me to mistrust him, don't you? You want to turn me against him. Maybe you're the murderer.
Maybe. Or maybe you've been attacking like a trapdoor spider from down in that basement.
I'm no murderer. So that means it's either you or Neville. Just stay away from me. I don't trust either one of you.
Come on. I've been down here with you. If I was a killer, wouldn't I have done it already?
I know you're no killer. That means it's Neville. Oh, I'm so frightened. Please protect me from him. Where are you going? What are you doing? We need to keep our eyes on each other.
Again, Matilda will not seek out Neville, but rather smartly cower at the dining table to enjoy her final sweet rolls as we hunt down the Red Guard, who's looking to don his armor and end his life before he gets wise to our plan.
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off one by one.
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off one by one.
And finally, Primo Antonius.
You're trying to turn me against that sweet boy. Make me think he's the murderer. Get away from me, you fiend.
Stop, Matilda. Tell me what happened.
There are only 3 of us left. All those people dead. And the killer had to be either Primo or you.
I'll be honest. I'm starting to question if he's a noble at all, or... What if this is a ploy, and he was a skilled assassin in disguise wearing his regal airs about him?
Oh, my heavens. Primo must be the killer. I never thought it could be him. Please, you've got to protect me from him.
Matilde, seemingly still in disbelief, will converse with Primo a final time, perhaps to keep up appearances, before leaving us to break the young noble's neck.
So many people dead. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
This house is a death trap. We're being...
Provided Matilda's not the only target left alive, she will discuss the deceased guest throughout the quest, starting with Dovesi Dran. Tilly, that poor dark elf girl, she's dead.
So she's dead. What do you want from me? Flowers? A eulogy? I think not.
I know you didn't like her, but she was murdered.
Yes, the poor girl is dead. What a shame. Well, I guess she won't be finding the gold.
Oh, Matilda, I knew it was the gold you were after, but even at the cost of an innocent mer?
One less dark elf in the world, and now there's one less person to find the gold as well. It's a good day, don't you think?
Or Nels the Naughty.
He was a buffoon, but I didn't wish him dead, you cold-hearted villain.
Well, you weren't such a fan yourself.
All right, so I didn't care much for the man. That doesn't mean I wanted him dead.
You know, it didn't seem like you enjoyed sharing space with that savage all that much.
So, Nels is dead. I don't condone murder, of course, but I can't say he'll be missed. As a rule, I find Nords rather... vulgar.
Matilda then lashes out over the passing of Neville.
He's dead, and one of you killed him. I hate you all.
I'm sorry. I know that you thought highly of him.
I can't believe he's dead. Such a strong, handsome man.
And a knight, sworn guardian of Cyrodiil no less, even in retirement.
Why would one of us kill Neville? What if they try to get the rest of us? You'll protect me, won't you?
And finally, young Primo Antonius.
Leave me alone, you ghoul. Can't you see I'm mourning for that poor sweet boy?
I know you were like a mentor to the boy.
He was so young, so innocent. That boy was destined for greatness. Who could have done such a thing?
If there is one thing to take comfort in, Primo respected above all else your shared nobility and saw kinship in it.
I just can't believe he's dead. He was like a young, beautiful prince. I hope whoever did this can live with themselves.
If Matilda is our last target left, however, her fear will come to a climax, and she'll refuse to talk save a single final line of dialogue.
So that's it. It's down to you and me. I know I'm no killer, so that means... Oh, they're dead! All of them dead! Why? What's going on here? We need to get out of this place!
Once again, her disposition will affect the way she greets us. A high one will net us.
You and I are the only ones left, but we're not alone in this house. That killer is in here with us, hiding. We've got to get out of here. You understand me? We're the only ones left. We need to find a way out of this house. Come on!
However, with a low disposition, Tilly will assume we're the killer and will defend herself from us.
Oh, they're dead. All dead. And you're the only one left. It's you. Oh, gracious, no. Stay away from me.
The Breton will then remember the location of the axe in the basement, swinging its formidable heft in between battle cries.
I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. You'll never take me down.
Until we shove our shiv, Suffer Thorn, between her ribs, sending her sprawling. We then collect 530 gold off her body, much of which we use to bribe her, and her green garments, leaving her carcass exposed for the rats as we meander out of the basement to find our next victim, the Nord affectionately known as Nels the Naughty. Once a guest has been eliminated, the atmosphere obviously changes, and so do the opinions of each guest. Nels will greet us according to his disposition, a low one will grant.
What kind of party is this? Someone has been murdered. Someone has been killed. I don't suppose you know anything about that now, do you?
A normal one.
Someone's been murdered. By Ismir's beard, I need a drink.
And a high disposition.
Have you heard, my friend? One of our fellow guests has been murdered. This bodes ill for our stay and our search for the gold.
Assuming the person we wish to discuss still lives, Nels will have the following to say. Nels, I wanted to talk to you about Dovesi.
You want to talk to me about Dovesi? Someone's been murdered, you idiot! There are more important matters to discuss right now.
I'm worried about her. She was sobbing in the corner last time I saw her.
The poor lass looks upset. But if she's anything like my daughter, she's tougher than she looks. She'll be all right.
All right? What about the supposed killer in our midst?
Let me tell you something. If anyone thinks they're going to hurt that poor dark elf girl, they're going to have to get through me first.
Hey, have you seen the old Breton? Or has she scurried back into the basement again?
Can't this wait, huh? Someone's been murdered, and I've got better things to do than gossip about an old woman. The old biddy seems flustered about the murder. But who isn't, right?
Did she seem okay to you?
It seems she's upset about the murder, but there's something else. It's almost like she's glad there's less competition for the gold. Greedy old bat.
One of us has been murdered, and there's no legionary in sight.
Right now, I'm more concerned with the person who's been left for dead in this very house, not with that Legion dog.
Legion or not, he could be an asset if things go sideways.
He's like everyone else in the Imperial Legion. Someone needs help, someone is getting killed, and they're nowhere to be found. Worthless. I really have to wonder where Neville was when someone was getting slaughtered just a few rooms away. Maybe he was busy looking for the chest of gold, or maybe he was right next to the victim with his hand on the hilt of a dagger. Think about it.
So, what's your read on Primo?
It's really none of your business what I think about him, now is it?
No, but I am saying it is not normal for a nobleman to be in the midst of a murder.
I can't imagine someone like Primo has seen much death and suffering. This murder must be quite a shock to him.
Shock to him and the rest of us.
Whoever the killer is would have to be strong and quick. Now, I'm not saying Primo is our murderer, but you have to admit it's at least possible. You'd be smart to stay with the rest of the group. It's just not safe to go wandering off alone with a killer on the loose.
Tension now rising. Everyone suspects each other more and more, and the Nord, it seems, is more astute than he first let on. Nels will now greet if he dislikes us.
It's not safe to be alone. I certainly don't want to be the third victim. Well, look at you. 2 people have been horribly murdered, and you're right as rain. Strikes me as odd, that does.
Or with a normal disposition.
2 people dead. If anyone else drops, I swear I'm going to gather every drop of alcohol in this house and drink myself into a stupor.
Or if he is fond of us.
I haven't seen death like this in a long, long time. It's a bit more than my nerves can handle, I'm afraid. I plan to gather up every drop of drink in this house and keep it to myself. If things get any worse around here, I find comfort there, you see.
Oh look, 2 of us missing and your favorite dark elf is fine. Who would have thought?
2 people are dead, you pathetic little worm. Take your gossip-mongering someplace else.
Sorry, it's an off-color joke. It's gotta be the nerves. Not that hers are probably any better.
She's frightened, of course. No one that young should be exposed to such horrors. So far, the killer has claimed 2 victims. If they plan on adding Duvisi to that list, they can think again. I won't let any harm come to that girl.
Hey, Nels, you seen that old goat? Still looking for that wheel of cheese, I bet.
You know compassion? There are 2 bloody corpses lying in this place, and all you can do is question me about that old woman?
Come on. 2 people dead and Mathilde looks more rattled than a baby's toy.
Yeah, she looks pretty shaken, doesn't she? I can't tell if it's genuine fear or just really good acting. She's as much of a suspect as anyone, don't forget.
Suspect? What are you saying?
I'll be honest, friend. I don't know what to think about Matilda. Yeah, she seems frightened, but she's also still alive. Why wasn't she killed? She may look old and weak, but that's never stopped a murderer before, has it? Don't doubt for a second that she couldn't be the killer.
You know Neville, sorry, that Legion dog, said something about donning that armor of his. I wonder if he'll help in battle.
By Ysmir's dragon blood, what's wrong with you? 2 people are dead. It's hardly the time to chat about that Legion lackey.
I tell you what, this is one of the only times that armor would be a welcome sight.
2 of us killed, and where was the stalwart Legionnaire? That's what I'd like to know. He spent his life protecting the citizens of Tamriel? Ha! With 2 of us now dead, it seems like the others are looking for Neville for protection. The fools. He'll kill them like he did the others. That's right. I think Neville is the murderer. I can't prove it yet, but he'll slip up, just you wait. Whatever you do, don't turn your back on him.
I'm still trying to figure out, why is the noble boy here again? It's certainly not the gold.
I'm not sure if you're really concerned for the kid or trying to convince me he's a murderer. Either way, I ain't listening.
Fine. Plug your ears and drink to Ysamir's beard, whatever you Nords do. Or maybe think for a second about why Primo is actually here.
I'm not sure what to think of the kid anymore. All I know is that 2 of the guests have been murdered, and he's just dandy. Makes you wonder.
Yeah, I can't make heads or tails of it.
Let me ask you something, friend. Why is Primo even here? The rest of us need the money, but his family is wealthy beyond measure. Maybe he was bored, or maybe he just wanted to do some slumming. Or maybe he's a trained assassin hired to kill us all, one by one. Sound crazy? Well, these are crazy times, my friend. Stay safe, if that's even possible.
With only 2 targets left, no matter how innocent we try and seem, Nell sees more and more through our facade. With a low disposition, he will greet us with,
You're enjoying all this, aren't you? You like seeing us squirm. What in blazes is going on here? Do you have something to do with this? This house is a death trap. We're being killed off, one by one.
After ending the conversation, he will look for a drink. Well, 8 to be exact, as indicated by the game files, and the behaviour being described as quote-unquote stupor, and refuse to talk to us during this behaviour.
Please, not now. I just want to be by myself for a bit.
Or with a neutral disposition.
3 people. Murdered. I know I shouldn't go wandering off alone right now, but for the love of Ismir, I need a drink.
I need to find some real spirits. I think I saw some mead down in the basement. I don't care if it's not safe. It's my nerves. I need to calm down.
Nels, in fact, does not head to the basement, but instead takes up drinking his hoarded liquor. Or, with a higher disposition, he opens up further.
My friend, please stay safe. 3 of us have been murdered. Besides you and me, there's only one guest left, if you know what I'm saying. I've seen death like this before. Many years ago, my daughter was murdered by bandits who came to our village. I'm sorry. I need a drink.
Plonking himself at the dining table, Nels will begin to open up to us further.
So many people dead. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
Unfortunately, if the only other victim is the Dark Elf, and we say, Nels, we need to find out who did this. It's not you, and it's not me. You need to consider Dovesi as a threat. She isn't your dead daughter, friend. The sooner that you accept that, the better.
Only 3 of us left, and one of us is a murderer. You expect me to believe it's that sweet girl, you murdering scum? I'll kill you.
We instantly will be detected and forced to contend with the Nord as he finds the closest blade on the nearby bookshelf for a drunken duel.
Showing your face was the last mistake you'll ever make.
Yeah.
Stay away!
Otherwise, with neutral disposition.
She's afraid for her life, as we should be. There's someone else in this house, my friend. Someone hiding somewhere, killing us off one by one. I swear to you, my friend, if anyone tries to harm that sweet girl, I will tear them limb from limb. Whoever killed the others will strike again. They're getting into this house somehow, which means there must be a way out as well. We need to find the secret exit and escape this madhouse.
Unable or unwilling to believe that Dovesi or we are the killer, Nels will then look to escape the house. But first, he starts to rummage around to find himself a beverage or 7. When it comes to the Breton, with a low disposition, he says,
What? You think the old woman is the killer? Is that it? Is that what you'd have me believe? Trying to cover your tracks?
Believe what you want, but more people keep dying, and for some reason she seems fine.
She's either a frightened old woman or a cold-blooded killer. I don't know whether I should comfort her or hit her over the head with a rock.
That old hag would step over her own grandmother if she thought there was a spot of gold involved. Actually, no, she's probably going to be the grandmother, but still.
There are only 3 of us left. You and I are no killers. So that leaves the old woman. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Matilda is no weakling. She killed the others in cold blood, and she'll try to kill us next. I'm not about to stand around waiting to die. We need to kill Matilda. So many people dead. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
After which, the Nord locates the blade conspicuously left on the nearby bookshelf and has a stern conversation with the old Breton, pointy end first.
This house is a death... Oh!
If we mention Neville with a low disposition.
3 guests have been slaughtered, and you want to ask me about that Legion dog? I don't know who I hate more, you or him. Guests are dropping like flies around here, but not Neville. He's still in one piece. That tells me he's either very lucky or a cold-blooded killer.
Remember what you told us about your daughter? You think that's a coincidence? Neville is a Legion dog through and through who holds life cheaply. You know what they say, a rabid cur is best put down.
That sniveling Legion dog must die. Do you understand me? He's the murderer. He killed all those people. He must pay for what he's done.
After Nels finds his sidearm, he then swiftly rushes up to the second floor and finds Neville struggling with his locked chest, holding his precious armor, and is promptly felled before he can raise his arms to defend himself.
You and I are the only ones left. But we did it. We survived. We won.
If we approach Nels about Primo with low affinity...
By a smear, you've got nerve. 3 people are dead. What? Are you trying to turn me against Primo now?
Turn nothing. Primo is the one seemingly unaffected by all this death and destruction.
This is madness. There are now only 3 of us left. Myself, you, and Primo. I know I'm not the killer. But what about Primo? What about you?
I'm not the rich braggart who has a grin ear to ear while partygoers drop around us like cliff racers.
Besides you and me, he's the only one left. By Ysmir, that boy will pay for what he's done. Come, we must kill Primo before he kills us.
With his preferred sword in hand, the Nord darts after the boy, performing a leaping backslash that would make the Bruma blade trainer Rightwind blush.
Oh!
Provided he's not the only target left, Nels will discuss the guests you've already murdered. When asking about the fallen Dovesi Dran.
Who could have done this? Who could have killed a sweet, innocent girl? Was it you? So help me if I find out you're the one who did this.
Calm down. Why would we ask after her if we had anything to do with it? We're not a monster.
I can't believe she's dead. Seeing her body lying there. It's like my poor daughter all over again.
I'm sorry, Nels, about your daughter. Dovesi.
No. When I looked into Dovesi's face, it was like peering at my own daughter. I feel like I've lost her all over again.
He will respond about a dead Matilda Petite with low disposition.
She's dead. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that now, would you? What kind of sick, demented person could cut down an old woman in cold blood? It proves that evil truly does exist in this world.
The kind of killer that gets enjoyment out of slaughtering civilians, I'm sure.
Some bloodthirsty monster killed that woman in cold blood. It's obvious to me one of the other guests killed her to eliminate the competition. Assuming that's true, who's next? You? Me? We need to keep our eyes open, friend, and we'd do well not to trust the others.
If approaching Nels about a fallen Neville and he isn't a fan...
The man is dead, you horse's ass. There's nothing more to tell.
Nothing more? What about where you were when he died?
I may not have liked the man, but I'm particularly troubled by his death. Neville was a capable fighter. Who could have killed him? And so quickly?
Yeah, not many. What are you trying to say?
You want to know how I really feel about Neville's death? I'm afraid. I may hate the Imperial Legion, but its members are trained warriors. Neville was probably the most capable fighter among us, yet he was cut down silently, just a few rooms away. I fear one of us is not who they appear. This isn't the work of some greedy houseguest. There's an assassin among us. You mark my words. We must watch ourselves at every step.
And with a dead young Primo.
The lad's dead, you uncaring fool. Now get away from me before you join him.
Easy. You said it yourself. We need to stick together.
That poor boy didn't deserve to die. He was rich. He had no business even being here, looking for treasure that might not even exist.
You think the treasure isn't real? Why are we here then? Surely it's jealousy over gold.
Primo being here made no sense. Whoever our host is, why would he invite someone who didn't even need the money? It's as if we were invited for another reason altogether. Think about it. We're trapped in this house with no way out, and now people start dying. I think poor Primo was tricked, just like the rest of us. If we're not careful, we'll end up dead, too. You mark my words.
If Nels had aided us at all in the killing of the guests, after they've all perished, he will congratulate.
Ha 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 ha! We did it, my friend! The killer is dead, and this nightmare is just about over. All we have to do now is find a way out of here.
Leaving us to end the Nord's life at our leisure. Otherwise, if Nels is the only target alive, he may attack us after greeting him, depending on his disposition. A low disposition, Neds.
By the gods, you're the only one left. It was you. How could you? How could you have killed all those people? You won't take me so easily.
After which, he'll attack, and we will fail the bonus.
Show me what you've got.
With a normal disposition, however, he will simply refuse to talk.
You. What do you want? If you're looking for something to drink, I can't help you. It's mine. It's all mine. It's the only thing I have.
Staying true to his word, he begins gathering and consuming all the nearby liquor, and we await the Nord to fall into a promised stupor before using our bare hands to break his neck. Interestingly, he's the only guest with a high disposition that will figure out that we've been manipulating him the entire time. As we say, it's over, Nels. It's just you and me now. Everything's gonna be okay.
You want to know something, my friend? I just don't care anymore. We're the only two left. I know I didn't kill those people, so that leaves you. And now you're here to kill me, right? Well, let's get this over with. So I guess this is it, then?
Nels will then resume drinking at his seat among the fallen corpses of his fellow party guests, awaiting the inevitable. After the first guest has been eliminated, tensions rise, and the ex-Imperial soldier, Neville, will reflexively revert to his Legion training.
I know someone's been murdered and we're all on edge. Just try to remain calm. I'll get to the bottom of this.
He will then greet us according to his disposition. A low one will grant us.
Someone's been killed, and as far as I'm concerned, you're one of the prime suspects. You watch your step.
With a normal disposition, he correctly proclaims.
Locked inside a house with 5 strangers. It sounded like a trap when I read the invitation. Looks like I was right.
And with a high disposition.
A guest has been murdered. So it begins. You mark my words, this entire party is a trap. Someone wants us all dead, and now they have their chance.
When you leave the conversation, Neville may remark.
I knew this little party was too good to be true.
Assuming the person we discuss still lives, Neville will have the following to say, starting with Dovesi Dran.
I'm not sure I like your line of questioning, friend. Someone's been killed. Show a little respect.
You think that dark elf is going to be okay?
Dovesi's upset by the murder, but she'll be okay. I get the sense she's seen worse things in her life.
You don't seem too concerned about her well-being.
Right now, my main concern is figuring out who the killer is. She may be young, but Dovesi is a suspect just like everyone else. I've seen enough in my time to know that anyone is capable of murder if they have the right motivation.
When asking after Matilda's fragile mindset, he scolds.
She's upset, you idiot. Murder has that effect on people.
Matilda did seem rather shaken.
The poor woman's rather upset. Someone of her bearing isn't accustomed to the horror of murder.
A noble woman of her bearing scared witless. She should probably stay close to a man of your skill set, no?
She's afraid, and for good reason. If the killer strikes again, they may very well pick an easy target, like Matilda. She needn't worry, though. I'm a trained soldier. with 20 years of experience dealing with situations like this. On my honor, this killer will be caught and dealt with.
When asking about Nels the Naughty,
someone's been killed. And you know what my real problem is? Trying to decide who did it, you or that worthless Nord. When people start turning up dead, it's usually a good idea to keep your eyes on any nearby Nords, if you understand what I'm saying.
Believe me, I know exactly what you're saying.
Nords are raised to be cold-blooded killers. Don't take your eyes off Nels if you value your life. I'll bet anything he's our murderer.
And when slyly suggesting Primo Antonius was nowhere to be seen during the first elimination.
I hope you're not suggesting that Primo was the murderer. I'm the trained investigator here. Just keep your mouth shut and stay out of my way.
Fine, I'll stay out of your way. But I'm guessing you believe Primo is innocent in all of this, don't you?
Well, when somebody gets murdered, everyone nearby could be considered a suspect. That includes young Primo.
Oh? Includes Primo?
To be honest, my instincts tell me the kid isn't the killer. Sure, he's a bit obnoxious, but that doesn't make him capable of murder. You'd be smart to stay with the rest of the group. It's just not safe to go wandering off alone with a killer on the loose.
With a second guest dead, Neville, now believing the party is indeed a trap, initiates his own investigation of sorts in a futile attempt to take control of the spiraling situation. Neville will now greet us if he dislikes us.
Well, look who's here. It's the #1 suspect in a cold-blooded murder of 2 innocent people. I'm watching you, scum.
Or if he is indeed indifferent to us.
I'd say that with 2 people dead, it's time for everyone to pull together. We need to watch out for each other, stay in a group.
If we greet him with a high disposition at this point, he'll say the following before he gets his gear.
We're being stalked like animals in the forest. I'm still not sure if the killer is one of the other guests or is hiding somewhere in the house. One thing I do know is that the killer won't just stop with 2. They never do. You and I, we need to watch each other's backs. I've got my old Legion armor and sword in a chest upstairs. It's time I geared up and showed this coward just who he's dealing with. Stay safe, if that's even possible.
The Red Guard will then stalk his way upstairs, and his demeanor noticeably changes along with his garb.
Don't worry, my friend. I'm going to show this slinking cutthroat how the Imperial Legion takes care of things.
And when we leave the conversation, he may say,
"Don't get any ideas about wandering off alone. I'm keeping my eye on everyone, including you."
When asking if Neville is worried about the young Dunmer once more, he cautions.
Why are you so concerned with my feelings toward a young dark elf girl? You wouldn't be so stupid as to try to turn me against her.
Look, Dervaisi's clearly upset. I believe that.
That girl's either upset that those people were killed, or she's an excellent actress. She's still a suspect as far as I'm concerned.
If Nels is alive at this point, we can ask. So, between us, who do you think is the killer?
You want my honest opinion? I think Nels is the killer, but I haven't yet ruled out that Dervaisi may be working with him.
Or if Nels is dead, Neville, who do you believe is behind this?
You want to know the truth? I thought for sure Nels was the killer. But with him dead, my bets are now on Dervaisi.
When moving on to question Neville about Matilda Petite...
Excuse me? You want to question me about Matilda? 2 people have been murdered, you fool! Get your priorities straight!
My priorities are my safety first and foremost, thank you. I need to channel some of that energy into helping the frightened old biddy.
Matilda's old and frail. The shock of 2 people being murdered is surely too much for the poor woman. There's a killer in here, and Matilda needs protection. Who better to defend her but me? I'm keeping my eye on the old woman, don't you worry.
If we share our common concerns about Nels the Naughty.
Now this is interesting. 2 people turn up dead, and you're more concerned with my feelings toward the Nord. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to turn me against him to cover your own tracks.
Why would we need to cover our tracks? The drunken Nord is doing an excellent job looking suspicious, leering at everyone from the bottom of that mug of ale. and especially at you.
2 people are dead, and the only thing the Nord can do is dive into a bottle of beer. If you ask me, it's all an act. Nels killed those people, and pretty soon he'll come for the rest of it. Don't you worry. When I gather more evidence, I'll take that scum down.
I think you may be right, but, well, it's like you said. You need more evidence.
That mead-swilling barbarian killed those 2 people. I'm sure of it. I don't have the proof just yet, but I'm watching him. Don't you worry, my friend. Nels won't get away with this, not on my watch.
When again questioning the ex-soldier about Primo Antonius.
I don't really know what you're trying to accomplish, but questioning me about Primo with 2 people lying dead just makes me suspect you even more.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly a noble is doing slumming in a murder manor.
Primo may be young, but he's no fool. He knows that the murder of 2 innocent people doesn't bode well for his own safety.
You're right. He is young and greener than the great forest after rainfall.
Primo may be young, but he looks strong, and I'm sure he could handle himself in a fight. I think I'm going to enlist his help. I'll talk to Primo. Give him a bit of encouragement. If he and I are vigilant, we may prevent the killer from claiming another victim. Don't go far. It's too dangerous to go wandering around this house.
With only 2 targets left and 3 guests eliminated, there are now only 2 possible suspects left, the other guest and us. And as we round the 2nd floor corner, we see the imposing figure of a fully armoured Neville looming over us at the top of the stairs to the 3rd floor. With a low disposition, Neville will accuse.
So many people dead. I just don't know who to trust anymore. Come to have a few words before you slit my throat? That's right. I know you did it. I can't prove it yet, but you mark my words. You're going down.
Or with a neutral disposition.
I've been doing some thinking about you. It's kind of interesting that you were the last guest to arrive, don't you think? And now 3 people lie dead, and you look as if you haven't a care in the world. It just looks a bit suspicious. That's all I'm saying.
With a high disposition and Nels being dead, he'll greet us with,
There you are. Listen, I've searched every inch of this house. It's sealed up tight. There's no way in or out, and there's nobody hiding any place. That means the killer has been inside with us all along. You and I aren't murderers, so that leaves 1 person. We must prepare to defend ourselves. This is insane. We're being hunted down 1 by 1. There must be a way out of this madhouse.
If Nels is the other guest still breathing and Neville has a high disposition towards us, we're given an opportunity to affect Neville's actions prematurely.
There you are. Listen, I've searched every inch of this house. It's sealed up tight. There's no way in or out, and there's nobody hiding any place. That means the killer has been inside with us all along. You and I aren't murderers, so that leaves 1 person. It's Nels the Naughty.
We can, as always, say nothing.
Yes, well, I know how you feel. What words can really do justice to the terrible situation at hand, but we must stick together if we are to survive.
Otherwise, flee, my friend. I'll confront Nels.
You would do that for me? You are truly a good friend. Yes, I fear this is beyond even my ability. I'm not as young as I used to be. I'll take refuge in my room until Nels has been dealt with. Thank you, my friend, and good luck.
Neville will then proceed to hide and attempt to sleep off the inevitable confrontation, though it is too difficult for him in his Legion gear, leaving Nels for us.
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off 1 by 1.
Or instead, we can goad him, saying, we must act now. Kill Nels.
Yes, we must kill that foul Nord before he slits our throats. Aye!
Pursuing Nels, Neville trudges down the stairs, hitting the Nord square in the back with a terrible lick of lightning that sends the Nord sprawling. Otherwise, with varying disposition, we can approach Neville about the remaining guests before they too are dealt with. Starting with asking about Dovesi Dran with low disposition.
Find it odd that so many people have been killed, yet the two of you still live. Looks to me like you two are working together.
I find it odd you came to that conclusion when Dovesi has actively been avoiding both of us the entire time.
So, 3 of us left. You, Dovesi, and myself. The list of suspects is certainly getting smaller. With Nels dead, my eye is on Dovesi.
Look, you believe in evidence, and I respect your methods, but in confidence, you were right about her. She's been harping on about how much she hates the Legion behind your back with a passion, and you said that yourself. I don't want to cast unfounded aspersions, but I saw her spell casting earlier, and I think she may be a witch, and we've somehow fallen for her wicked trap.
You've helped me come to my senses, friend. There's no time for evidence gathering, no time to collect proof. Dovesi is the murderer. That little dark elf urchin killed 3 people in cold blood, and now she's gonna try to kill us. We can't let that happen. Follow me, my friend, and watch my back. Dovesi must be brought to justice, and I'm the one to do it. Let's go.
Neville then barrels towards the dark elf, giving her a taste of their coveted destruction magicka. Afterwards, provided he killed Dovesi Dran himself, we can discuss the murder, to which he'll show his unease regarding the killing of a child.
She murdered all those innocent people, and I delivered justice, just like any Legion soldier would. I only did what I thought was right.
If Matilda Petite is one of the few left and Neville isn't a fan of us.
I suppose you're trying to turn me against Matilde, eh? Make me think she's the killer. I've got news for you, friend. I know it's you. I can't prove it yet, but just you wait. You try to hurt that poor old woman, and I'll cut you in 2.
Why do you think we're here with you? To get to the bottom of this. Whoever this killer is, it's like they're almost invisible.
3 people have been killed, and now Matilde thinks she's next. I guess only the killer knows for sure. Isn't that right?
Okay, let's lay our cards on the table then, and you can see if you think I'm lying. I think the killer is an assassin. I feel they're somehow in our midst, and I don't know exactly why they are here, but I know it's a matter of time until more people die. You know I'm right.
3 people have been killed, and the only ones left are you, me, and a little old lady. One of us is a murderer, and my money's on the old lady. Don't let her looks deceive you, friend. I've seen Black Widows like her before. Her crimes must not go unpunished. Justice is at hand.
Unfortunately for Matilde, her only crime being in believing in the infallibility of the ex-Imperial Legionnaire.
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off one by one.
And if she is a final survivor with Neville, she will haphazardly sprint towards him, cowering for cover behind his authority. Neville, however, has no such compunction about tossing the old Breton aside like a wet rag.
You and I are the only ones left. But we did it. We survived. We won!
If we begin probing a final time about Nels the Naughty...
I was positive he was the killer until you opened your mouth. Now I'm not so sure. My gut instincts tell me Nels is the killer, but still I lack the proof I need to confront him. Maybe you can convince me I'm right.
Neville, listen. You want convincing? Remember your first encounter with the Nord. He was happy to openly berate you in front of everybody. He even hated you, even. And he's not the only Nord. Remember the doorman, Fafnir? Clearly something underhanded is at play, and he's involved. This is a dirty Nord trap that we've fallen into.
My friend, in talking to you, it's become clear what must be done. I have no doubts in my mind that Nels is the killer. We must take him down. We've got to kill that cold-loving bastard before he turns on us. You cover me while I strike the killing blow.
The incensed ex-knight then catches Nels with a blow cracking his ribcage as the Nord senses the danger. All too late. If we cross-examine Neville once more about Primo Antonius...
I've come across your kind before. People get murdered and you ask questions. It's a sure sign of a killer with a guilty conscience. Watch yourself.
Just tell me one thing. I know I keep coming back to it, but why would a noble lower himself by coming here? His motive for gold makes no sense. That's why the rest of us came, obviously.
It's all starting to make sense now. Primo didn't need the money. He has more than any of us. Enough, in fact, to give away an entire chest of gold. That rich little bastard lured us all here by appealing to our greed. Don't you see? He considers us all low class and he wants us exterminated. That high-born little worm won't get away with this. He'll pay with his life. Come on, you watch my back. I'm going to take Primo down.
Neville will then bound down the stairs as nimbly as any in a full cuirass, and flings a fireball at the unsuspecting noble, just missing him by inches, followed by a crunch of his mace to the back of poor Primo, who immediately crumples to the floor.
Whoa!
Provided he's not the only target left, Neville will discuss the guest we've already murdered. When saying, Neville, Devacey's passing, that was a tragedy.
She was a child, and some sick murdering dog struck her down in cold blood. I swear, if I find out you did this, I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Perhaps she made an enemy in here.
Devacey couldn't have been any more than 15 years old. What threat could she have posed? Why was she murdered? Damn it, I mean to find out.
I'm guessing you've seen things like this before.
I was in the Legion for a great many years, my friend. I saw a lot of horrible things, including the murders of children. It made no sense then, it makes no sense now. But don't you worry. I've vowed to bring Devacey's killer to justice.
I've heard Matilda passed. Did you happen to see anything?
Someone slaughtered that poor old woman like a lamb. I've got my eyes on you. Make one false move and I'll come down on you like a hammer.
Where was she? She said she was going to stick close by you.
How could this happen? How could I have let my guard down? That poor old woman is dead. And I should have protected her.
You can't be everywhere at once.
Matilda's murder saddens me, friend. But not for the reason you may think. 10 years ago, when I was in my prime, this never would have happened. But now I'm old, and my instincts have failed. I let that woman down.
Neville will then share his true feelings on Nels the Naughty.
One less Nord in the world is something I'd normally cheer about. But the fact that he was murdered by a fellow guest does put a damper on things.
If only Nels is dead, he has unique dialogue saying.
Can't say I'm sorry to see there's one less Nord in the world. Still, I don't appreciate someone getting murdered right under my nose.
Well, it looks like you weren't a fan of the Nord. The good news, there are no more Nords left.
Nels is dead. You know what that means? You've just shot to the top of my suspect list. You make one wrong move, and I'll break you.
And if Primo Antonius dies?
He was a young man, and now he's dead. Slaughtered like a lamb. I've got my eyes on you, stranger. Don't you forget that.
Why was Primo targeted, do you think?
I'm still putting the pieces together. Was Primo murdered for his money? Was it something about the chest of gold? Not sure yet, but I'm close.
You think he was taken unawares?
Primo was a young man, strong and full of life. Surely he would have been able to defend himself against an attacker.
If Neville's the only target left, and we've convinced him to attack the previous target, he'll now greet us with...
You and I are the only ones left. But we did it. We survived. We won. Well, that's that. The killer is dead, and this nightmare is just about over. All we have to do now is find a way out of here.
Otherwise, his disposition towards us will affect what happens next. Both a low disposition and a normal one will be proof enough for him to know that we are in fact the killer, and he will attack us after the appropriate greeting.
You killed them all. Well, here we both are. Retired Imperial Legion officer and hired assassin. So, who do you work for? The Dark Brotherhood? The Morag Tong? No matter. I've faced your kind before. You're a coward. You use stealth and lies to destroy innocent lives. All of that ends now. Prepare to meet your doom.
Or,
I was wondering when you'd get to me. I have to give you some credit. You had me fooled. You made me trust you, which is not an easy thing. Oh, and the chest of gold was a nice touch. I knew it was all too good to be true, but I guess my greed got the best of me. But I'm afraid your little game is over now. I've killed more assassins in my day than I can count, so let's get this over with. Die, damn you!
the Red Guard then bounds at us, unleashing a devastating assault.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
So it's probably best we explore our final option. With a high disposition, we'll have the Red Guard believe in our innocence. Despite his conviction, there was no way for an assassin outside of the known group of people.
Well, that's it, my friend. We're the last. And that damned assassin is still hiding out in this house somewhere. I guess there's only one thing left for me to do. I'm gonna find an axe and do my best to chop that damn door down and get us out of here. So I guess this is it, then.
And he'll go and grab an axe and proceed to attempt to break down the front door in vain. It should be noted, Neville wasn't lying about his prime being behind him, as, without any armor at least, he's basically helpless and boasts a pitiful 1 HP according to the wiki, allowing us to lose but a single arrow to fell the ex-Imperial. While he remained blissfully ignorant of our crimes. Once a guest has been eliminated, the young noble becomes visibly rattled and more paranoid. Approaching him with a low disposition that's...
What kind of party is this? Someone has been murdered! Get away from me, peasant. Someone has been murdered and I'm rather unnerved by the whole thing.
A neutral disposition.
Did you hear? Someone has been murdered. One of us. One of the guests.
Or if Primo is fond of us, he confides.
Beginning to get a bad feeling about all of this. I'd leave right now if I could. Well, the money means nothing to me. I just thought it would be fun. Wonderful. People are dropping dead and I'm trapped here looking for gold I don't even need. I'll be happy just to find the key and get out of here.
Speaking to Primo about our fellow guests, to cast suspicion on the treasure seekers and of ourselves, we begin sowing seeds of doubt towards the dark elf Dovesi, his one-time crush, which we're sharply met with.
My ears deceive me. Or are you actually suggesting Dovesi might be the one behind the murder? Back away now, cretin!
Behind? No. Affected by? Absolutely.
She seems very upset by the murder. I do hope she'll be all right.
Have you had time to console her?
I can tell. The murder is weighing heavily on her heart. She seems such a paradox to me. So gentle and beautiful, yet so strong.
In regards to the destitute noble Matilda Petite, he snaps.
Is there something wrong with you? Someone has been murdered. My feelings about that old crone are hardly important right now.
Feelings maybe, but you think Matilda will be okay? She seems rattled.
Something tells me the murder of one of the guests isn't going to stop Matilda from searching for the money. She strikes me as the greedy type. Now that someone's been killed, Matilda may be a little frightened for her own safety, but she's still more concerned with finding the hidden gold. Matilda claims to be from one of the High Rock's most distinguished noble families, but I have a feeling their fortune has long been squandered.
When beginning to insinuate about Nels the Naughty's guilt.
Are you trying to insinuate that Nels might be the killer? Maybe I think you did it. After all, murder is a common crime of the lowborn.
The Nord certainly is drinking his troubles away.
Nels seems just as unnerved as the rest of us that someone has been killed, but he seems to find solace in a bottle. Before the body turned up, I got the sense that Nels was a bit of a drunkard. But he seems truly unnerved now and is drinking rather excessively.
When casting suspicion at Neville.
What are you getting at? Are you suggesting that Neville is the killer? Take your suspicions someplace else, you low-born worm.
For a soldier, Neville seems quite frazzled. I thought this would have been second nature to the Legion's quote-unquote finest.
He seems on edge, doesn't he? I guess you can take the man out of the Legion, but you can never take the Legion out of the man. Neville seems different now that someone has been killed. More alert, more aware. Something tells me he's not going to take all of this lying down. He's a trained soldier after all. I bet if anyone can figure out what's going on here, it will be him. Wonderful. People are dropping dead and I'm trapped here looking for gold I don't even need. I'll be happy just to find the key and get out of here.
After a second treasure seeker has been suddenly murdered, Primo's mood darkens further. With low disposition, he rebukes.
2 people are dead, and for all I know, you could have killed them. Just leave me alone, you worthless peasant.
A normal one?
2 people are now dead. And for what? A trunk full of coins? How pathetic.
Or if he holds us in high regard.
Dear friend, have you heard? 2 of the guests now lie dead. If I find out who did it, I may have to take matters into my own hands.
Suggesting Dovasi Dran had something to do with the murder is met with...
She's upset, you buffoon, just like the rest of us. 2 people have been murdered. I hope you're not suggesting she could be the killer.
I do know one thing. That dark elf shouldn't be here.
The poor girl. She's too young, too innocent to be exposed to these horrible murders. I hope she's holding up all right. I don't mean to sound like a ghoul, but with 2 people murdered and Dovasi obviously upset, this may be my chance to get close to her. You know, offer her comfort and support during this difficult time. Besides, I want to watch over her, make sure she stays safe.
Or attempting to subtly turn Primo against Matilda Petite.
What are you doing? Trying to turn me against her? What's the matter? Trying to cover your tracks?
Have you seen Matilda of late? Or is she still skulking around the basement?
She seems frightened, like the rest of us. I bet now she's regretting ever stepping foot in this house, gold or no.
Regret or no, she sure seems to want to look out for you. I guess it's the nobility calling to one another.
The more people that drop dead, the more annoying Matilda becomes. She keeps watching over me like some kind of worried grandmother. If the killer strikes again, maybe they'll do me a favor and take her out next.
When questioning Primo about Nels the Naughty.
Damn it, man, 2 people are dead. Have you nothing better to do than question me about the Nord?
Nels been up to?
He's drinking even more than he was before. Is it because he's afraid? Or feeling guilty? To be honest, I'm not sure if I trust him. He's a hard drinker, but there's something more. Something in his eyes. Hard and calculating.
Or when looking for information about the ex-soldier Neville.
Look, I don't know what kind of information you're after, but I won't help you. Just go away.
Neville certainly seems right at home with his investigation, if you catch my meaning.
It seems that with each murder, Neville becomes that much more aware. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's planning on catching the killer himself.
Unless he was behind this, no?
Well, Neville is a trained soldier. He was in the Imperial Legion for 20 years or so, I've heard. He certainly knows how to kill. Still, I don't think he's the murderer, no. Quite the contrary. I think he takes the murders personally. Feels he should have protected the victims. Don't go far. It's too dangerous to go wandering around this house.
Post the 3rd death of the party-goers, Primo becomes accusatory and bears his hostility openly, especially if he doesn't like us accusing.
You're still alive. For all I know, you're the killer. You stand your ground, or so help me, there'll be blood between us.
With a normal disposition?
3 people now dead, and yet the 2 of us still live. Do you think I'm the killer? Because I most certainly wonder the same thing about you.
Or if we are in the noble's good graces.
Dear friend, 3 of the guests have been killed. You and I, we must stay close, band together for mutual protection. This is insane. We're being hunted down one by one. There must be a way out of this madhouse.
If we dare outright suggest Dovesi is the murderer.
You fiend. Are you suggesting Dovesi is the murderer? You'd do well to watch your mouth and your back.
Why is Dovesi still alive is all I want to know.
Dovesi is young and weak, yet the killer left her alive. Why? She couldn't possibly have anything to do with the murders. Could she?
Primo, I've seen her spell cast when no one was looking. She's a dark elf savage and has been trying to trick you.
How could I have been so naive? So stupid! We must stick together, my friend, for Dovesi is surely the murderer. We must strike before she does.
Primo then dashes for a nearby sword, as Dovesi, sensing imminent danger, serendipitously confirms our accusation, conjuring a scamp as Primo darts after his former crush and slashes at her recklessly, killing the poor girl too stunned to fully defend herself. After the dark deed is done, Primo will then regain his composure and exasperates.
It's finally over. The killer is dead. We just need to get out of here. To think, I actually had feelings for that wretched witch. Thank the gods she's dead. Now we're safe. We're safe. Aren't we?
Or, if we insinuate it was in fact Matilda Petite.
What? Are you telling me Matilda is the killer? I don't know what to believe. You just stay away from me.
But there's one thing bothering me. Matilda's obsession with gold.
At first, I thought Matilda was just a cloying old hag, but now I realize she could be the killer. It's her. Don't you see? She's the only one left. The only one left alive. We've got to get her before she can get us. Do you understand?
We then follow Primo as he rummages around upstairs for a weapon.
So many people dead. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
Settling instead on his fist as he floors the brittle Breton with an overhead right. The blow apparently killing her instantly.
You and I are the only ones left. But we did it. We survived. We won.
If we instead attempt to cast blame on Nels the Naughty.
You want me to think Nels is the killer, is that it? Maybe you did it, eh? Maybe you're just trying to turn me against him.
What do you think about Nels? He's shifted from this affable drunk to something more dangerous.
I just don't know what to think. I had my doubts about Nels, and he is still alive. Could it be true? Could he have killed all of them?
He has the strength. And that deranged Nord Dorman was a little too eager to usher us inside. You think this is all a ruse to get at your money?
I was right about him. He's been doing it. He's the killer. My friend, you and I have to end this. We must kill Nels before he kills us.
Primo then locates the nearby sword and, to his credit, waits for a distracted and drunk Nels to face him before cutting the man down. We then attempt our final besmirching of the legionnaire named Neville.
What are you saying? That Neville is the killer? Why should I trust a low-born dog like you? Get away from me.
You know, I saw Neville get a bit rough with his interrogation of that poor Dovesi before. Well, no wonder she hated him. I'm sorry.
I thought he was hunting the killer. Now, I don't know what to think. I don't trust him. Or you. Stay away from me. Do something.
And what? We separate? Then Neville takes us aside for his own special interrogations. No thanks.
I was wrong. Don't you see? I thought Neville was trying to catch the killer, but he is the killer. We need to find a way out of here.
Neville beats the younger man to the sword.
Where are you going? What are you doing? We need to keep our eyes on each other.
But Primo, in his prime, easily bashes the old Redguard over the rail to fall to his death on the floor below. Provided he's not the only target left, Primo will discuss the guests that we've already murdered, asking if he misses Dovesi will have him threaten.
You're not even worthy to mention her name, you low-born parasite. Now get away from me before you wind up dead.
That dark elf. She really was a sweet girl.
She was so beautiful. And now she's gone.
It seems so. Senseless.
Who? Who among us is vile enough to take the life of such a beautiful, precious creature? If I find out who did this, they will pay with their life!
If we instead say, you did say you'd be happy to be rid of old Mathilde.
No, I didn't really care for her, you commoner scum. But I never wanted anything like this to happen to her.
She certainly made a lot of enemies in a short time, but that doesn't justify how she was butchered.
The old woman is dead. Murdered. Cut down in this very house. But why? Did she find the gold? And someone wanted it for their own? Between you and me, I think Matilda found the gold, and one of the others killed her for it. Maybe that means the rest of us are safe. If that's the case, then the killer got what he was after. The rest of us needn't worry about our own safety.
So, Nels the Naughty found the bottom of his mug, eh?
He's dead. And one of us killed him. Maybe it was you, eh? Maybe he found the gold and you murdered him for it.
It didn't seem like he did much except drink and infuriate the Redguard.
Someone killed the man. But who? And for what reason? We may never know.
Do you have any ideas?
I was thinking, maybe Nels found the chest of gold and one of the others killed him for it. We've got to be careful, my friend, or we could be next.
And finally, if we ask, what happened to Neville?
He's dead, you peasant. There's nothing more to tell.
What does this mean for us?
Neville was strong. A soldier. If he was murdered, this does not bode well for the rest of us. My friend, I am truly worried. Neville was a strong and capable man, a soldier of 20 years. The rest of us will be easy prey for the killer now.
After all the guests have been killed, if Primo himself had murdered a guest previously, he will greet.
It's finally over. The killer is dead. We just need to get out of here.
Otherwise, with his hands clean and a low disposition towards us, he divines.
You murdering dog. How could you have killed all those people? For the gold. Is that it, you filthy peasant?
Primo will find the closest sword and begin swinging at us. However, with a neutral disposition...
I don't understand. You're the only one left. Why weren't you killed? No, it can't be.
We take away Primo's sword prematurely this time and contend with him, mano a mano, with our fists.
What's that?
And finally, with a high disposition, Primo will believe that we are not alone.
Listen to me. The others, they're all dead. Someone has been coming in here and killing them. That means there must be a way out. So, I guess this is it then.
As the noble nervously flits about checking different areas of the house, we casually snipe Primo and watch his body comically ragdoll for our amusement and convulse mid-air. Our quest and updates reading. All of the guests are dead, and no one knew I was the killer. I must now return to the sanctuary and speak with Ochiva to receive my reward and bonus. After murdering each guest successfully, we look to leave the manor unnoticed and thoughtfully don the downed Neville's Imperial armor to hopefully dissuade any locals from questioning us and successfully exit Skingrad via its gate, making our long journey back to Cheydinhal. Apologies for breaking off from the main video for just a moment before we see Ochiva about our bonus. But I would be remiss if I didn't give a massive thank you to the unofficial Elder Scrolls page. This video couldn't be possible without the wiki's in-depth breakdown, painstakingly cataloguing the dozens of options for the entire quest and party guests in minute detail. And so we resumed the quest, and arriving back at the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary, Ochiva greets us to share details of our reward and bonus for successfully fulfilling the contract's terms.
Well done. Not only did you kill the 5 guests, you acted as an agent of terror and grief. You have earned your reward and bonus, assassin. I lay upon you now the Night Mother's blessing. May she walk with you always and guide your hand as you act in accordance with the 5 tenets.
Oh, you must mean the orphanage contract. Well, it's true. The children actually try to defend themselves. Poor dears.
I'm just glad to know you came out of it all unscathed. Not that I doubted your abilities, but you know me. I worry.
Right. Well, my contracts await. Maybe we can talk some more later.
Sithis be with you, brother. So good to see you. Is there anything you need?
He's dead. And on my watch, I failed. Failed everyone.
This is the sick story of the slaying of the ex-Imperial Legion commander, Adamus Philida, and the unseen tragic consequences of his death. Returning to the Argonian head of the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary, Ochiva, for our next contract, still in our Imperial disguise from our previous assignment, she questions.
Greetings once more, assassin. When you're ready, I have a most important contract, one that has been sanctioned by the Black Hand itself.
Why are you looking approvingly at this uniform?
Do you recall the name Adamus Philida? The Imperial Legion best? It's time he joined Sithis in the Void. Think you're up to the task?
We can opt to disappoint Ochiva's saying. No, I can't accept right now.
Do you realize what you're saying? Do you fully understand the honor you are rejecting? For your own sake, return to me when you're ready.
Otherwise, our mind races back to our first arrest, thanks to Philida at Claudius Arcadius' house.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
Our fury builds, remembering the savage beating we took from his guards in the cell. And the audacity of Philida. Upon our release, we found him wandering the prison grounds in a state of dementia, not even having the decency to remember us from the days prior.
I'm Adamus Philida, prison administrator and commander of the Imperial Legion forces here in the Imperial City. Have we met? You look familiar.
And so, seeing Providence and Sithis smile upon us, we can barely contain our joy, saying, "It would be an honor. I accept."
Adamus Philida has spent his entire career investigating the Dark Brotherhood, interrupting our contracts, killing our family members. We tried to eliminate Philida, of course, but failed on 3 separate occasions. He's a powerful man and was surrounded by powerful associates. Now the Legion Pig's years of service have come to an end. He has retired. Philida must not be allowed such a victory. His destiny is darker. Philida now resides in Leowin, in the City Watch Barracks, an honored guest of the soldiers there. He is in fact more vulnerable than ever.
Upon this, we're given 3 dialogue options and responses. As always, we can opt to say nothing.
Listen well, my child. The Black Hand has sanctioned the Rose of Sithis. It is an enchanted arrow that will kill Philida instantly.
Or a mild. What must I do, Ochiva?
The Black Hand has sanctioned the Rose of Sithis. It is a magic arrow specifically enchanted to kill its target, in this case, Philida.
And finally, we viciously proclaim, I will slay him like the pig he is.
Yes, yes, the Black Hand has sanctioned the Rose of Sithis. It is an enchanted arrow that will kill Philida instantly. As long as the arrow hits Philida, he will die, but it cannot pierce armor. Shoot while Philida is armored, and the rose will be wasted. Travel to Leowin, track Philida, learn his schedule. Observe when he removes that blasted Legion armor, and then let fly the Rose of Sithis. Kill Philida in any way, rose or not, and the contract is complete. But to receive a bonus, you must go beyond murder. You must send a message. Once Philida is dead, sever his finger, the one that bears an Imperial Legion signet ring. Deposit this finger in the desk of Philida's successor, in his office in the prison barracks, in the Imperial City. Do this, and the bonus is yours.
The quest, Permanent Retirement, is then added to our journal, and the Rose of Sithis is added to our inventory.
Go now, dear family member, and may the Night Mother wrap you in her cold, loving embrace.
Turning to speak to Ochiva again before Philida is killed, she urges.
Adamus Philida has been a thorn in the Dark Brotherhood's side for far too long. Kill the pig, so Sithis can enslave his soul for all eternity.
And with a low disposition, Ochiva admits.
It's not my place to question the wisdom of Lucien Lachance or the Black Hand, but trusting you with the Rose of Sithis, it is folly.
Otherwise, with a high disposition, we ask. If I didn't know better, I'd say Sithis himself had almost taken a special interest in Philida.
Adamus Philida will find no rest in retirement, no. His soul will endure a kind of eternal suffering known only to those who have angered Sithis.
With an invariably coveted assignment by our fellow brothers, as it is dangerous, we seek out our family members for guidance, starting with the vampire Vicente Valtieri napping on his stone slab. Approaching him with low disposition, he incredulously questions.
What madness has stricken the Black Hand that they would trust such an important task to someone so very useless?
Otherwise, Vicente, how would you deal with an aging Legion pig enjoying his retirement?
Philida may be retired, but he'll likely have a bodyguard. Probably a member of the Leowin City Watch. You may have to dispose of him as well. Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
A bodyguard? The contract never stipulated what happens to them. Well, they better stay out of our way. Heading up the stairs to the main hall, we're stopped by the baby-faced Breton, Antoinette Marie. With low disposition, she morbidly celebrates.
You're being sent to assassinate Adamus Philida. Oh, finally Ochiva has come to her senses. You'll be killed and we'll finally be rid of you.
Otherwise we share. Antoinette, we've been gifted with a special arrow intended for a certain ex-Legion commander.
Oh, you're being sent to kill Philida. I hope the Rose of Sithis pierces his heart and sends his soul screaming into the void. I'll be seeing you then.
With the Breton's blessing, we turn to the main hall and see the shadow scale Tenaiva, who, with low disposition, gloats.
One of my dear friends was killed while trying to kill Philida several years ago. He was twice the assassin you are. You are doomed to failure.
Otherwise, unfortunately, we were told by your hatchmate, the Rose of Sithis can only pierce flesh.
The rose will only work if Philida is unarmored. So, when would a soldier not wear his armor? I only take my armor off to sleep or swim. May you walk always in the shadow of Sithis, dear brother.
Admittedly, Leyawen isn't our first boggy pick for a swim, but we are talking to an Argonian. We then make our way into the southern trading hall to see the burly barbarian Gogren hefting his axe over and over. With low disposition, he pauses to mock.
You're gonna kill Adamus Philida? You? Oh, it'll be a retirement, all right. Yours.
Otherwise, Gogren, you've no doubt heard of our latest contract and about this infamous Rose of Sithis. But waiting till Philida disrobes seems a bit cheap, no?
Don't get me wrong. That magic arrow sounds nice and all, but it seems to me like you don't even need to use it to get the bonus. As long as you cut off his finger and leave it in that desk, you'll get your bonus. Sounds to me like you can kill the old sod any way you'd like. So what if he's wearing armor? You think that Imperial Legion scrap can stop a well-forged claymore? Not bloody likely. Happy hunting, my brother.
As Gogren slashes away, we consider his advice, imagining savouring Philida's death. Nice and close. Perhaps an option to explore. Looking to depart the sanctuary, we're then stopped by the High Elf archer Talandril. With low disposition, she derides.
I find your very presence foul. Say what you will and then leave my sight. Ah, of course. You're going to succeed where 3 previous family members have failed. How silly of me.
Otherwise, for our latest mark, we've been gifted a very special arrow.
The Rose of Sithis? Such an honor. Just make sure your marksmanship is up to the task. If you miss the target, the enchantment will be wasted. May your arrows always strike true.
Let's hope we don't miss that target. Exiting the sanctuary via the southwestern well hatch, we defer to our journal as we make our way to the swampy southern city of Leyawen, and it reads, I must kill Adamus Philida, a recently retired Imperial Legion officer who has taken up residence in the City Watch barracks in Leyawen. For this task, I have been given an enchanted arrow called the Rose of Sithis. If I can hit Philida with the arrow when he's not wearing his armor, the strike will be fatal. I should head to Leyawen, stalk Adamus Philida, and attack when the moment is right. The contract will be complete when Philida lies dead. Whether I use the Rose of Sithis or not, however, of note, the bonus will be forfeit if we do not leave his severed finger for a certain Imperial successor. Exploring our first option of foregoing said bonus, we enter Leyawen through its southwestern entrance. Approaching the barracks as instructed, and barely make it up the stairs. However, Philida's bodyguard intercepts us, seeing through our Imperial disguise.
You're not supposed to be in here.
With the little time we have, we observe the ex-Legion commander, making himself right at home with his old military buddies.
Got called in on a murder. There's been some talk. Some of the men think it was, the Dark Brotherhood. You're a good man. We could use more like you, that's for damn sure. You ask me, you'll be getting that promotion in no time. I'll arrest you. Just remember, my sword's here if you need it. You run into any trouble, just holler. Go take your break.
Little does he know, the Brotherhood is closer than he dared imagine. Thus, we leave the barracks before his vigilant escort becomes too suspicious, waiting till morning. Philida exits the barracks to go about his day. We then turn to his bodyguard for clues about his routine, and the cheery rookie mistakenly admits.
The old man. He's easy to protect. Every day's the same. He visits the Coast Guard station, goes for a swim, never puts himself in harm's way. Take care.
Cautiously following the pair during his errands, as he finally leaves the safety of the city as promised, and heads towards the Coast Guard station just northeast of Leyawen.
What is it, citizen?
Philida then pauses to chat to a nearby guard captain, Dentius Opsius, who, it seems, relieves him of his pseudo-watch out of respect for the old commander.
You're off duty now. Good. I'm hungry. You have the eyes of a trained marksman.
Cautiously, we trail behind the pair, and, making sure the captain is out of sight, break the average lock of the guardhouse. Looking to catch the Imperial duo unaware, we step in the door and are confronted by Philida himself.
You're trespassing here. You'll have to leave.
Caught off guard, we turn to leave, but something stirs inside us. Primal, as Philida looks down at us with his trademark condescending stare.
This is your last warning. Get out or I'll arrest you.
Rage drowns the voice of reason inside us, and before we can react, with a glint of recognition, he says,
Do we know each other? There's something familiar about you, but I just can't place it.
We then have 3 dialogue options. The first is to de-escalate the situation and to say nothing.
Yes, well, I'm a very busy man, enjoying my retirement, don't you know? So why don't you just go away?
Or, more menacingly, Sithis needs your soul, Adamus.
Oh, Sithis needs my soul, does he? Well, you can tell your dread father that he can kiss my wrinkled arse. Defend yourself, Dark Brotherhood dog!
And finally, time to die, you Imperial pig!
Ah, one of you again, eh? You Dark Brotherhood types are all the same. All sneak and no swing. You'll meet the same fate as the others. On guard! Die, damn you!
Caught in close quarters, we manage to disarm his bodyguard before delivering a devastating blow.
What's the might of the Imperial Legion? This is the part where you fall down and I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Philida, although advanced in years, has training behind him and skill, and is much more formidable with his sword. Unfortunately, fatigue takes hold, and his careless slash glances his sword off our shield, tumbling it to the floor. To his credit, or perhaps stupidity, Philida, even with an exit nearby, presses his advance. Unfortunately, with all his training, his withered body isn't prepared for the searing voltage of a lightning blast, leaving his body writhing against nearby shelves and crumbling to the floor.
Warming up, you pathetic worm!
Our quest then updates reading. Adamus Philida is dead. I may now return to the sanctuary for my reward. If I want to receive a bonus, however, there is one more task I must complete. Philida wears an Imperial Legion ring. I should take his finger with the ring still attached and put it in the desk of Philida's Imperial Legion successor in his office in the Imperial City. We then rush over to the fallen Imperial's body before anybody knows he's dead, pilfering his keys and gold, but as we move to slice off his index finger, we sense a looming presence and spin to be confronted by Captain Dentius. Forced to flee, the incensed captain stalks us down, and we desperately steal the nearby white horse.
Help! Come quickly! We've got a burglar!
Cursing the Imperial armor that Tanaiva divined should never touch a body of water, as the horse labors under us, barely making it to the other side of the bank, and we ride off into the underbrush, evading the Imperial's detection. Unfortunately, the entire Imperial army is now searching for us, and we have no choice but to head back to Shaledenhall's sanctuary without the finger and our bonus forfeit. When returning to Ochiva, she somberly greets.
Sadly, you chose not to leave Philida's severed finger as a warning to his successor. Your laziness has cost you your bonus, I'm afraid. Now go, get some rest. I'll have another contract ready for you shortly.
But what is the tragedy that only occurs if we complete the contract as intended? Well, first, it's best to kill Philida with the infamous Rose of Sithis without being detected to obtain his coveted ring finger. To do so, we learn that when the permanent retirement quest starts, Philida begins his new schedule in Leyawen, which we cautiously observe in hopes of finding a weakness in his routine to exploit, which is the following. Philida sleeps in the Leyawen barracks between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. He then breakfasts until 9 a.m. at the Three Sisters Inn, after which he wanders around the now familiar Coast Guard station until 1 p.m, when he heads off for his daily swim. However, when he arrives at the side of the lake, he simply stands there until 3 p.m. before he actually starts swimming, which he does until 8 p.m. Afterwards, he spends an hour near the pond, then returns to the barracks, eating and wandering until his 2 a.m. bedtime. With Philida still somewhat armoured when asleep and the cadre of guards that surround him, it doesn't take long for us to surmise our best bet is to fire upon him when he's truly exposed during his daily swim. And so, re-equipping our suitably stealthy Brotherhood armour, we begin the arduous task of climbing up the waterholes nearby rooftops, perched for an undetected kill. When we see Philida finishing his laconical paddle, we await for him to emerge from the water, pausing to speak to his bodyguard, and we finally unleash the spiteful rose of Sithis that finds its mark, lodging nicely in Philida's grey matter. Cautiously, we make our way down from the roof, donning our imperial disguise and, thankfully, are ignored by the bustling guards. As we approach the old man's corpse, his bodyguard is clearly out of his depth as he surveys the scene before trudging off to find the unknown assailant.
Body's still warm. Looks like there's a killer about.
We then inconspicuously search the body.
I don't think she likes anyone.
She seemed...
Cutting off his finger as our trophy and our quest updates reading. I've acquired the severed finger of Adamus Philida, with the ring still attached. I should now go to the Imperial City and place the finger in the desk of Philida's Imperial Legion successor in his office in the prison barracks. If I do this, I will receive a bonus. Or I may forfeit the bonus and simply return to Ochiva at the Sanctuary. Before we pay Adamus's successor, Giovanni Ciavello, a visit, it's worth sharing the more tragic aspect of this quest, as, if left alive, we can catch up to Philida's bodyguard and, speaking to him, see he's devastated at his former ward's passing.
He's dead. And on my watch, I failed. Failed everyone. I'm through talking to you.
More macabre yet. The next time that we return to the city of Leeuwin, post-quest completion, we can find Adamus's former bodyguard's corpse inside the Leeuwin City Watch barracks.
Oh my goodness. Excuse me, are you all right? By the divines, this person's dead.
On his body is a death note explaining the reason behind his untimely demise. And it reads, "This was my big break. Finally, I'm given something important to do. And what happens? I blow it. All I had to do was keep Philida alive. That's it. But no, I couldn't even accomplish that. Father was right. I'm an idiot. And I haven't amounted to anything. I let everyone down. So, this is it. Goodbye, cruel empire. I'm ending it all." We admittedly have a moment of pity for the poor fool, but the feeling is fleeting as we're overcome by the cold ecstasy of Sithis' love that envelops our very essence, a reward for felling the Brotherhood's one-time nemesis. It's also worth noting, thanks to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, this quest, it seems, originally had a different plot, or at least extra elements to the existing plot. An NPC named Gwendolyn and 2 Imperial Legion Centurions with ID names Ceremony, suggesting a funeral for Adamus Philida. They were intended to play roles in this quest. None of them exist in the game, however, and we can only speculate perhaps his ring would have been collected during said funeral. Entering the Imperial prison's outer cloister, we attempt to blend in with the nearby guards going about their duty. Finding the Imperial Legion officers and the barracks, We gingerly break in past its lock and find the commander's desk. Plucking Philida's appropriated appendage from our pocket, we place it in the top drawer. And our journal updates reading, I've placed the finger of Adamus Philida in the desk of his successor in his office in the Imperial City. I should now return to Ochiva and claim my reward and bonus. As we exit the Imperial barracks, we hear Giovanni settling into his role, with an all-too-familiar speech parroting his predecessor's open disdain for the Brotherhood.
What do you say, pal? Seen any action? Got called in on a murder. There's been some talk. Some of the men think it was, the Dark Brotherhood. Don't forget, my friend, you and I are what stand between order and chaos. Without us, the Empire would crumble. Hey, did you hear that? Thought I heard someone calling for a guard. I guess that's our cue. You have my ear, citizen. What is it, citizen?
Moving closer to speak with him, he shows more likeness to his fallen comrade than we'd prefer.
You. I've seen your kind before. You've got blood on your hands. Keep your blade sheathed, you murdering bastard, or I'll put you down myself.
Face to face, we then ask, "Hello, have you seen Commander Philida?"
So, Adamus Philida is finally retiring from the Imperial Legion. Spent his life fighting the Dark Brotherhood. Time for a well-earned rest, I'd say. Keep moving, scum!
Quietly bemused by the gift we've left for the new commander, we exit the prison ground, happy to be rid of this place, and as fortune would have it, overhearing the latest rumor between the guards.
Have you heard? Adamus Philida has been killed, murdered by the Dark Brotherhood.
Exiting the city, we see that Philida's murder has also made the trades. As the latest Black Horse Courier reads, in what can only be described as a blatant assault on the security and liberty of the civilized people of Cyrodiil, retired Imperial Legion commander Adamus Philida was brutally murdered by the secretive assassins guild known as the Dark Brotherhood. The slaying occurred in the sleepy town of Leowin, where Philida had chosen to spend the remainder of his days. It was to be a life of quiet solitude, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the Imperial City, where Philida had served the Imperial Legion proudly for more than 25 years. But even in retirement, the noble Legion commander could not escape his past. Throughout the years, Adamus Philida had become a rather vocal opponent of the Dark Brotherhood and its practices, and vowed to expose the organization's secrets and bring its leaders to justice. Indeed, Philida had been targeted for assassination twice in the past, but both attempts were thwarted by the commander and his Legion soldiers. Sadly, his luck ran out in Leowin. When asked if there was any doubt as to the Dark Brotherhood's involvement in Philida's murder, newly appointed Imperial Legion commander Giovanni Civello had this to say: "Was the Dark Brotherhood all right? No question about it. This was a crime of vengeance, a despicable act of hatred and evil against the pinnacle of nobility and virtue. Adamus fought the Dark Brotherhood every day of his life, and he died for what he believed in. Adamus Philida was a great man. He taught me everything I know, and I'll be damned if I let his dream die with him. From this day forward, I vow to destroy the Dark Brotherhood and everything they stand for. Adamus Philida may be dead, but it would seem his fight against the Dark Brotherhood lives on in Giovanni Civello and the rest of the Imperial Legion. There may soon come a day when those bloodthirsty assassins have more to fear than the good people of the Imperial Province." Heading back to the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary to collect our reward, we discard our Imperial get-up once and for all, and find the dank dungeon abuzz with adulation, as we're almost a minor celebrity to our brothers and sisters, having successfully eradicated the Brotherhood's longtime enemy where 2 other agents had failed. Returning to Ochiva, it seems Sithis has shared the sensation of ecstasy among the brothers, as Ochiva is much more jubilant at our success, admiring.
Adamus Philida is dead. I could feel my heart swell with the Night Mother's love the moment that Imperial pig issued his last breath. You have done a great service to the Dark Brotherhood today, assassin. Your reward is well earned. You also managed to leave Philida's severed finger as a warning to his successor. Well done. Your bonus, 500 additional gold coins, is well earned. Go now, get some rest. Sithis knows you've earned it. When you're ready for another contract, you need only ask.
But of course, what troubles you?
I heard about your most recent contract. I just wanted to congratulate you on a job well done. You had quite the time of it, or so I hear.
Ah, yes, that was quite a situation I got myself into. But I have to admit, I had quite a bit of fun cleaning up my own mess.
You are truly an asset to this sanctuary. Here's hoping all of our contracts work out that well.
Right, then. We should probably get back to our duties, eh?
Walk always in the shadow of Sithis.
The Dark Brotherhood is an ancient organization. We have survived for millennia. Sometimes, to ensure that survival, drastic measures are required.
Arriving back at the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary post-dealing with the Imperial lapdog Adamus Philida, our Argonian contract giver, Ochiva, approaches us hastily, saying,
Ah, assassin, I must speak with you. It is quite urgent. A sealed letter just arrived from a Dark Brotherhood courier. I recognize this type of parcel. It contains sealed orders. It's addressed to you from Lucien Lachance. You must open these sealed orders immediately and follow their instructions to the letter. It would seem the Black Hand itself has a task for you.
Turning to Ochiva pre-opening the letter, she urges,
Assassin, why are you still here? Have you not opened your sealed orders? Go, now. The Black Hand obviously has need of your abilities.
Briefly glimpsing the letter's contents, a quest updates surmising. I've read the sealed orders from Lucien Lachance. I'm to meet him at Fort Farragut, which is in the wilderness northeast of the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary. Apparently, he has a special assignment for me. As we move to leave, Ochiva stops us to share a disturbing rumor.
I've heard some talk. This past year, some family members have been found murdered. Could there be an assassin among assassins? Go now, dear family member, and may the Night Mother wrap you in her cold, loving embrace.
Wasting no time, we hastily leave the safety of the sanctuary under the guise of night, heading toward the nearby Fort Farragut, pausing a moment to further peruse the contents of the letter, which reads, Eliminator. You have served the Dark Brotherhood well in the short time you have been with us. Indeed, the rate of your advancement has been rather remarkable. Now, the Black Hand itself is in need of your abilities. You must proceed with all haste to my private refuge in the ruins of Fort Farragut, located in the forest northeast of the Cheydinhal Sanctuary. When you arrive, we will discuss the nature of your special assignment. I cannot stress to you enough the importance of your swift arrival at Fort Farragut. There are unseen powers working to unravel the very fabric of the Dark Brotherhood. The Black Hand is counting on you to prevent this disaster. Do not share the contents of this message with anyone at the Cheydinhal Sanctuary, including Ochiva, and make no mention of your journey to Fort Farragut. Also, be warned. My refuge within Fort Farragut is guarded by denizens who will attack any interloper on sight. Get through these rotting sentinels, and you will surely have earned the right to visit my private sanctum. Lucien Lachance. We soon arrive at the ruined fort, and the only discernible entrance being the eastern double doors. Descending the stairs, we locate nearby a lever which opens Lachance's sanctum, and pause momentarily, spying a glimmer of movement from the walkway above. Notching an arrow, we take care of the promised rotting sentinel and find as our eyes adjust to the gloom, his comrades are loitering in the darkness just ahead. Approaching the body of the skeleton, we see they are indeed dark guardians, such as the one lurking tirelessly in the Brotherhood sanctuary. However, in the southern hall, we also stumble into the first of presumably many traps laid by LeChance through his musty lair. Further plumbing Farragut's depths and felling a handful of dark sentries, we finally emerge at a grated gate with a switch, almost identical to the entrance in reverse. Activating the gate and heading inside, we see LeChance awaiting our arrival in his quaint yet unmistakable Dark Brotherhood seat of power. Approaching the speaker, he informs,
"I have been waiting for you, assassin. We have not spoken in some time, but I am well aware of your accomplishments within the Dark Brotherhood. That is why I have sent for you. I'm afraid there is a situation. The time has come to test both your skill and your loyalty to Sithis. The Black Hand has learned that the Dark Brotherhood has been infiltrated. By whom and for what purpose we do not yet know. What we do know is that there is some link between the traitor and the Cheydinhal sanctuary. The traitor has tainted that place beyond repair. It was learned that the traitor has been active for quite some time, since before you joined the Brotherhood. That absolves you of any suspicion."
Aghast with the revelation of a traitor in our midst, we maintain our composure, having 3 distinct options to reply. The first, as always, is to say nothing.
"Listen well, child of Sithis."
Or, wait, you can't possibly mean.
"Oh, but I do."
And finally, we can pledge, I will serve you for time immemorial.
And that, dear child, is why the Black Hand has chosen you to perform the ancient rite known as Purification. Everyone inside the sanctuary must die. You must break one of the tenets you have sworn to uphold. I know this is an unexpected turn of events, but drastic measures must be taken. Ochiva, Vicente Valtieri, Antoinetta Marie, Gogron Grobalmag, Talendril, Mirage Dar, and Tainava. All these family members must die. From this point forward, you are no longer bound by the 5 tenets. Sithis will forgive any murder, any theft, so long as you serve the Black Hand. When the rite of purification has been completed, return to me here at Fort Farragut, and we will discuss your future. Now, take these special gifts. They will help you greatly. One is a poisoned apple. The other, a unique scroll of summoning. Good luck, Silencer.
Still stunned at this revelation, we can only ask a few paltry questions while trying to wrap our head around the dark deed Sithis demands of us, and ask, the poisoned apple, is it similar to the ones Mirage Dar sells?
The apple has been treated with a most deadly poison. It will likely kill whomever eats it, probably instantly. To use the apple, simply dispose of any other food and put the apple in its place. If someone is inclined to eat, and they taste the apple, death.
Tell me, why does the scroll have the name Rufio on it?
You of course recall Rufio, the feeble old man I sent you to kill when we first met. He was weak in life, but his spirit is quite angry in death. The scroll will allow you to call upon Rufio's angry ghost for assistance. He will appear, unleash his anger upon your foes, and then disperse.
And we finally inquire, how can this act be condoned in the eyes of the Night Mother? What of her children, the family?
The Dark Brotherhood is an ancient organization. We have survived for millennia. Sometimes, to ensure that survival, drastic measures are required. The Purification is one of the most extreme measures we are forced to carry out. Indeed, it has only been carried out twice. Before now, that is. The 5 tenets are the laws that guide and protect us. But sometimes, even they must be broken to protect the sanctity of our beliefs. With a Purification, we cleanse the Dark Brotherhood of mistrust and treachery. Those who are slain are offered to Sithis as a symbol of fealty. And hopefully, we kill the traitor in the process. Until the Purification is complete, no given sanctuary will ever be considered secure.
And finally, trying to avoid our tasker moment, we ask Lucien about rumors which he famously dismisses.
Dear brother, I do not spread rumors. I create them.
Our mind begins to swirl at the implications of our act. Our purification. When we take a moment to gather our bearings and some supplies for said slaughter. Inside a stone casket, we find the ingredients for a black sacrament gathered up, including human bones, nightshade, and a rare ingredient, a human heart. The alchemical station next to the casket bears another human heart on a plate, and looks as if Lucien is practicing alchemy on some of the sacrificial ingredients, and the fruits of his labor have borne various poisons on the table. Most valuable, however, is the easily missed inventory of the seemingly innocuous barrel against the northeastern wall. Breaking its very hard lock, we find a bounty of poisoned apples, 10 in total, stored by the assassin, no doubt for later contracts, and gratefully taken by us for the grisly act to come. Speaking to LeChance again before attempting the contract, he simply presses,
Yes, my child? Why has the Cheydinhal Sanctuary not yet been purified? Everyone based out of that location must die. Only then will the Black Hand be satisfied.
Back by Lucien, we then turn to find a hanging rope ladder leading to a hatch above that is surrounded by roots that have entrenched themselves into the ceiling. Climbing the ladder, we emerge inside a hollowed-out log nearby the fort, and, it should be noted, it is possible to bypass Farragut's defenses by simply using said rope ladder at the beginning of the quest to meet Lucien. Heading down the hill whence we came, our quest updates, reiterating what we already know to be true. I must kill every Dark Brotherhood member in the Cheydinhal Sanctuary, Ochiva, Vicente Valtieri, Antoinette Marie, Gogren Gro Bolnog, Talandril, Mirage Dar, and Tanava, because I'm now working for the Black Hand. I'm no longer bound by the 5 tenets and should employ any means necessary to purify the sanctuary. Cautiously entering the gates of Cheydinhal, we make our way back to the sanctuary's secret well entrance in an almost haze of regret. Shockingly, as soon as our feet hit the floor of the sanctuary, all our trepidation evaporates, replaced by the promise of the cold feeling of ecstasy that is Sithis' love for completing the macabre act. And so, our resolve bolstered anew, we begin stalking our prey in the sanctuary one by one, making sure to speak to them first, to garner any clues that may aid us in their disposal. Starting with the most powerful, the vampire Vicente Valtieri, located in the bowels of the sanctuary below. Cautiously, we make our way to Valtier's private dorm. It should be noted, he nor his fellow family members will have low disposition greetings for this mission, as after murdering Philida, our standing in the sanctuary is all but exceptional. Instead, we awaken a slumbering Vicente on his stone-cold slab of a bed to discuss our latest contract saying.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Please continue.
We've just picked up a contract from Lucien, although it's a rather difficult task.
The chance would not have selected you for a contract unless he had the utmost confidence in your abilities. Best not let him down.
This is the final time we have to accept Valtier's dark gift of vampirism, otherwise pressing forward with our task at hand.
Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
We can, of course, attempt to outright attack Valtieri. However, being a vampire ancient and forgoing our element of surprise, the other family members, as well as the vampire, are liable to attack us, dispatching us where we stand.
Why won't you die?
I am honored by your presence.
Instead, our best approach is to search around his room for clues as he slumbers, and it's not long before we discover a note from Vicente to Ochiva, located in his desk by the double-door entrance, which reads, "Damn that young fool Antoinetta and her experimental recipes! As if the stench of her cooking weren't bad enough. Last week she made a particularly offensive dish consisting of mandrake, onions, and garlic. Garlic! I've told her repeatedly of the danger this plant poses to me, but she's obviously not heeded my warnings. It is strange, this reaction I have to garlic. In all my wanderings, in all my research, I've never encountered another vampire thusly affected. It is true that some popular lore holds that all vampires have an inherent weakness to garlic, but this is simply not the case. My situation, as far as I can tell, is unique. If I were to somehow come into contact with garlic, if it in some way came to be on my person, the results could be catastrophic. I would most certainly suffer from a loss of strength and stamina, and fear my resistance to magic would be nearly completely nullified. So please, Ochiva, as mistress of this sanctuary, I beg you to keep Antoinetta on a tighter leash. I love her as a sister, of course, but cannot be held accountable for my actions should she continue to disregard my own personal safety. The tenets clearly state that one family member may not kill another, but I need not remind you there is no restriction against draining Antoinetta of a few pints of precious life blood. Vicente. Following the note's clues to Vicente's admission, we've located in the dorms by Antoinetta's bed a rather pungent chest. Bypassing its lock, we locate a myriad of ingredients, one of which the despised bulbous vegetable. It should be noted, according to the game's files, Vicente has a scripted weakness to garlic, as he'd mentioned. If he's carrying any garlic, he is inflicted with damage strength 100 points, damage endurance 100 points, weakness to normal weapons 100%, and weakness to magic 100%. Since garlic is a zero-weight item, it can be reverse pickpocketed onto Vicente to dramatically weaken him. Sneaking back into the vampire's room while he still sleeps between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m., we surreptitiously slip the garlic in his baggy black trousers and cautiously await its pernicious effect. As we smell his skin beginning to lightly sizzle in his sleep, we leverage his horizontal state and weakness to magic to our advantage, scorching his exposed skin and immolating the proud vampire in the name of the Dreadfather as he exclaims in shock,
"Die, betrayer!"
Why, brother? Why?
Appeasing Sithis, we can then loot Valtieri's valuables, including a glass longsword, an elven longsword of weakness, and some gold, plus, notably, his key to the chest beside his stone slab of a bed, which holds some gold, a potion of chameleon, and for sustenance, the rare ingredient of 4 bottles of human blood. Of course, with Valtieri being dead, we have forgone his dark gift, but you never know when blood may come in handy. We then begin stalking our second victim, the cantankerous cat, Mirage Dar, remembering his taunts and unwillingness to aid us in our contracts during our brief tenure with the Brotherhood.
I have it on good authority that the newest addition to the Brotherhood is an annoying whelp, unworthy of licking my boots. How's that for gossip?
However, when we approach him, we notice something different about his demeanor as the Khajiit greets.
Ah, there you are. It's good to see you again. No, really, I mean it. Look, I've been thinking and... well, I guess I just want to say I'm sorry for the way I've treated you in the past. I mean, look at you, the things you've accomplished. You've obviously proven yourself a valuable member of this sanctuary. So let's start over, shall we? I know from now on, you and I are going to be great friends. Now, is there something you'd like to buy or sell?
We then say, well, I guess bygones are bygones, Mirage. We're so busy anyway with our secret assignment from Lucien.
Oh, a secret assignment, you say? Come on, can't you give your old pal Mirage Dar a hint? Who do you have to kill? Anyone I know?
Oh, you may know them. Tell me, as we've never had time to speak yet, heard any rumors of late?
The Black Hand is trying to keep it very hush-hush, but one of their own has been assassinated. It would seem the Brotherhood has been infiltrated. Until we meet again, my dear friend.
It seems the disturbing rumor has permeated through the sanctuary, and the members' paranoia is rising in a rightful cacophony of anxiety. It's also worth noting, if approaching the Khajiit merchant again, he will say,
Hey, there's my new pal. So what can I do for you? Need some items? Or maybe you're ready to unload something? Whatever you need. What can I interest you in?
This is also our final chance to purchase the Khajiit's unique wares, as some of which only he stocks in the game.
That's a good deal.
When we're done idly shopping,
thank you for your business.
We can attack Dar with a frontal assault, but to his credit, he's a formidable spellcaster.
City, save me.
But more so, prone to becoming invisible and making a break for the other residents for aid, getting us caught in a much unwanted free-for-all.
Greetings.
So instead, we use a spell of paralysis and pummel his furred flesh into a bloody pulp.
Night Mother, why, brother? Oh! Ah! Night Mother, I beg your mercy.
Sometimes I wonder how you survive it all without me being there to watch your back.
We then loot off his corpse some potions of sorcery, robes, chest key, and find, inside said chest located in the dorm, a few personal scrolls of Dar's, including one of invisibility. Our next target being the unofficial sanctuary matron, Ochiva, we head up the stairs to enter her room and see her hatchmate, Tanava, loitering nearby, and hatch our own nefarious plan. Speaking first to Ochiva, she checks up on our recent visit to Lucien.
You've seen Lucien Lachance then. Good, good. I know whatever task he has for you will be carried out with skill and discretion.
Admittedly, Lucien's contract is not something we ever thought we'd have to contend with.
Lucien Lachance's word is law. Whatever contract he has given you must be carried out without question.
What's the word since we've been gone here in the sanctuary?
I've heard some talk. This past year, some family members have been found murdered. Could there be an assassin among assassins? Go now, dear family member, and may the Night Mother wrap you in her cold, loving embrace.
As tension bubbles over, we leave Ochiva to her raunchy book, The Lusty Argonian Maid, and find her brother, Tanava, in the main hall, who warmly greets.
It fills my heart with warmth to see you again, brother. It's good to see you again. I hope your contracts have been giving you much pleasure.
Pleasure? You don't know the half of it. Though our latest contract is very secretive. From the Black Hand, no less.
So it's a secret contract then, is it? You must be moving up in the world. Congratulations.
What's been happening with you?
There are whispers in the halls of the sanctuary. Some say there is a traitor among us, that the Brotherhood has been compromised. May you walk always in the shadow of Sithis, dear brother.
Tanava, probably due to his increased paranoia, finds comfort by his hatchmate in a private room. We follow the Argonians in as to not interrupt the others and remember their callous elimination of their old brother-in-arms Scartail as we begin our underhanded gambit. As twisted recompense for his slaughter, we intend them to murder each other. First, by leveraging the summon scroll of Rufio, our first contracted kill, as well as casting Mirage Dar's scroll of Shadow Shape, granting us invisibility so we can watch the mayhem, before finally flinging a cloud of frenzy at our newfound foes.
You're pathetic.
The siblings then begin to tear each other apart, with a niggling Rufio's haunting visage clawing at them indiscriminately.
Night Mother, I beg your mercy.
When the first of the twins falls, being Ochiva, we see that the frenzy is worn off.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death.
And unfortunately, Rufio's efficacy in tandem is as useless in death as he was in life. Thus, we notch an arrow from the far side of the room and put down the discombobulated lizard. Searching both of their crumpled corpses, we find on Tanava's body his armor, key to his chest, the Argonian heart from the aforementioned Scartail quest, and 484 gold. Turning to his sister, we find her shrouded armor, raunchy book, The Lusty Argonian Maid, gratefully taken, and a letter to the wood elf Talandril that we pocket for the moment, plus a small amount of gold to boot. We also discover, dropped in the scuffle, Ochiva's glass dagger and her brother's short sword of weakness. Leaving the pair to rot where they lay, we head down to the familiar mess hall/dorm to find inside Tanava's chest some arrows of illumination boasting 8 fire damage and light 10 foot on strike, as well as a glass bow and skill book, the Black Arrow Volume 2, which increases marksmanship. Speaking of bows, we remember the letter to Talandril and pause patting our pocket, lifting out Ochiva's letter to the acclaimed Bosma Archer. Opening the note from Talandril reads, "Most Honourable Ochiva, as per your instructions, I will, from this day forward, leave the solitude of Sanctuary and maintain the following posts. Loridas and Sundus, I will travel to and remain in the city of Leowin. There, I will spy any and all vessels entering into the Imperial Province by sea. Upon my return to the Sanctuary, I will report on which ships have sailed the Nibbin northward to the Imperial City. Tyrdes, I'm to spend my day here in Cheydinhal in the establishment known as the Cheydinhal Bridge Inn. There I will spy the citizens of this city and report back on anyone I deem a threat to the Sanctuary's security. Turdus, I will remain in Cheydinhall, but keep a watchful eye on the sanctuary entrance. At the first sign of suspicious activity, I am to report back to you immediately. My thanks again to you, Ochiva. Your reliance on my gift for subterfuge will serve the Brotherhood well. Of this I promise. May we walk always in the shadow of Sithis. This allows us two distinct ways to approach the travelling Bosma. The first is out in the open when she is in her streetwear and scouting, but she will simply dismiss.
Not here! Not in public! We must never speak to each other outside the sanctuary. The risk of detection is too great.
Casting a handy spell of frenzy will cause her to drop her ruse, and she'll have to contend with the guards instead of us, who, despite being paid off by Count Indaris to look the other way, will be forced to put down the assassin in the street, like a dog.
You're pathetic.
What's the matter?
Night
Getting
Mother, I
tired?
beg your mercy! Night Mother, I beg your mercy!
Die, damn you! This ends here!
Sithis will feast on your soul!
Leaving us to casually loot her corpse at our leisure and leave her disrobed body in the local cemetery for all to see. Otherwise, our second and more secure method is to await Talandril's eventual arrival in the sanctuary. Approaching her while she rests between travel, she will rouse from her slumber and greet.
Hello, brother. It's good to see you again. The Night Mother has been smiling upon you, I hope.
We then admit we've been given a secret contract by Lucian, have you heard? Or have you been too busy out and about running errands for Ochiva?
LaChance has given you a secret assignment? But I've been asking for this chance for so long. Surely he doesn't doubt my abilities. May your arrows always strike true.
Leaving the wood elf to fume and go about her business, she shares a final conversation with her lover, Gogren.
Brother, if I may have a word.
Yes, sister?
Is it true what I've heard about your most recent contract? You were forced to eliminate everyone? Even the non-essentials?
Heard about that, did you? All right. So things got a bit out of control. Nothing I couldn't handle, though, as you can plainly see.
Sometimes I wonder how you survive at all without me being there to watch your back.
All right then. I guess I should get back to my duties. I should be around later. We'll talk.
Walk always in the shadow of Sithis.
Hail, my brother!
We then further bide our time, keenly watching Talandril's eventual exit through the well grate and prove that we are the superior sniper as we send one of Tanava's deadly bolts into her back.
Night Mother, I beg your mercy!
Once eliminated, we approach the Bosma's corpse, taking her low-level bow and arrow, other meager possessions including venison for her travels, plus 196 gold and her chest key. Back in the barracks, we find a chest is a bounty of arrows, some damaging health and others producing shock damage in a 10-foot radius. Plus, a ring that imparts 20% resist paralysis that she's in no state to miss.
What? I didn't see a thing.
Pausing in the Brotherhood's quarters, we spy a sleeping Antoinette Marie, and remembering her love of cooking and chest full of foodstuffs, we then reach in our pocket to admire the poisoned apples Lucian had bequeathed us, and begin gathering up all of the food in the mess hall. After it's all disposed of, including the perishables in Antoinetta's personal chest, we then reverse pickpocket the poisoned apple, leaving it on the Breton's person, and begin to wait. The young assassin then stirs, greeting.
Yes, dearest brother. Is there something I can help you with?
We can then ask, what's been happening in the sanctuary?
Don't tell anyone else, but someday I'm going to have Uchiva's position. Just you wait and see. Lucien LeChance knows real talent when he sees it.
Curiously, Antoinetta is the only Dark Brotherhood member that doesn't comment on our current contract, and it's possible that she's kept out of the loop intentionally, as she seems to be known around the sanctuary as the gossip spreader, as some members will comment when speaking with each other.
What is it?
Everyone's talking about your latest exploits. Not only did you eliminate the target, but his 6 Imperial Legion escorts as well. Most impressive.
Word certainly gets around fast, doesn't it? Don't tell me. Antoinetta has been running her mouth off again. Anyway, nothing I couldn't handle.
And so the waiting game begins. And after a long, arduous day of slashing at a training dummy's crotch, Antoinetta takes a seat at the dining table and cheerily consumes her final meal.
Is there anything you need?
As we watch on in morbid delight.
Whoa!
On the fallen Breton's body, we discover a silver dagger, shrouded armor, and 173 gold. Unfortunately, her key does little for us as we've already pilfered her personal chest's contents. With all other Brotherhood members contended with bar one, we brace ourselves for the fight ahead. Equipping the despised Imperial Legion armor and glass sword, we move to meet the Orc barbarian Gogren Gro Bolmog in the Southern Training Hall. Gogren, as expected, is swinging his mighty axe at a helpless training dummy. Approaching him, he forebodingly admits,
I know what you're thinking. Gogron, he's too big to be sneaky. Well, you're right. Me, I like to just go in and hack my targets to pieces. Ha!
We then say, we've actually taken a contract thanks to Lucien. I don't think we're going to use stealth for this one, Gogren. You're right. Sometimes you need to stand and fight.
LeChance gave me a special assignment once. Had to go all the way to Somerset Isle for that one. Killed me about 30 elves. Ah, good times. Happy hunting, my brother.
Slicing at the surprised orc's midsection in a horizontal sweep. His orcish armor protects his oblique, enraging the orc. As we block his incoming assault,
Why, brother? Why?
we're alarmed to realize his great axe is imbued with soul trap, and he intends to savor our soul beyond our death. If we fall to him in battle, our only hope is to hit him in the one spot that is unarmed, and we make a desperate riposte to his open maw.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
Exhausted, we collect his heavy gear, including the insidious battle axe of deception, which we will use later, to ensnare our enemies' souls, as well as his near full plate mail of orcish armor, bar helm, which would have saved him this day, and his prized chest key. Inside Gogren's chest is a dagger of dispel, an even lighter elven battle axe, in case the first two on his person were somehow not enough, and a backup pair of orcish gloves. With the eliminations done, we're then left to bask in the love of Sithis and our journal updates reading. The Purification is now complete. Every Dark Brotherhood member based out of the Cheydinhal Sanctuary has been killed. I must now report back to Lucien LeChance at Fort Farragut. Exiting the sanctuary via the well, perhaps for the final time, we don't bother looking back. Arriving at the hill beside Farragut, we then search in the gloom for the hollowed-out tree stump and slip into Lucien's private sanctuary unmarred. Upon our return, LeChance greets.
The ritual of purification is complete. Well done. Sithis has been appeased, and the time has come to acknowledge and reward your unwavering loyalty.
Are you sure you're up to it? You seem a little slow.
This is the dark tale of the soon-to-be immortal lich Celedaen in Oblivion, and exploring who ordered the contract on his life. After performing the purification on the members of the Cheydinhall Sanctuary, we returned to the listener, Lucien Lachance, in his private hideout in Fort Farragut for our reward and next contract. Although our resolve has been bolstered by the Dreadfather Sithis during the ritualistic slaughter, as with all kills in his name, as we leave the grisly scene, we can't help but feel uneasy at the fact we just murdered our former adoptive family in an effort to snuff out a supposed traitor in their midst. A traitor who, as we were so focused on our task, we never found any concrete evidence of. Burying the thought, we enter Farragut, and Lachance senses our unease. When approaching the speaker, he assuages.
The ritual of purification is complete. Well done. Sithis has been appeased, and the time has come to acknowledge and reward your unwavering loyalty. The Black Hand is most pleased with your progress. You have been invited to share in secrets that few within the Dark Brotherhood even know exist. Your life in the Sanctuary is over. Those contracts are behind you. Now, you will serve the Black Hand. You will serve me. From this moment forward, you will walk in the shadows as my silencer. You will receive contracts only from me. Your new life has begun.
We then have 3 options to respond. First, as always, is to say nothing.
Listen well, child.
Or the confused. But what must I do now?
It is quite simple, really.
And finally, feeling the love of our Dreadfather once more. All hail Sithis! All hail the Void!
Hail Sithis indeed, my child. Now listen closely. No longer will you receive your orders directly. Instead, you will visit secret dead drops. Your next contract can be found at the Dead Drop on Hero Hill, southeast of here. A hollow in the moss-covered rock contains all you need to know. When you leave here, we will not speak again unless I deem it necessary. Ah, yes, there is one last thing. I have for you a very special gift. Waiting just outside is a magnificent steed named Shadowmere. She has served me well. I present her now to you as a token of my trust and love. Now go, and may Sithis guide you in this new stage of your life's dark journey.
Before leaving, we ask, what is your role as silencer, brother?
The Black Hand is the Dark Brotherhood's ruling council. That hand consists of 4 speakers and 1 listener. 4 fingers and a thumb, as it were. This you already know. What is not commonly known among our family members is that the Black Hand employs a few additional numbers. As every hand has fingers, does not every finger have a nail, a claw, a talon? Every finger of the hand, every speaker has such a nail. These are the silencers. Each speaker employs his or her own private assassin to extend their reach and strike forth as necessary. My previous silencer perished while fulfilling a contract. That emptiness has now been filled by you. It is an honor without equal. Go now, child of Sithis. Walk in the shadow of fear and bring glory to our dread father.
Approaching Lucien once more, he simply guides.
What is it, silencer? You have your orders, silencer. Ask of me what you will, and then make haste to Hero Hill. Your first dead drop contract awaits.
Exiting the refuge via rope ladder to take on our next contract, we emerge from the hollowed-out tree and make our way southeast towards our promised reward for the Purification. Lucian's personal steed, the horse known as Shadowmere, as one of the fastest horses in the game, this shadowy black mare is also essential and cannot be killed, only knocked unconscious. In such event, she will wander back to Fort Farragut when coming around, if not mounted. Making our way to the promised dead drop, our quest updates reading. According to Lucian LeChance, I will now receive my contracts as well as any rewards I may be owed by visiting secret dead drop locations scattered around Cyrodiil. My next contract can be found in a hidden hollow inside the moss-covered rock on the top of Hero Hill, which is to the southeast of Fort Farragut. Arriving at the valley marked by sparse steps, we indeed see a large rock jutting out on a small hill, and exploring the mound with our hands, we find an opening that appears quite hollow. Inside, as promised, we locate our dead drop orders. We then begin our long journey, travelling far east of Breville and heading south on the eastern side of the Nibonay Valley towards the Panther River. Reading our orders in full in an approximation of the Silencer's voice in our head, Lucian writes, "Silencer, you are now reading your first dead drop note here on Hero Hill, which proves to me you are well appointed to the tasks that lie ahead. Journey now to Leafrot Cave. There you will encounter an ancient necromancer who is attempting to escape death by transforming himself into a lich. This necromancer, Celedaen, has not yet completed his metamorphosis, but is still immensely powerful. Possibly too powerful to destroy if confronted directly. Search Leafrot Cave. Necromancers are wizards after all, and wizards are prolific by nature. Celedaen surely has written records, and these records may contain evidence of some kind of weakness. Perhaps there is some other way to destroy Celedaen besides a direct confrontation. But destroy him you must. When the necromancer lies dead, journey to the city of Coral for your next dead drop. At the foot of the great oak, hidden in the bushes, is an old sack. Inside you will find your reward for killing the necromancer, as well as information regarding your next contract. Serve me well, Silencer, and there's no telling just how far you might advance." Entering the musty cave, we hear shuffling in the cavern's depths, and an undead servant rushes forth to meet our trespassing. Heading north into the cave's bowels, we find ourselves in a makeshift living quarters, but scarcely have time to survey our surroundings as a dread zombie and its minions spill forth to end our unwanted interloping. We proceed to pepper the ghoul with arrows as it ambles towards us in a malaise, falling only to pick itself back up and continuing to stalk us down over and over. Its fervor in service of its unseen master is almost commendable, and we wonder where he obtained all these bodies for his ever-growing army of the undead. With a final bolt to the torso, we end the wretched creature's life. It's then we take a moment to take in our surroundings proper. To the west of the room, we see an alchemical station covered in cobwebs, books including the skill-boosting Art of War and Magic, skulls, and clothing items are also haphazardly strewn about. Evidently, this wizard has little need for earthly possessions, and as we see on the eastern side of the room, a small, grubby bedroll affixed to some stakes, and a much-needed hourglass, presumably to keep time in the dank gloom. Hastening our search, as the wizard will surely return to his camp at some time, we see perhaps we may be too late to stop him, as on the northeastern table we have confirmation of his attempts to transcend his fleshy shackles and become a lich, with his journey titled The Path to Transcendence, which reads, Entry 1. My initial findings may have been inconclusive, but they've set me on the path I will pursue until I achieve my goal, or lie rotting in this cave. Either outcome will be a welcome respite from my days and nights I've spent toiling without food, water, or any kind of companionship. A lesser mage would have fallen prey to madness by now, I'm sure of it. But I am not a lesser mage. Though they try in earnest, though their hearts and minds are true to the teachings of our great sovereign, my fellow necromancers lack the complete dedication required to achieve the ultimate of goals, the state of lichdom. Not even Falcar himself can match my sheer tenacity, my unwillingness to accept failure on any level. That is why I, Celedaen, will soon join the ranks of the Worm Emirates, those servants favored by our sovereign above all others, and will sit with honor and obedience at his right hand, while those fools in the Mages Guild grovel at my maggot-ridden feet. Entry 2. Even the most pedestrian peasant fairy tale has long held that a lich must somehow remain bound to his soul, and that connection most commonly manifests itself as a transference of the spirit into an actual physical object. An urn, a sarcophagus, a crystal phial. One Khajiit fairy tale even tells of a lich who preserved his spirit in the severed head of a wood elf infant. And these same peasants long comforted themselves with the belief that if they ever had the grave misfortune of facing a lich, they would need only find the vessel containing his spirit form and destroy it, thus destroying the lich himself. Fools in their folklore. True liches possess no such weakness. Can one of the sovereign's worm eremites be bested by shattering a glass vase? The very notion is so absurd as to be comical. Yes, a necromancer must transfer his soul into a physical vessel, but once that transference is complete, once the necromancer has fully metamorphosed into his lich form, the vessel is inconsequential. But it's the process of this transference itself that has eluded me for so long. My soul remains bound to my earthly body, and nothing I've attempted has allowed me to free myself of this mortal coil and transcend to the state of lichdom I so dearly desire. Entry 3. Every tome I've acquired, the volumes upon volumes of necromantic discourse, all useless. I've grown disgusted by the years of wasted life that have been poured into these so-called essential writings. Who in their right mind would ever wish to animate a month-dead cyrodiilic butterfly, or bring to life the rotting husk of a rare albino mud crab? How many months have I wasted away in this cave? And for what reason? Ah, yes, I know. I will resurrect an army of deformed goblin younglings and march on the White Gold Tower itself. That at least is in my reach. My mind has become a cesspool of necromantic waste, where reject spells and rituals compete for the honor of finally driving me completely insane. And still, I'm no closer to achieving my goal than I was when I first began this process. Am I losing faith in myself, in my discipline? Perhaps I've been studying too hard. Many a night I've sacrificed my prayers to our sovereign for one more experiment, one more incantation. What I need now is rest. Rest and a state of tranquility, that I may commune with our sovereign and repledge my loyalty and devotion. For what answer will I find in some crumbling codex that could not be supplied by our great sovereign himself? Entry 4. The secret is mine. So long have I searched, so hard I toiled, but I was a fool. I was right to forgo my studies for more ardent devotion to prayer. Last night, as I sit in the throes of meditation, our great sovereign did come to me. He passed to me the knowledge I've sought for so long. The secrets of transcendence were even more complex and arcane than even I could have imagined, and I will never transcribe them into any written work. Indeed, they have never been recorded. All my months of solitude were for naught, as the secret I so desperately sought could only be obtained through direct communication with our great sovereign himself. Soon I will walk the earth as a worm eremite, serving the sovereign in a state of endless undeath. Entry 5. Through the sacrifice of many innocents, the resurrection of many servants to aid in my tasks, and the tireless performance of nearly week-long ritual, I have completed construction of the Sands of Resolve. The transcendence to full lichdom will not be immediate, however. The vessel has been crafted, but my energy force, my soul, must be fully transferred into it. Not even our sovereign was quite certain how long this process would take, as it varies from one necromancer to the next based on many factors, both physical and spiritual. One thing, however, is certain. This hourglass must never leave my possession until the transference is complete. I grow more powerful every day, but in truth I'm more vulnerable than I've ever been. If something were to happen to the Sands of Resolve, if the hourglass should somehow leave my person, the connection between soul and vessel would be severed. To think that my work, my life, could be eradicated so easily after I've come so close to success, it's almost more than I can bear. Although we now know the method to end Celedaen's transcendence, destroying the hourglass on his person, and perhaps who ordered his death, which we will explore shortly thereafter, first, this is where the quest takes two distinct paths. To either A. confront him without destroying the coveted trinket, as we were cautioned against, or B. to stealthily remove said hourglass from his person. Exploring Path 1, we move to the northeastern chamber and find the door ahead locked and hear the undead clawing at the other side. Instead, we choose to enter the northeastern door, which leads to Leaf Rot Hollow. Inside, we see the undead have torn each other apart, including a sizable rat, perhaps for the wizard's amusement. Deeper in the southern tunnel, we turn and see there was a cave blocking our path, and a poor soul, blood smattering the ground under them, was no doubt crushed during the unfortunate event. Making our way into the southwestern cave, we find a single ghost and zombie patrolling a small nook. Contending with the undead, we light our torch to see the stacks of coffins mentioned in the necromancer's journal. Clearly, incensed at their rest being disturbed and their life taken, they've become supernatural guardians, doomed to haunt these caves with their ilk. Looping back down out of the area beset by corpses, we break our way into the northeastern door, which leads down into Celedaen's ritual chamber. The wizard then materializes near an altar of skulls and bones, apparently mid-ritual, and immediately about faces to meet us in the dank tomb, turning invisible without a word, and summoning his vassal to attack us.
Ha! You'll never take me down!
Disoriented in the catacombs, we attempt to fight off his underlings as they spawn in a steady stream, trying in vain to bridge the gap between us and the powerful wizard. It's only when we get arm's length from him does he char our body with a devastating fireball, casually stepping over our body as the life leaves our eyes. Otherwise, to sneak up on the enraged wizard, we attempt to break into the northeastern door located in his living quarters. We then slip through the final door into a small chamber that appears, at first glance, to be a dead end, save for a peculiar hole in the ground covered by two planks. Attempting to get a better look below, we step through the plank and go crashing into the chamber beneath us. Landing somewhat safely on the rubble, we peer through the door ahead and see Celedaen stalking about his ritual chambers to and fro. Knowing we have only one chance to evade the necromancer's wrath, we remember the scroll of invisibility gratefully plucked from the corpse of our former brother-in-arms, Mirage Dar, and quickly cast the spell so we blend further into the shadows beyond the wizard's keen eyesight. Stealthily creeping behind the necromancer, no doubt mid-ritual and close to ascending to his final lich form, we catch him in the northwestern chamber as he checks on a pile of bones and yank the sands of resolve off his person as he casts a final spell in vain and crumples to the floor. His final assault averted. A Questline updates reading, Celedaen is dead. I must pick up my reward and next contract at the dead drop located in an old sack hidden in the bushes beneath the great oak in the city of Coral. Removing his necromancer attire, we take one last look at the powerful Altmer before leaving his mortal corpse to rot among the dead of his fallen victims. Emerging from the cave, we cast our mind back to his letter and realise who most likely was responsible for the contract on his life. Back in Shaleez, we had previously met a rather repugnant Altmer, very similar to Celedaen, named Falcar.
You smell of death. Been conjuring up dead things?
We later learned Falcar is not only a fellow necromancer and enemy of Celedaen, but also in the employ of Manimarco. In a letter we find on Falcar before he betrays the Mages Guild in which he pretended to serve, he not only openly murdered a Mages Guild member, which means he's brazen enough to call the Black Sacrament, but also having Celedaen raised as a lich above him when Manimarco returned would be a thorn in his side. And as he was stuck keeping up appearances running the Mages Guild chapter in Shaleez, it would have been far easier for him to send an assassin to ferret out his competition, who gained Mani's favour before Celedaen could ascend to lichhood.
I expect this will end in disaster, but nonetheless, I will grant your request.
My mother? No! What have you done to her? I'll kill you! Ah!
This is the sordid story of murdering the entire Draconis bloodline and exploring the morbid and easy-to-miss Easter egg that only occurs after each family member has been killed. After dealing with the pupating lich Celedaen, we're directed to the great oak tree in Coral for our reward and next contract. Searching the base of the tree that's obscured by shrubs, we find an inconspicuous sack which contains our reward of 500 septims, as well as our next dead drop orders from Lucien Lachance, which we read as we exit the city towards our first target near Bruma. The necromancer Celedaen is dead, and you are not. That is quite the accomplishment. But your work as a silencer has just begun. Your next assignment requires you to eliminate not just one target, but 5. An entire family, in fact. The unlucky siblings are Perennia Draconis, Matthias Draconis, Andreas Draconis, Sibylla Draconis, and Zalia Draconis. The location of most of the family members are unknown, so you should begin your search with the family matron Perennia, who resides at the farm called Apple Watch. You must discern the locations of all the Draconis family members and then systematically eliminate them. I suggest you first speak with the mother and find out if she has any valuable information on the whereabouts of her children before ending her life. When every member of the Draconis family lies dead, journey to the city of Skingrad. In the castle courtyard, you will find a well containing your reward for the Draconis contract, as well as any further assignment I might have. Not far west of Bruma, in the undulating foothills, we find ourselves at the quaint homestead of Applewatch. Entering the farmhouse's interior, we see the sleeping Perennia Draconis to our right, and are also met with a meandering guard dog, Jake, perhaps too old or just disinclined to deal with our intrusion. As the house is full of clutter, foodstuffs, and not much else of value, we decided best to exclusively focus on our task at hand, and attempt to extract information from the slumbering Imperial about her family. When roused, she rightly awakens with a start.
Oh, hello there. I'm sorry, you startled me. My nerves get rattled rather easily these days, I'm afraid. Living alone will do that to you. Now, is there something I can help you with?
We're then given 3 unique options to reply. The first, as always, is to say nothing.
Oh, well, all right then. I guess I'll be going about my business. Goodbye.
Unhappy with that abrupt end to our conversation, we can then choose to say a more honest, albeit incendiary, "You and your children must die."
What? Excuse me? Did you say die? My children? No! Oh no! Don't hurt my precious babies, I won't let you!
Perenia will then rush for a nearby axe on the shelf. However, she's easily disarmed, and her poor pup is slain in the excitement. To her credit, even disarmed, elderly Imp will grasp for a nearby dagger on her dining table to press her assault, only to lose it too in the ensuing brawl. Left sprawled out and mauled accordingly. Although enraging Perenia means we accrue no bounty, tact also has its merits, and we can instead explore a more sneaky option instead of bludgeoning the lady to death, saying, "Perenia, is it? I'm looking for your children."
My children? Whatever for? Oh dear. Excuse an old woman's stupidity. You're here to pick up my gift list. Using your gift service was the smartest thing I've ever done. My children are spread across Cyrodiil, and it's so hard to shop for them all. So here's the list of all my precious little ones, though I dare say they're not so little anymore. They grow up so fast, I swear. You'll notice that the list gives each child's location and some suggestions for gifts. Oh, and here's the gold I'm supposed to give you. Now please go. Those children are so dear to me, and I'd really like you to get them something special. Thanks again.
Perenia will then mistakenly hand us, her supposed courier, a list of her children's locations, and before we seek them out individually, we must contend with the Draconis matriarch as per our orders. It should be noted there are multiple ways to dispose of Perenia, and one of her deaths involves a small and very dark Easter egg. For example, as a proud agent of Sithis sending souls to the void, killing Perenia gives us no pause. However, killing the Imperial outside means we don't have to snuff out her innocent dog, Jake. We may be a murderer, but not a monster. Speaking of outdoors, as from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m, Perenia can be found working outside. Quite cheerily, too.
La 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 la.
According to the wiki, it is possible for the Imperial to perish at the hands of roaming Daedra pre-quest. The reason being is she's not set as essential, and there is a small chance that an Oblivion gate will spawn nearby, in which case we must locate her body and pluck the list of her soon-to-be dead children off her corpse. However, the cruelest of Easter eggs can only be obtained if we wait until Draconis Senior rests after a long day at the back of a hoe. It's then we can find her inside her house, reading while enjoying her favourite chair by the fire. Greeting her once more, she questions.
Oh, back again? I don't know what else you could need. I gave you the list. That should tell you where you can find my children and what they want. Now please, make sure my gifts get to the children. I'm counting on you.
If we then kill Perenia with a sneak attack while her dog Jake isn't aware, her faithful companion, upon discovering its master's corpse, is scripted to stand over her body and howl. As we exit the deceased Draconis residence, we check over her letter to aid in our hunting down her mongrel litter, which reads, "Dear Courier, I would like to thank you again for agreeing to assist me. I was so delighted when a friend recommended you, and will certainly employ your services again in the future if everything goes well this round of purchases. You can imagine how difficult it is for an old woman such as myself to get around. My children, darlings as they are, deserve the best, and I'm afraid I haven't been able to properly show my love and appreciation for them in quite a few years, but all that is behind me now. Here is the list of gifts I think my family would most enjoy, as well as each child's current place of residence which should be used for delivery. Breaking down the video into 4 sections representing her children as to better illustrate different ways to eliminate each. We start with her first son she mentions in her note, Matthias. Peronia writes of her son, Matthias, Talos Plaza District, Imperial City. He has a home there. Matthias always was a rough and tumble lad. The last I'd heard, he'd fallen in with some pretty tough characters there in the Imperial City. I'd feel so much better if I knew he was well protected, so I'd like for you to find him a nice cuirass. Nothing too light, iron or steel should be fine. And if possible, I'd like it engraved with, "To my dear Matty, I'll always be here to protect you. Love, Mum." Tracking down Matthias, we learn he is one of 4 bodyguards under the employ of the renowned High Elf mage and collector of antiquities, Umbacano. If we speak to Matthias in Umbacano's manner pre-quest, his dialogue will center around his occupation, and upon seeing us, he may simply utter a loud snort of derision.
Go ahead, please.
If we ask him about the Imperial City, he will reflect upon his opinion on Umbacano.
Master Umbacano is a fine gentleman. Mad for old Aliad stuff, true, but he's got the dosh, so it's all right, ain't it?
When asked about Umbacano, he will elaborate.
I got no complaints. Kind of an arrogant bastard, if you get right down to it, but he pays us well enough.
Upon leaving the conversation, he will rather rudely say,
Uh-huh. Whatever you say.
It should be noted, curiously, Matthias is a Breton, though the rest of his family are Imperials. Originally, Matthias would have greeted us with, Matthias Draconis. I make my living as a guard at Umbacano Manor. However, this line was voiced by Wes Johnson, who originally voiced both Imperials and Bretons. When the quest Next of Kin has started, Matty will greet us with unique dialogue of,
Yeah? What are you looking at?
After which we have 3 different options to end the conversation. As always, the first reply is to simply say nothing.
Okay, well then, I'm going to go about my business. And stop staring at me, would you? You're giving me the creeps.
The latter 2 options are both threats that cause his disposition to drop by 50 points, such as, I'm looking at a dead man.
What? A dead man? You got some kind of death wish, is that it?
With a second disposition drop, he will outright attack when we purr. Time to die, slave of Sithis.
Slave of what? Oh, all right then. You're some kind of crazy, is that it? Come here then. Show me what you've got.
Yeah!
I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
However, instead of a messy brawl in a very public space, we have a few options to fell the brusque Breton. For example, 1. Snipe from afar. After a hard day at work, Matthias is known to frequent the Bloated Float Inn in the evening. He leaves the inn at 9 p.m, which presents us with a welcome opportunity to snipe him from afar, and if no one sees us shoot him, we will not receive a bounty. Option 2, Basement Dweller. During the day, Matthias works as a guard in the basement of the Umbacano Manor, and it is possible to sneak in there and kill him with one blow, avoiding a bounty. If he catches us in the basement, and we stand there for a few moments, instead of calling the guards, he will attack.
You're not supposed to be in here. I'm warning you. Get out, or I'll call the guards. Die, damn you.
If this happens, we can again defend ourselves, and this time we'll incur no bounty when he dies. 3. Frenzy. Attempting to catch Matthias unawares is a much more difficult task than first expected, as breaking into his two-story abode after work in the Talos Plaza district, we find he does indeed sleep upstairs next to his live-in partner, Calantinus, an Imperial commoner. Unfortunately for Calantinus, Matty appears to be a never-nude. Despite all of the clothes strewn about in a nearby dresser, Matt refuses to shed his chainmail cuirass even when sleeping. Or perhaps they're just good friends with an awkward sleeping arrangement. Congruently, this makes our method of execution much more satisfying as we cast the spell of frenzy and watch the two have a domestic row, which seems to be loud enough that the guards are forced to intervene, leaving poor Calantinus to pick up the pieces.
I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. Am I supposed to be impressed? Am I supposed to be impressed? May you rest in peace.
It should be noted, in impressive Oblivion fashion, after Matthias has been killed, we may hear citizens of the Imperial City outside the Talos Plaza district say,
Hey, did you hear about that murder in the Talos Plaza district? I think the man's name was Draconis. Yeah, cut down in the prime of his life.
Perennia then writes of her second son, Andreas. Andreas, the Drunken Dragon Inn. He owns the place and lives there as well. Andy has been brewing his own beer and spirits since he was 6 years old. The opening of that inn was the happiest day of his life. I'd like for you to get him some new tavern glasses. I'm sure there are craftsmen in the Imperial City who could make a fancy set from frosted ebony or Altmiri crystal. Making our way down the yellow road to the northeast of Leyawen, we indeed find the quaint inn with a cheerily bloated Drunken Dragon decal on the sign out front. Despite the care taken with the graphic and Andreas's dream to run an inn, when we enter the drinking establishment, we find the inn is all but deserted, save a lone Imperial soldier and Andreas dutifully standing behind the bar. Andreas offers his services all day long except when he sleeps on the bedroll behind him, which leaves the Imperial open for our first method of execution, a sneak attack. However, this is a very risky time to attempt to execute the publican, as unless the guard has their back turned, we could risk receiving a bounty.
It's all over, lawbreaker. Your spree is at an end. I'll take any stolen goods you have. The next move is yours. Pay your fine, or I'll haul you away.
Instead, our best bet, it seems, is to speak to the publican and learn more about him before assessing our next move. Approaching the innkeeper, we find Andreas's disposition will affect his first impression, where with a higher disposition, he'll look at us and say,
Hey there, pal. Need a room?
Or a low disposition.
Oh, by the 9 divines. Why do I get all the riffraff? Looking for a room?
He might sound service-minded, but if his disposition towards us is below 50, he will close the conversation with an insult.
Next time, go someplace else, huh? The Inn of Ill Omen, the Tiber Septim Hotel, anywhere but here, okay?
A foreboding reference to our first official contract, executing the sleazy shut-in Rufio in the Inn of Ill Omen. When we greet him during Next of Kin, our dialogue options will then change, and, as usual, we can say nothing.
All right then. You're not one for talking. I can respect that. Well, if you need anything, just let me know.
However, as we need the gruff Andreas to start a fight, we can declare, I'm here to kill you.
Kill me? What is this? Who are you? I don't know who sent you, but you won't take me down without a fight. So go ahead. Make your move.
The most outright evil provocation to goad the innkeeper into a fight without incurring a bounty, we can lean in and whisper, Andreas, we've got something to tell you. Your mother bled like a pig.
My mother? No! What have you done to her? I'll kill you! Ah!
An enraged Andreas will then attack us, and we can kill him without fear of bounty, plus possible aid of the resident Imperial Guard, as he seems to have gone mad of his own volition. If he's standing on the opposite side of the table, poor Andreas's blows won't even reach us. With the Draconis boys dead, we then read about Perennia's two girls, the first being Sibylla Draconis. And as we enter Muck Valley Cavern between the Imperial City and Cheydinhal, which contains a multitude of wildlife that her mother mentions in the letter in which Perennia wrote, Sibylla, Muck Valley Cavern. Yes, my daughter lives in a cave. And no, I'm not very happy about it. Sibby always loved animals, almost as much as Andy loves beer. And a couple of years ago, she apparently thought it was a good idea to abandon the Empire and live as a savage with the rest of the animals. In that time, I'm afraid Sibby has kind of cracked. She's basically as wild as the beasts she lives with. What can I do? I'm Sibby's mother and will always love her. She obviously doesn't want or need anything from civilized society, so what I'd like you to do is find a tanner and secure the largest fur blankets you can possibly find. The last time I saw Sibby, she was nearly naked. And I can't imagine there's much in that cave to keep her warm. When you do bring them to Muck Valley Cavern, be careful. The wild animals are bad enough, but Sibby herself will probably attack anyone on sight. Post evading Sibylla's pets, we bump into the scantily clad Imperial barbarian loitering by her campfire. Attempting to speak to Sibylla, who has a very high aggression and is likely to attack on sight, we find her mother was indeed correct, as she bears down on us with her steel mace.
Well, well, look who we've got here. You're pathetic.
However, it should be noted, if her disposition towards us is high enough, she does have, unfortunately, no conversation beyond the normal rumours.
A pleasure to speak with you. Nobody goes into the mountains but hunters and thieves on the lam. Food and shelter is hard to come by. Good day.
If she does not attack us on sight, she subsequently can be triggered to attack if we draw our weapon. Finding the battle to be overwhelming with the savage, we opt to about-face and flee the cave with the barbarian and her wild companions in tow. Luckily for us, we learn that Sibylla will follow, but the animals will not be able to exit the cave. Outside, our trusty steed Shadowmere comes to our defense and proves that nature can be quite cruel, as she's more than capable of killing a flailing Sibylla on her own.
What's the matter, getting tired?
Perennia then writes of her final surviving offspring, Kaelia. Castle Leowind. You'll find her in the castle barracks. Kaelia. My beautiful Kay. My dearest daughter broke so many hearts when she was younger, but now that she's an officer in the Imperial Legion, I'm afraid she's let herself go a bit. Not gotten fat, by my father, not that. But she's settled into a more practical kind of look. Even a bit boyish, I guess you could say. So what I'd like you to do is get my Kay as much pretty girl stuff as you can. Flowers, perfume, Nord chocolate, that sort of thing. Hunting down Kay in the barracks as directed pre-quest. When greeting us, she will joke, saying,
I'm Kaelia Draconis, captain of the Leowin Guard. I hope we will not meet in my official capacity.
If we ask her about Leowyn, she will tell us.
I came to Leowyn after a tour in the legions. Poor mother. She hoped I'd choose the chapel or civil service, or perhaps even marry well.
Upon leaving the conversation, she will warn.
Move along, citizen. I won't abide loitering.
Poor mother indeed. Once the quest next of kin has started, Kalia's greeting will change too.
Yes? Is there something you need?
After which we get 3 different options which will end the conversation. If we, as always, choose to say nothing, she'll impatiently say,
Hello? Did you hear me? I asked if you needed anything. Well then, I've got duties to tend to, so if you'll excuse me.
We can also tell her, you know, you look just like your mother.
My mother? Oh, do you know her? She's such a sweet woman. I've been a terrible daughter, I'm afraid. I simply must visit more often. Anyway, I have duties to tend to. If you see my mother, tell her I'll visit soon, I promise.
We can also be blunt. However, this will make her attack and net us 1,000 gold bounty when we admit, I'm afraid I need you dead.
Oh, do you now? Well then, far be it for me to deny you such a reasonable request. Guards, I need assistance. This person is resisting arrest.
Die, damn you! Die! Die, cur!
We find the only way to kill the captain without incurring any substantial bounty, regardless if the guards catch us or not, is for us to play on the prejudices of the local law enforcement. As the wiki states, Kalia is the only female of the guard class in the game. So, what better way to feed into prejudices than waiting until she slumbers in the barracks and casting a frenzy spell on her? Effectively, the poor woman seems to have gone quite mad in the eyes of the other guards due to the demands of her post, and a fellow patrolman are forced to put her down.
Look out!
Show me what you've got! Do your worst!
Watch out!
Unfortunately, now they will think twice in Leowyn before contemplating taking on a female officer in the future. Despite the circumstances of her death after the kill, the Leowyn townsfolk stay fond of their captain and can be heard saying,
Oh, how horrible. You know Kalia Draconis, that nice watch officer stationed at the castle? She's been murdered.
With all the Draconis whelps slain, this brings us to the promised Draconis Easter egg a lot of people miss. At the end of Perennia's letter, she explains she will reimburse us with the second half of our reward once the quote-unquote gifts have been dispensed to her spawn, and the letter concludes, You've already received half of your fee in advance, and you will receive the remainder after the gifts have been purchased and delivered as we originally agreed. Thank you again for providing such a valuable service. Sincerely, Perennia Draconis. It's only after the quest is concluded we receive an unforeseen gift, although not in the form of septums as promised, as when visiting Applewatch later, we spy 5 graves near the homestead dug by an unknown mourner. If we read each grave, they say, Here lies Sibylla Draconis. She died as she lived, like a beast. Here lies Kalia Draconis, dedicated daughter and noble member of the Leowyn City Watch, killed in action. Here lies Matthias Draconis. His mother always told him he'd end up dead if he didn't clean up his life. Here lies Andreas Draconis, dutiful son and master brewman. May he forever serve Azura in the afterlife. And finally, here lies Perennia Draconis, kind and gentle matron of the Draconis family. May her spirit forever curse the murderer who stole her precious life. Indeed, true to the tombstone's word, the scornful spirit of Perennia will rise up in a futile attempt to claim vengeance against the Dreadfather's agent, us, as we gleefully crush her bloodline into dust.
Sithis, what is this treachery? Who sent you?
This is the bloody tale of killing the stone-fisted Khajiit Jagasta, and where to find his rare hidden armor. Post wiping out the entire Draconis bloodline, our journal updates reading, every member of the Draconis family has been killed. I must pick up my reward and next contract at the Dead Drop, located in the stone well in the castle Skingrad courtyard. Approaching the castle's large double doors, we check the courtyard for any guards before reaching into the stone well and plucking a single piece of paper haphazardly stuck inside. We then immediately notice LeChance has forgone his intricate envelope and personal seal in lieu of a single sheet of damp paper. Exiting the castle, we make our way towards our target in Bruma, and upon inspecting the letter's contents, we notice the speaker has scrawled freehand our orders in a foreign form of handwriting. The letter then reads, "Are you ready to get your hands dirty, Silencer? Your next target is a Khajiit nobleman by the name of Jagasta, who can be found at his home in the city of Bruma. Jagasta was recently offered the hand of a prominent Cyrodiil noble's daughter, but turned down the offer when he learned of the girl's rather negligible dowry. The girl's family is outraged, of course, and has hired the Dark Brotherhood to make Jagasta pay for his insolence. Go to Jagasta's house in Bruma and end his miserable life. But be warned, the Khajiit is rich and bored, and spends most of his time honing his skills in unarmed combat. Any opponent who can kill with merely his hands is not to be trifled with, so tread carefully. Even worse, Jagasta is aware someone may be trying to kill him, and has bribed the guards not to interfere if a fight should spill out into the city streets. When the target has been eliminated, you will find your next dead drop in a rotten box under the old bridge, just south of the Imperial City. The box will contain your reward for killing Jagasta, as well as information regarding your next contract." Such a strange turn of events. A Khajiit being married off to a noble's daughter in the Heartlands? Regardless, we prepare ourselves, entering the frigid frost of Bruma via its east gate. Indeed, the guards do not give us any trouble, though we wouldn't expect they recognize us in our well-to-do attire, and not brawling the Khajiit in the middle of the street. Making our way down the southeastern row of houses, we bypass Jagasta's lock and enter his two-story abode. Once inside, we see the house is all but empty. It seems Jagasta is not home, as the cold cuts through these old Nord buildings and demands a fire in its hearth. Scanning the upper floor, we see foodstuffs and a single bed in the southwestern corner, but wonder if the Khajiit has already fled, or perhaps worse, lies in wait. We then cautiously make our way down to the basement and see it well lit, albeit seemingly empty as well. Furtively exploring the cellar for clues of the target's whereabouts, we learn they are indeed fond of martial trappings, as armor and weapons can be found displayed along the southern wall. As we scan the well-lit dining table, we spy a curiosity. The keg containing ale nearby is, well, locked. Tapping the keg, we hear it is indeed hollow. And fiddling with an extremely hard lock, we break our way inside to find something we never would have expected. A black-hand robe and hood, boasting a massive 15 points boost when wearing both to sneak, illusion, marksman, blade, and speechcraft. This robe is coveted, and for good reason. But before we explore what makes finding this armor so rare, we must first contend with the Khajiit. Seeing as he was hiding said armor and the Five Tenets book, it's reasonable to believe perhaps this was the man responsible for murdering Lucien's former silencer. Or, as they are speaker robes, have they murdered an even higher ranking Dark Brotherhood member? Perhaps they're in league with a traitor. Moving to leave the cellar, we then hear a slight breeze being sucked in the northwestern corner. Believing there is a hidden escape hatch behind the stairs, we find we were half right and see a partially covered trapdoor. Hastily, we cast the cloth covering the door aside and slip into the secret training room below. Sleuthing down the dimly lit corridor, we see the familiar light of candles in the distance and hear the unmistakable sound of the exertion of fists hitting training apparatus. Peering around the corner, we see impressively the Khajiit is only clothed from the waist down. Tolerating the cold no doubt as part of his training regime. It should be noted, according to the wiki, judging by the construction set, Jagasta may be a practitioner of the techniques of the ancestor moth monks, and therefore should not be trifled with lightly. Entering the room to the west, we spy a bedroll, book and booze, as this seems to be where the bored noble spends the bulk of his time. As we sneak up on the Khajiit, we think on his crime of murdering our fellow assassins and forgo subterfuge, instead sparking a torch that catches Jagasta by surprise.
I don't recall inviting you into my house. Leave quickly, or we will have a problem.
With 3 options to respond, we can, as always, stand our ground and say nothing.
So, the thief opts for the stoic approach, hmm? Oh, my friend, I'm afraid you've broken into your last house.
However, opting to confront the murderer, we say, we already have a problem, Jagasta.
What? Who are you to come into my home, to speak to me like a petulant child? Do you know who I am? Do you have any idea what you're dealing with?
Uninvited? Oh, but I was invited. By Sithis!
Sithis? What is this treachery? Who sent you? I don't know who is behind this outrage, but I will have blood. To the void with you, assassin.
Realizing we're no match for the Khajiit's blur of foot and fists, we opt to make him know he is the one helpless in the face of fury from the servants of the Dreadfather, and step aside his blows, casting a spell of paralysis. With the cat face down, helpless and unable to defend itself, we forgo using our blade and bludgeon the hardened fighter to death with our fists. Upon his death, a contract then updates reading. Jagasta is dead. I must pick up my reward and next contract at the dead drop located in the Rotten Box under the old bridge just south of the Imperial City. Before leaving, we search the Khajiit and find not much of use on his body, save a few coin, and can't shake a strange, hollow feeling from killing the feline. As if, for the first time, we hadn't fully bathed in the love of our Dreadfather in compensation for our deed. Searching the training room, we then find the taboo book, The Brother's Darkness, detailing the history of the Brotherhood. We then have our own taboo thought. Was Jagasta a speaker and the traitor? Or perhaps groomed by the traitor to believe he was a member rising in the Brotherhood's ranks? Admittedly, with the details not adding up, we leave his home in possession of his Forbidden Brotherhood cloak. It should be noted, this armor can only be found in 3 places in the game. The first is if we killed Lucien in our original encounter. The last we will save for later. But curiously, according to the wiki, Jagasta only appears when this quest commences. However, he was originally meant to be home from the beginning of the game and as a powerful fighter would guard the contents of his home. However, that doesn't mean we couldn't potentially waltz in and steal said coveted armor as soon as we leave the Imperial sewers. Speaking of Lucian, with the Khajiit dead and his words of Sithis ringing in our ears, we do the unthinkable and attempt to return to Lucian for guidance, even though he explicitly stated we would only communicate via dead drop. Entering Lucian's secret underground lair, we find the speaker to have all but disappeared, and thus we have little recourse but to trust in our master's wisdom and our faith in the Dreadfather Sithis.
Die, Imperial, die!
This is the sneaky story of the hidden murderer Shaleez, and how to deal with a deadly Argonian when submerged in water. Post-disposing of the unarmed brawler Khajiit in the wintry Bruma, our quest updates reading. Jagasta is dead. I must pick up my reward and next contract at the dead drop located in the Rotten Box under the old bridge just south of the Imperial City. Riding along the red-ringed road as twilight falls upon us, we search the landmark of the old bridge, basking in the shadow of the Imperial City. As promised, we find under said bridge a wooden crate that looks to be soaked through. Inside, we grasp the next dead drop note. Curiously, again we find it's not a sealed envelope, but scrawled in a new freehand on a piece of crumpled paper, sopping and barely held together. Heading to our next target with contract in hand, to the south, just above Breville, the note reads, "Jagasta is dead. Well done. I was right about you, Silencer. You are a useful tool indeed. Let's see if you can continue to impress me. You must journey now to the flooded mine. There you will find Shaleez, an Argonian hunter who was banished from her village near the Black Marsh/Morrowind border for the brutal murder of a dark elven family. Relatives of the murdered family members have located Shaleez and demand retribution. Be warned, Silencer. Shaleez is a skilled and deadly hunter, and will fight like the desperate fugitive she is. After Shaleez has been eliminated, your reward and another contract will be waiting at the dead drop located in a coffin just outside the ruins of Fort Redman. We arrive at the flooded mine to find it's a cave that burrows deep, presumably below the Nibbin, hence the flooding. Entering the mine, we see indeed the shaft is full of water even at its entrance, and we decidedly discard our newly found Brotherhood robe in lieu of slipping back into the more streamlined, shrouded armor, before snuffing our torch and casting torchlight instead, as we wade into the deep, murky waters in search of the dangerous and errant Argonian. As the cave system splits off, we swim north into the western passage, not before coming across a small chest of gold. However, this may be a trap, as our dallying has dire consequences and our lungs scream for air as we frantically paddle into a nearby open cave. It's then we realize, with a sense of dread, why the Argonian has chosen this god's forsaken bilge dump. The lizards, native to Blackmarsh, can breathe underwater and would bet on most folk being prey in their natural habitat. After locating one of many small chests scattered about in a northeastern nook, we loot its contents and dive back into the unforgiving depths. Heading east this time, we emerge to see we're in more shallow area and a dim light dancing on the cave wall. Recklessly, we splash about the cave, making for dry land, and find ourselves inside a small alcove, which serves as Shaleez's camp. The Argonian pounces on us for our trespassing, forcing us back into the deadly waters, and knocking our weapon aside, drowns us in the shallows.
The scent is foul.
Instead of dashing headlong into the camp, we can instead creep up to the Argonian and hit her with an arrow.
Where are you?
As it soon becomes apparent, she wields a deadly sword of disintegrate, and we lose our dagger and sword in the scuffle. With no chance of talking our way out of the predicament, we're forced to fight unarmed and do the unthinkable as we desperately cast a spell of water breathing before diving into the gloom that Shaleez calls home. Thrashing through the water, the Argonian is hot on our heels, and we realize our only saving grace from her gliding up to us is the weight of her chainmail armor. After being turned around in a dead end, we nearly lose our life to her elven blade once more.
I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Become sputtering out of the water, finally at the cave's entrance, back onto dry land. Unarmed, with the Argonian still in full flight behind us, we then break our way through the door and remember our scuffle with the cave-dwelling Draconis whelp, and begin to dance around Shadowmere, who is quicker than both us and the Argonian in our sopping state. Our shadowy steed then brutally bucks the surprised lizard. We take the opportunity, fists balled, to slam our hands down on the head of Shaleez so hard it breaks her exposed neck with a snap. A journal then updates reading. Shaleez is dead. I must pick up my reward and next contract at the dead drop located in the coffin just outside the ruins of Fort Redmond. On the Argonian's body, we find the source of our trouble. 2 foul blades, a long and short sword of brittleness, causing 60 disintegrate strike on our weapons, having them crumble in our hands. With our target dead, we then begin the long journey to Fort Redmond for our promised reward.
To arms.
I have no time for your pathetic attempts at small talk. Now walk away before I get nasty.
This is the tale of the malicious murder of the powerful dark elf mage, Alval Uvani, and exploring his hidden and bizarre dialogue you've probably never heard. After assassinating the Argonian in the flooded mine, we're directed by our journal to our next contract, which reads, Shaleez is dead. I must pick up my reward and next contract at the dead drop located in the coffin, just outside of the ruins of Fort Redmond. We find the crumbling fort located between Breville and Leyawen, and have heard whispers of vampires that have taken up residence there. Hence the macabre display of bodies near its front entrance to ward off any unwanted interlopers. Opening the propped-up coffin as instructed, we find our reward of 500 gold and 2 notes, the first being a schedule and the second our orders from Lucian, which we peruse while heading to our target, which reads, If you're reading this note, Shaleez is dead. You've done the world a great service, Silencer. It's time to continue the good work. Your next target is a traveling dark elf merchant by the name of Alval Uvani, who is currently renting a house in the city of Leyawen. Uvani is a well-respected tradesman back in his native Morrowind. But his business often takes him very far from home. Therein lies the problem. Alval Uvani's wife has become disillusioned with her husband's repeated extended absences and wishes to dissolve their marriage and has sought the Dark Brotherhood's assistance. Lucky for us, Celedaen is a bit beyond the reach of Morrowind's Morag tongue. Alval Uvani is currently traveling all around Celedaen and is never in one place for more than a couple of days. In this dead drop, you will also find a schedule detailing the Dark Elf's whereabouts. Use it to locate him and plan your elimination. Be aware, however, that because he is forced to travel alone to the farthest reaches of the Empire, Uvani has learned to defend himself. He is a master of the Destruction School of Magicka and is no stranger to killing. When Alval Uvani lies rotting, journey to the market district of the Imperial City. There you will find a shop called Stonewall Shields. Your dead drop is located behind that building in a hollowed-out tree stump. As usual, you will find your next reward for the previous contract, as well as information on your next. Ah, yes, I must mention one last detail. Apparently, Alval Uvani suffers from a rare dark elf condition, a serious allergy to honey. If you could somehow get Uvani to drink the honey-based spirit mead, perhaps by replacing his food, he would suffer from complete paralyzation. This would certainly make the Dark Elf a bit easier to deal with. With the Dark Elf's schedule in hand, we learn that we can find him wandering Cyrodiil at different locations on the following days, and thus stalk our prey for the opportune moment to pounce. On Maundus and Tyrdes, we find him in Breville at the Lonely Suitor Lodge. Of note, if we're part of the Thieves Guild, assaulting him here would net us no bounty. Midas and Turdus in Skingrad in the Westweald Inn. Fredus and Loridus in Bruma in Olav's Tap and Tack. And finally, Sundus in Leowin, he can be found lounging in his aforementioned palatial rental. With our target in our sights, this is where the quest branches into two distinct paths which we will explore, with one facing the mage in the open, and two following the contract suggestion and spiking his drink, and then after which we will explore Uvani's questionable dialogue, which has been removed from the game. Opting to face the Dunmer out of sight of civilians, we first approach Alval as he wanders the many roads of Cyrodiil. But before we have a chance to speak, he'll make it clear that he has no interest in conversing, and threatens us, saying,
"You get any closer and I'll turn your bones to ash. Back off."
If we further attempt to engage him in conversation, he will refuse to speak.
"I have no time for your pathetic attempts at small talk. Now walk away before I get nasty."
Ignoring the conceited mage's boasting of his prowess, at our own peril, we opt to tell him his wife sends her regards.
"By the Nine Divines!"
Before showcasing our skills with a blade. However, our mistake costs us dearly. Instead, if we follow the contract and face the deadly mage as instructed versus a full frontal assault, we await until Sundus when he's resting in his sprawling estate, and enter via the double doors thanks to a key we lifted off his person during one of his many stays at city's inns. Once inside, we head up the stairs to his living quarters on the second floor. We then make a beeline through the dining area to his bedroom, where we locate a sleeping Uvani, not even disturbed by the light of our torch. Seeing the various weapons within reach, we gingerly grasp not his implements of death, but instead his cheap booze, replacing it with the sinister mead. We then about-face into the dining room and remove any foodstuffs, forcing Alval to drink the deceptive nectar. Heading back to an almost comatose Alval, we then look to search his pockets for any holdout flasks or foodstuffs, and instead pause in our tracks as we notice something off about the large painting above his bed, as we see it's a flimsy fake in such a beautiful estate. Lifting it, we discover a hidden safe with a very hard lock. Once broken, we plumb its forbidden contents and have a cold chill run down our spine in realization he's in possession of a Black Hand robe. As previously discovered during our execution of Jagasta, there are only 3 of these robes in the game, and outside of killing Lucien Lachance himself, these robes are actually accessible from the beginning of the game. Confused and angered, this filthy lech has probably murdered one of our kin. We shove our hand in his pants and squash the single blueberry that resides therein. Next, his blueberries. Now, with no nourishment bar the treacherous mead, we exit his room and slip into our shrouded armor in anticipation of his coming to. As predicted, we hear Uvani rise for his day and sit in his chair to have a swig of ale, as he mistakenly imbibes the paralysing mead. Much to our delight, we hear him cry out,
Can't move. Body frozen. Must have been the damn mead.
Testing the immobilizing effects, we loose a single arrow that whistles by his ear, and he doesn't move a muscle, but instead threatens.
For the love of Azura, can't a man have a bit of privacy? Get out of here!
Strolling up to the helpless elf, he warns in vain.
I'm warning you. Get out or I'll call the guards.
What's the matter, Uvani? Stuck?
No. You filthy gutter snipe! You won't get away with this! By Sithis, if I could only move my arms, I'd rip that smile right off your face!
We then take Alval's trusty dagger.
Somebody help! Come quickly! We've got a burglar!
And begin to carve his flesh as he helplessly watches his gizzards being slashed with wanton swipes of his own blade.
There's no need... Hey, come on now! There's no need to get violent!
As he lies dead, our contract then updates, reading, I've killed Alval Uvani. I must pick up my reward and next contract at the Dead Drop, located in the market district of the Imperial City, in a hollowed-out tree stump behind Stonewall Shields. Once again, we feel a strange, hollow emptiness instead of the pulse of invigorating energy for snuffing out targets in service of the Dreadfather, and wondered to ourselves why the Dark Elf called upon Sithis during his slaughter. Was he the traitor? Are we now an internal executioner? But why isn't it mentioned in our contracts? Without Lucian to speak to and gain confirmation, we're left leaving the dead elf's estate more puzzled than before. And as promised, what was Alval's hidden dialogue? Well, curiously, there are 2 unused lines of dialogue that exist for Alval in the construction set that cannot be heard during normal gameplay. The first unused line is a greeting that cannot be heard since his other greetings take precedence over this line of dialogue. Originally, he would have introduced himself and, questionably, openly discussed his interests by saying,
Alval Uvani. I'm an evil wizard. I like blowing things up. And I have lots of time on my hands since I'm loaded with gold. So I blow things up, and burn them, and frost them, and shock the living daylights out of them. But I'm a smart, law-abiding evil wizard, because I only blow up my own stuff. So don't get any ideas about murdering me and looting my gold. Aside from the fact that I'll kick your ass, it's against the law. And you'll rot in jail for it. So, how do you like them apples?
The second unused line is his response to the Leyawan topic, which cannot be heard since he always exits dialogue immediately after conversations begin. When asked about the town, he would have mentioned that his neighbours complain about him a lot.
My neighbours grumble a lot, but what can they do? No law against practicing my skills. Thinking about sticking your paw in my pocket? Go ahead, I'll blow you to cream corn, and the law will love me for it.
This is the chilly tale of the coldest sleep, featuring the most powerful wolf in Oblivion and the most subtle of J.R.R. Tolkien's references. After killing Alval Uvani, a journal updates telling us we must pick up our reward and our next contract at the Dead Drop, located in the market district of the Imperial City in a hollowed-out tree stump behind Stonewall Shields. As promised, we find the stump in the west corner of an alcove behind the store, and upon retrieving the 500 gold stashed therein, we then recover our 6th Dead Drop contract, which reads, Alval Uvani is dead, just like all the others. You continue to impress me, Silencer, and I'm only too eager to indulge your homicidal instincts. Your next target is a savage Nord barbarian, living alone and exposed at a small campsite on the summit of Knoll Mountain. This barbarian, Havilstein Hoar-Blood by name, savagely butchered the chieftain of a mead hall on the island of Solstheim. The chieftain's sister has foregone the Nord custom of extracting the monetary retribution of Weirgild, and instead wants Hoar-Blood to pay with his life. You, dear Silencer, will help put her family at peace. You are to go to Knoll Mountain, locate Havilstein Hoar-Blood, and send his soul to Sithis. Arriving at the base of Knoll Mountain, we dismount Shadowmere, unable to traverse the sheer slopes in the unforgiving frost, and begin our trek up the mountainside, seeing the town of Bruma far below. As the snow begins to fall, clouding our vision of the gorgeous vista, it's not long before we spy an unsuspecting Hoar-Blood with his back to us as he watches over his fire, his trusty hound chewing on something favourable as he keeps watch. Thinking we have the upper hand, we loose a single arrow that finds its mark true into the back of Hoar-Blood. As we move to leave, we're astonished to see Hoar-Blood spring to life as he and his canine come rushing at us. Unfortunately, we learn too late. This is no ordinary dog. But a wolf named Redmaw, who does 6 times the damage of a normal wolf, making him the strongest wolf in the game and has ties to the Lord of the Rings franchise, which we will soon explore. After being severely humbled, we re-evaluate our tactics and approach from the northwest in the dead of night, waiting for Hoar-Blood to sleep and his pet to patrol. We again release a single arrow of harm into the Nord's heart, this time killing him in a single shot. Our journal then updates reading: Havilstein Hoar-Blood is dead. I must now pick up my reward and next contract at the Dead Drop, located in an old chest that is sunk into the pool at the Ayleid ruin of Nornal. We then begin creeping along the lee of the mountain as to not disturb the mighty wolf, and as we approach the camp and find behind a rock to the southeast, littered with meat, it should be noted Ari the Wolf Easter egg. Redmaw is a direct translation of Carcharoth, which is a mighty wolf known from J.R.R. Tolkien's book The Silmarillion. Carcharoth was bred from the foul breed of Draugluin, the first werewolf, and fed with elvish and mannish flesh by Morgoth himself, which explains all the meat around the camp, though it's surprising it's not human flesh. Inside Hoar-Blood's tent, by his body, there is a grey robe and the ultra-rare grey robe hood. On Havilstein's person, we find his enchanted battle axe of flames and a slightly superior unenchanted glass battle axe, plus his leather armor and a few paltry gold. Congruently, the camp is bestrewn with foodstuffs, indicative that Hoar-Blood perhaps was not looking to re-enter civilization anytime soon. Leaving the powerful wolf to mourn its master, we find, again, we have no satisfaction from Sithis for this kill, but at least we didn't find the confusing Dark Brotherhood paraphernalia on this Hoar-Blood's person, and somewhat rest easy at our contracts returning to some semblance of normality. And with the dark deed done, we locate our steed, Shadowmere, in search of our next target. Is the extremely public execution of the praying wood elf Ungolim, and how we can choose a little-known way of ending the elf while no one's watching. After disposing of the icy Nord Havilstein Hoar-Blood at his high-altitude camp near Bruma, our journal updates reading: Havilstein Hoar-Blood is dead. I must now pick up my reward and next contract at the Dead Drop, located in an old chest that is sunk into the pool at the Ayleid ruin of Nornal. Many hours later, we find ourselves riding to the large dilapidated ruin southwest of Cheydinhal. Dismounting our steed, Shadowmere, we bound over the gnarled roots that warp around its entrance and begin to plumb Nornal's depths. As it quickly becomes apparent when descending its winding semicircle of stairs by the entrance, the ruin is partially flooded. And we are not alone. Guarded mostly by marine organisms such as mud crabs, which we brush aside the delicious foe and dive down into the muddy waters, peering off to the right and seeing a half-submerged gate. It should be noted it's here in the quest. We actually have a few options if we, say, had troubles picking the lock and holding our breath simultaneously. The first, the ability to search the ruins for a rusty key which is guarded by one of the many marauders deep within Nornal's bowels. But if we're looking for a less treacherous path, most curiously, a copy of the key can be found in the Leowin Mages Guild on the second floor. Choosing to use the key we found in a chest by the fallen marauders, we waste no more time on this diversion and open the gates with the rusty key to find our now familiar 500 gold and the dead drop note. We then emerge from the putrid waters and read the sopping contract as we make our way towards the target, which says, "My compliments on another job well done. Havilstein Hoar-Blood was more swine than man, and deserved to die quivering like an animal. You must not stop. You must kill again. Your next target is a wood elf named Ungolim, who resides in the city of Breville. Breville is also home to an ancient statue known as the Lucky Old Lady. It is seen as a symbol of good luck and prosperity, and the fools of Breville often speak to the statue and wish for good tidings. Every night, poor love-struck Ungolim visits the lady and pleads desperately for the heart of a young maiden. This maiden is married, and her husband has learned of Ungolim's affection for his bride. He fears the competition, it would seem, and has commissioned the Dark Brotherhood to help in the matter. You must go to Breville, locate Ungolim, and kill him. The wood elf owns a house in the city, but he spends his days securely locked inside. I recommend you lie in wait at the Lucky Old Lady statue, and then eliminate Ungolim when he arrives for his nightly visit. He's generally there between the hours of 6 p.m. and 1 a.m. By all accounts, Ungolim is a deadly archer and a fearless opponent. I also have reason to believe he's expecting trouble. So if Ungolim senses danger, he may attack you on sight. And, like the Khajiit Jagasta, Ungolim has bribed the guards to look the other way if there is a fight, so they won't interfere. Be vigilant, and bring the wood elf down. You must not fail. When Ungolim's body lies broken at the foot of his dear lady, you must journey to the city of Anvil. Your dead drop is in a barrel located behind the statue in the pond. As is standard, your reward and next contract will be waiting. Making our way to Breville to contend with the lovesick Bosma, we have 3 options we'll explore when attempting to confront the archer. 1. Entering the swampy city of Breville, we begin to stalk its streets, wary of our supposed fearless archer waiting in the shadows, and it's not long before the townsfolk begin to flee, apparently apprised of our brawl to come. Out of the shadows, we hear a demented battle cry before an arrow hits us in the torso. And a second bolt ends our life. Our second option is once again to confront Ungolim, with our disadvantage against the forewarned archer. But this time, knowing the guards are paid off, we use this very knowledge against him. As he rather recklessly looses an arrow, we sidestep behind one of the local garrison, who is busy feigning ignorance to the mayhem.
Let's get this over with!
By the 9 Divines! Hey, come on now!
Take that!
Someone
is being attacked!
You're pathetic!
Unfortunately for the Bosma, the guards don't take too kindly to one of their own being assaulted, and put him down for us in the muddy street.
I thought mud more fearsome than you. Take the fine!
The guards then check his body for petty valuables, no doubt a paltry payment for his transgressions, and leave him to rot in the gutter. Our third and final method for dealing with the Berserk Bosma is little known, but somewhat gives us the element of surprise. We're not supposedly praying for the hand of another man's wife. Ungolim retreats to his home during the day. However, his abode is locked and requires a key. And before the quest, we can approach him, but he brushes us off, saying,
"I'm sorry, but I'm really not one for engaging in conversation. Please, leave me."
It's then we can surreptitiously lift said key and belongings off his person.
Keep your fingers to yourself, thief!
Of course, as the Bosma seems to always be alert once the contract begins, having the key prior is vital. Then, after accepting said contract, we can don an inconspicuous attire lifted from Hafnir's camp as to not alert the guards of our treachery, and visit Ungolim's house before 5 p.m. Upon seeing us, Ungolim turns his back to run, and before he can loose a single arrow, his body slumps against the wall, dead. Our contract then updates reading. Ungolim is dead. I must now journey to the city of Anvil and pick up my reward and next contract at the dead drop there. It is located in the barrel just behind the pond in the city of Anvil. As we approach the dead elf, stripping him of his clothes and dignity, we turn to leave, still not feeling the Sithis' cold embrace for fulfilling his contracts, only to see Lucien LeChance hovering between us and the door. We take one look at the speaker and realize something is terribly wrong.
No! No! I'm too late. I thought I could get here in time. Thought I could stop you! By Sithis, what have you done? What madness has claimed you? You have betrayed me. You have betrayed the Dark Brotherhood. Why?
This is the story of following a lead, and what happens if you show the Dark Brotherhood betrayer his mother's severed head in Oblivion. With the belligerent Bosma archer Ungolim surreptitiously slain, we feel our blood turn to ice as a familiar shadow draws near.
No! No! I'm too late. I thought I could get here in time. Thought I could stop you! By Sithis, what have you done? What madness has claimed you? You have betrayed me. You have betrayed the Dark Brotherhood. Why? I am here to end your miserable life. But I can see the confusion in your eyes. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
As always, we're presented with 3 options, but this time all of them will cause Lucien to reveal the truth, and so we respond first by saying nothing. But then, as the shock subsides, "No, what are you talking about?" Of course, now I understand the handwriting. My dead drops were switched.
Your first dead drop contract. You carried that out, killed Celedaen. After that, you eliminated the Draconis family, as ordered then. Betrayal. Your dead drops went unvisited. Your targets ignored. Instead, you have been systematically killing off all of the members of the Black Hand. Jagasta, Shaleez, Alval Uvani, Havilstein Hoar-Blood, speakers and silencers all, and Ungolim, the listener himself. The surviving members of the Black Hand know you're innocent. They know you are only following orders. They believe I am the traitor.
Again, 3 options are available to us, but all will result in slight variants of Lucien asking us to figure out who the real traitor is. And so we respond first by saying nothing. Then, let me guess, you have a plan. As always, I am yours to command, Speaker.
Don't you see? The traitor somehow switched your orders and has been sending you to the wrong dead drops. You and I have been deceived. We must find out who is behind this betrayal. We haven't much time. I am hunted day and night by the Black Hand. They want me dead. Here is what you must do. Go now to your next dead drop, lie in wait, and confront whomever drops off the false contract. Uncover the true traitor's identity, and then come see me. I'll be in hiding. Fort Farragut is no longer secure. It's under watch by the Black Hand. I'll wait for you at Applewatch, the farm where you killed the old Draconis woman. It should be empty and safe. Now go, and may Sithis help us all.
With our grim task at hand, we must make haste to save Lucien's life, lest the traitor be the unraveling of the fabric of the Brotherhood, and the Black Hand none the wiser. We can somewhat unwisely pause, rattled by this revelation, and then ask Lucien if he's heard any other rumors of late, much to his chagrin.
Are you mad? My life is on the line, and the entire Brotherhood is at stake. We don't have time for this nonsense. Now go, learn the identity of the betrayer, so we can end this madness and restore the authority of the Black Hand.
And so we depart behind him under the shroud of night, leaving the former listener Ungolim's abode, and plodding through the muck-ridden streets of Breville, starting our journey down the Gold Road to the southeastern coastal town of Anvil to follow our tenuous lead. In our journal updates reading, I've been confronted by Lucien Lechance, who told me I've inadvertently been killing off the members of the Black Hand. I must now travel to the city of Anvil. Once there, I should wait near the barrel behind a statue in the pond and see who comes to set up this fake dead drop. I must then confront this person and find out why they've been tampering with my contracts. Checking the aforementioned barrel tucked behind the mermaid statue, we find it's empty and our quarry is yet to visit. And so, with the night's natural camouflage, we extinguish our torch and lie in wait to see what falls in our web. It's not long before we see a vested Bosmer come ambling along and recognize him as Enriloth, the smithy's apprentice, rumoured to have rendezvous with the Nordship captain's elf wife by the stables. Enriloth then makes a beeline to drop something off in the barrel, to which we stalk behind him and light our torch, catching him by surprise.
No, please, don't hurt me. He paid me to do it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. It was the robed man. He paid me to put those things in the barrel. I don't know his name, and his face was in shadow. He called to me yesterday as I walked by the lighthouse. I think he lives there. Or he did, anyway. He told me he was leaving Anvil. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
We can, as always, choose to say nothing.
The lighthouse is...
He then begins to buckle under our stare, to which we press. Tell me about the lighthouse.
No, please.
Impatient and disbelieving the elf, we bark. Liar! Tell me everything or die.
The lighthouse, just outside the city walls. I think the robed man lives there, in the cellar. I don't know what goes on down there, but there's a horrible smell coming from underneath that door. It's like something died inside. Listen, that's all I know, really. Maybe Ulfgar Fallguy can tell you more. He's the lighthouse keeper, and probably rented out the cellar. Talk to Ulfgar. He's sure to have the key to the cellar. You know, if you want to get down there. Now, please, just let me go. Just leave me alone, all right? I don't want no trouble.
Leaving the Bosmer to waddle off into the gloom with a hefty lump in the back of his pants thanks to the scare, we waste no more time turning to the barrel and extracting our payment and contract. Our quest then updates reading. I've spoke with Enriloth, a wood elf boy who was paid by a robed man to put the dead drop items in the barrel by the pond. Enriloth told me the man had been living in the cellar of the Anvil lighthouse, but recently left. This robed man must be the traitor, I must speak with Ulfgar Fogeye, the lighthouse keeper, and see if he can be persuaded to part with the key to the cellar. As we make our way to the lighthouse, we decide to glean our final dead drop for further clues as it reads. Ungolim is dead, Silencer. You have served me far better than I could have imagined. Is there no challenge you can't meet? No opponent you can't best? We shall see. Your next target is a high elf Hoor named Arquin. She's been difficult to locate, but you might try asking around the Grey Mare and Coral or the Bridge Inn in Cheydinhall. Like all of your targets, Arquin is a skilled fighter and will not be eliminated easily. When Arquin is dead, I will have your reward and next contract waiting at the next dead drop under one of the beds in the Leeuwen Coast Guard Station. No doubt, this Arquin is some high-ranking member of the Brotherhood targeted, but outside of this fact, we're no closer to learning the betrayer's identity. Just south of Anvil's docks, we see the lighthouse's welcoming flame in the midst of the gloom, and make our way up the narrow path to the lighthouse keeper's quarters on the first floor. Searching around the empty house for the decidedly aptly named Ulfgar Fogeye, we surmise he must be topside, using that eye of his to keep ships clear of the treacherous haze. At the perch of the lighthouse, we emerge to see the view much clearer, and a surprised and no doubt lonely Ulfgar as he mistakenly compliments.
Look at the muscles on you. Well now, what might you want?
We now have at our disposal a multitude of responses, which garner very different outcomes. So, exploring each, we can choose again to say nothing.
Look, I've got things to do, and I don't need crazies like you getting in my way. Take a walk. All right, that's it. You've gone and annoyed me now. Have at thee!
However, as pragmatic a response, he attacks us, and we're forced to pluck the key from his corpse. Instead, we can intimidate him by saying, "The key to the cellar, now."
What? What's the meaning of this? What's going on here? I don't want no trouble. Here, take the damn key.
Or opening up further dialogue, "I want that key to the cellar."
Oh, do you now? And just why should I give you that?
We can intimidate him for the key with two final options. The first, "If you don't, I'll slice your throat."
Oh, well, in that case, here you go.
The second, we can reveal our dark identity, allowing us to glean further information about his tenant, saying, "The Dark Brotherhood demands a dog."
The Dark Brotherhood? Oh, okay. Here's the key. Just don't hurt me. I won't say a word, I swear. If you're here to kill that fellow in the cellar, then good. I won't call the guards or nothing. He's doing unnatural things down there. I've heard the screams and the smells. I never should have rented out that cellar. Never.
When approached after all this, he will simply ask us to leave him alone.
Look, I got nothing else to say to you. Just leave me be.
Our quest then updates reading. I've obtained a key to the Anvil Lighthouse cellar, where the traitor has been living. I must unlock the cellar door and proceed down, so I may continue my investigation. We can then choose to enter the cellar by either descending the lighthouse the way we came, or as our acrobatics are quite fair, dive over the railing, landing on the shingled roof below, and hop down to the cellar where the betrayer awaits. Cautiously, as we step inside the foul cellar, our nostrils inhale the promised stench of death, Ulfgar lamented, and our journal updates reading. I've gained entry into the Anvil Lighthouse cellar. I must now search the cellar for some clue to the Dark Brotherhood traitor's identity or motives. Stepping into the cellar, we're confronted by a disemboweled dog in our path, and the stench grows stronger as we immediately see the remains of a rotting sheep cast over a wine barrel, and a freshly killed damsel in a suggestive pose hanging over a dresser. Looking around the living quarters, we find open coffins and decomposed mort flesh, and worse, against the south wall, the traitor's bed. He seemed content to sleep among the butchered remains. How they could stomach food among the smell is beyond us. It's behind the door on the north wall. We hear a scratching, and drawing our blade, we unlock the door and are confronted by a crazed dog standing over a dead rat's remains. We also find, on a far wall, another victim strewn over a barrel. Believing we've plumbed the depths of depravity of this bloodthirsty fiend who appears to have already fled, we turn to see a woman's head sitting enshrined on an ornate platter. Perplexed at her clear import of the woman, we sit in disbelief for a moment and spy, by the reading chair, the traitor's diary. As a quick heads up, this book contains clues to the traitor's identity, and I'll be reading insane ramblings of the Dark Brotherhood betrayer in full. But also, for those of you not fond of listening to the rantings of a madman as reenacted by Dash, there are timestamps to skip this part of the video, and the diary reads as the following. It's all right, Mother. It's almost over. I'm close. So very close. How long have I struggled? How long have we waited? Too long, I know. But it's almost over. I promise. Kill him, 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 kill him. Mummy, as you lie, the dark man comes and makes you die. My daddy's hands are red with guilt because he killed the life we built. I hate it. All this lying, all this pretending. Sithis and the 5 tenants be damned. How long do I have to live by their rules? How long before I get my chance? I saw Lucien the Chance yesterday. He was in the sanctuary talking to Ochiva. He was right there. So close I could have severed his spine in less than a heartbeat. Oh, Mother. Never before have I had to exercise such self-control. What's sickeningly ironic is it was the Dark Brotherhood's discipline that allowed me to restrain myself. I've been part of their family for so long it's a part of me, whether I like it or not. And in all that time, I've fooled them all. They see me as a fellow member of the Brotherhood, a trusted family member. Someday soon, I will learn the truth about the Night Mother, and when I do, I will use that trust to get close to her. Close enough so that I may rend the head from her body, just as Lucien Lachance did to you so long ago. Damn it, Mother. Why did it have to be this way? Mariah was so beautiful. She was perfect in so many ways. Why couldn't she handle the truth? Why couldn't she realize her family didn't really love her? She was a murderer like the rest of us, paid to kill in the name of Sithis. I really thought that we could be together, make a real family with real love. But she told me she could never accept your place in my life. So now, she's gone. She didn't deserve to live after the horrible things she said about you. I never should have told her, I know, I'm sorry. It will never happen again, and the others will never find her, don't worry. There's nothing left of her to find. I like to lie in the grass and watch the ants and wish I were one of them, in their underground maze, so safe from darkness of people, horrible people. I will kill them all, kill the ants, kill the people, kill everything. I did it, Mother. I killed them all. I killed them, and I cursed them to wander their ship in undeath for eternity. They came to talk to the old man in the lighthouse. When they saw me, they could have kept walking. But no, they laughed. They laughed at me, Mother. They called me names. They said I was strange, that I was a human rat living here in the cellar of the lighthouse. They did not know who they were dealing with. So I snuck on board later that night. and I slit their throats. Every last one of them. So there the Serpent's Wake sits. The ghost ship of Anvil, they call it now. Some wonderful news, Mother. Advancement at last. Lucien Lachance paid a visit to the sanctuary today to talk with me. He told me the Black Hand needed my services. One of the other speakers is looking to replace his assistant, who was killed fulfilling a contract. So Lucien Lachance suggested me. I met with the speaker, and I will serve as his new silencer. Ha! Lachance may as well have given me a contract to kill the Night Mother herself. I am now one step closer to realizing our dream. I will learn the Night Mother's identity and tear the heart from her chest. Oh yes, and I have something special planned for Lachance himself. Mummy, I'm so afraid. I just want you to kiss me again. Father prayed, and guess who came? The hooded man in Sith's name, who left, but then he came once more, to pass through window, wall, and door. I lie in fear, my mouth agape, as wicked blade did cleave your nape. For I was watching neath the bed, to see the falling of your head, and when your face lie on the floor, our loving eyes did meet once more, and so I pledged to you that day, the Brotherhood would dearly pay, and just as they took me from you, I'd find and kill their mother too. But there's some place I need to start, and that's with Father's beating heart, and when that's done I'll sing and dance, to celebrate a dead Lachance. Green, blue, red. Yellow, orange, 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 black, 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 black. I've been careless, too careless. The bodies, the burnings. Killing that fool Blanchard was the worst mistake I've made so far. I was seen. I was cloaked and hooded and escaped into shadow so no one learned my true identity. But now the Black Hand is suspicious. They suspect treachery, suspect a traitor. I must be more cautious than ever. When in the snow, I like to lie and fold my arms and wait to die. I've been switching the dead drops. It was so easy. I tracked Lachance from his lair at Fort Farragut to the first dead drop location. After Lachance placed the orders, when I was sure he was gone, I switched them. It was so easy. Now Lachance's fool silencer is working for us, Mother. Oh, the fun we'll have. One of the Black Ants told me they haven't seen such an ambitious family member since I first joined the Dark Brotherhood. I will use that very ambition to my own advantage. The fool will never question the dead drops, and as I write this, they're en route to the first target, one of the very members of the Black Hand. And so it begins. Lachance's silencer will kill one high-ranking Brotherhood member, and then another, and so on, until the entire family implodes. Eventually, as is custom, the survivors will consult the Night Mother and seek her guidance. When that day comes, I will be there, ready to plunge a blade into that dark whore's fetid heart. A journal then updates reading. I've discovered the traitor's diary. He's been in the Dark Brotherhood for years and is now a member of the Black Hand. His goal is revenge against Lucien Lachance and all of the Brotherhood for the murder of his mother when he was a child, and he actually plans on killing the Night Mother. I must return to Lucien Lachance at once at the farm called Applewatch and give him this information, with written proof of Lachance's innocence, pocketing the rabid apostate's diary and gingerly scooping up his mother's poorly preserved head in a satchel. In morbid hope, Lucien may somehow glean his victim's identity, and we can catch the traitor in his tracks. We dash out of the putrid cellar and off into the night, towards the sleepy farm of Applewatch, to vindicate Lucien Lachance. Arriving at Applewatch, we're reminded of the fallen Draconis family we felled in the name of Sithis, seeing their graves lined on the western side. It was our last true contract for the Brotherhood, but nothing can prepare us for when we enter the farmstead to a shocking scene.
Silencer, at last you've arrived. Fear not, for the crisis that has threatened the Dark Brotherhood has finally come to an end. I am Arquin, speaker for the Black Hand. As you can see, we have dealt with the betrayer, Lucien Lachance. No longer will you serve as his puppet. It seems Lachance wanted revenge against the Dark Brotherhood for some reason, and used you to do his dirty work. But now we can begin anew. I bestow upon you the title of Speaker. You will take Lucien Lachance's place on the Black Hand. Welcome. As you know, the Black Hand is now in a state of disarray. Lachance ordered you to kill us off. We 5, including you, are now all that remain. Even worse, you killed the listener! The Black Hand without a listener is like a hand with no thumb. Even the listener's successor is dead. So, we have no choice but to invoke an ancient ritual. We must wake the Night Mother from her slumber and seek her guidance. Between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m., ask me about the Night Mother, and we will away to Our Lady's home. Only then will the ritual begin.
The elf Arquin stuffs the Black Hand robe in her arms, no doubt unawares we had found and lifted the Black Hand members previously. We then pause, remembering it was Arquin's name marked as our latest contract in the pseudo-dead drops, meaning the traitor must be in this very room. Cautious to not bring any attention that we are aware Lucien was betrayed, we ask, how did you learn Lachance was the traitor?
We confronted Lachance. He tried to defend himself, tried to declare his innocence. But we would not hear his treacherous lies. As you can see, he was no match for the combined power of the Black Hand, even weakened as we are.
And now we must seek the Night Mother's guidance?
You must understand our need for darkness and secrecy. Speak to me only between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m., and we will be off.
If we mistakenly ask Arquin if she had any other rumors of a traitor, she rebukes.
This is no time for gossip-mongering. A dark destiny awaits us. May the Night Mother hold you in her cold embrace.
We then hesitantly step closer to what is left of Lachance's mutilated corpse, his body strung up by his ankles, and his fellow Black Hand members admire their handiwork.
May we forever serve the Night Mother.
Greetings, fellow speaker.
Inspecting the corpse, we glean. Lucien Lachance had been murdered, stripped and mutilated by the Black Hand. Apparently, they thought he was the traitor and punished him accordingly. We then begin to question the remaining members in hopes of learning the traitor's true identity, as he's no doubt in the room with us, starting with the Imperial Belisarius Arius. I see there's blood on your boots. Enjoy killing Lachance?
Most of my time is now spent on administrative duties. I have not had blood on my hands in far too long. Killing Lachance was pure ecstasy. Sithis is master. All hail the Dread Father.
May we forever serve the Night Mother.
Next, to his right, we see the Dunmer, Banis Alor.
Our troubles are almost at an end, brother. Soon we will visit the Night Mother, and she will surely guide us.
Looks like you all took turns with Lucien. Satisfied?
The 4 of us attacking him in unison was as graceful and beautiful as a ballet. The flashing of steel, the spraying of blood. Sithis be with you.
We then turn to the final member.
You are like an unholy vision, so beautiful.
The Breton, Matthew Bellamont, standing aside on his own, who greets.
Hello, fellow speaker. Welcome to the Black Hand. So nice to see you're in one piece.
Thanks for the welcome. The same can't be said for Lachance.
You should take some time to admire his corpse. It really is a thing of beauty. The punctures and slashes are almost poetic.
Each member is so driven by the familiar bloodlust that Sithis bestows.
May you always walk in the shadow of death.
That we cannot rightly discern who is the mastermind behind this deception.
May we forever serve the Night Mother.
Resigned that we must continue this charade for now, we change into our official Black Hand robes, and as we do so, the forgotten head of the traitor's mother falls out of our knapsack and rolls towards Bellamont. We move to pick it up and catch an unmistakably grave expression warp across the Breton's face as he stammers.
What? What is that? Is that a head? No, it can't be. Sorry, Speaker, I'm distracted.
It's at that moment we know Bellamont is the betrayer, and his mask of bliss re-emerges despite the momentary lapse. Although we decided best he's unmasked in front of the Night Mother for his crimes, we see Arquin a final time, who instructs.
Dear Speaker, when darkness shrouds the Empire, we can travel to the resting place of the Night Mother and begin the ritual of awakening.
This is the story of following a lead, and what happens if you show the Dark Brotherhood betrayer his mother's severed head in Oblivion. With the belligerent Bosma archer Ungolim surreptitiously slain, we feel our blood turn to ice as a familiar shadow draws near.
No! I'm too late. I thought I could get here in time. Thought I could stop you! By Sithis, what have you done? What madness has claimed you? You have betrayed me. You have betrayed the Dark Brotherhood. Why? I am here to end your miserable life. But I can see the confusion in your eyes. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
As always, we're presented with 3 options, but this time all of them will cause Lucian to reveal the truth, and so we respond first by saying nothing. But then, as the shock subsides, no, what are you talking about? Of course, now I understand the handwriting. My dead drops were switched.
Your first dead drop contract. You carried that out, killed Celedaen. After that, you eliminated the Draconis family, as ordered. Then, betrayal. Your dead drops went unvisited. Your targets ignored. Instead, you have been systematically killing off all of the members of the Black Hand. Jagasta, Shaleez, Alval Uvani, Havilstein Hoar-Blood, speakers and silencers all, and Ungolim, the listener himself. The surviving members of the Black Hand know you're innocent. They know you are only following orders. They believe I am the traitor.
Again, 3 options are available to us, but all will result in slight variants of Lucian asking us to figure out who the real traitor is. And so we respond first by saying nothing. Then, let me guess, you have a plan. As always, I am yours to command, Speaker.
Don't you see? The traitor somehow switched your orders and has been sending you to the wrong dead drops. You and I have been deceived. We must find out who is behind this betrayal. We haven't much time. I am hunted day and night by the Black Hand. They want me dead. Here is what you must do. Go now to your next dead drop, lie in wait, and confront whomever drops off the false contract. Uncover the true traitor's identity, and then come see me. I'll be in hiding. Fort Farragut is no longer secure. It's under watch by the Black Hand. I'll wait for you at Applewatch, the farm where you killed the old Draconis woman. It should be empty and safe. Now go, and may Sithis help us all.
With our grim task at hand, We must make haste to save Lucien's life, lest the traitor be the unraveling of the fabric of the Brotherhood, and the Black Hand none the wiser. We can somewhat unwisely pause, rattled by this revelation, and then ask Lucien if he's heard any other rumors of late, much to his chagrin.
Are you mad? My life is on the line, and the entire Brotherhood is at stake. We don't have time for this nonsense. Now go, learn the identity of the betrayer, so we can end this madness and restore the authority of the Black Hand.
And so we depart behind him under the shroud of night, leaving the former listener Ungolim's abode, and plodding through the muck-ridden streets of Breville, starting our journey down the Gold Road to the southeastern coastal town of Anvil to follow our tenuous lead. In our journal updates reading, I've been confronted by Lucien the Chance, who told me I've inadvertently been killing off the members of the Black Hand. I must now travel to the city of Anvil. Once there, I should wait near the barrel behind a statue in the pond and see who comes to set up this fake dead drop. I must then confront this person and find out why they've been tampering with my contracts. Checking the aforementioned barrel tucked behind the mermaid statue, we find it's empty and our quarry is yet to visit. And so, with the night's natural camouflage, we extinguish our torch and lie in wait to see what falls in our web. It's not long before we see a vested Bosmer come ambling along and recognize him as Enreloth, the smithy's apprentice, rumoured to have rendezvous with the Nordship captain's elf wife by the stables. Enreloth then makes a beeline to drop something off in the barrel, to which we stalk behind him and light our torch, catching him by surprise.
No, please, don't hurt me. He paid me to do it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. It was the robed man. He paid me to put those things in the barrel. I don't know his name, and his face was in shadow. He called to me yesterday as I walked by the lighthouse. I think he lives there. Or he did, anyway. He told me he was leaving Anvil. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
We can, as always, choose to say nothing.
The lighthouse is...
He then begins to buckle under our stare, to which we press. Tell me about the lighthouse.
No, please.
Impatient and disbelieving the elf, we bark. Liar! Tell me everything or die.
The lighthouse, just outside the city walls. I think the robed man lives there, in the cellar. I don't know what goes on down there, but there's a horrible smell coming from underneath that door. It's like something died inside. Listen, that's all I know, really. Maybe Ulfgar Fogeye can tell you more. He's the lighthouse keeper, and probably rented out the cellar. Talk to Ulfgar. He's sure to have the key to the cellar. You know, if you want to get down there. Now, please, just let me go. Just leave me alone, all right? I don't want no trouble.
Leaving the Bosmer to waddle off into the gloom with a hefty lump in the back of his pants thanks to the scare, we waste no more time turning to the barrel and extracting our payment and contract. Our quest then updates reading. I've spoke with Enreloth, a wood elf boy who was paid by a robed man to put the dead drop items in the barrel by the pond. Enreloth told me the man had been living in the cellar of the Anvil Lighthouse, but recently left. This robed man must be the traitor. I must speak with Ulfgar Fogeye, the lighthouse keeper, and see if he can be persuaded to part with the key to the cellar. As we make our way to the lighthouse, we decide to glean our final dead drop for further clues, as it reads. Ungolim is dead, Silencer. You have served me far better than I could have imagined. Is there no challenge you can't meet? No opponent you can't best? We shall see. Your next target is a high elf Hur named Arquin. She's been difficult to locate, but you might try asking around the Grey Mare and Coral or the Bridge Inn in Shadenhall. Like all of your targets, Arquin is a skilled fighter and will not be eliminated easily. When Arquin is dead, I will have your reward and next contract waiting at the next dead drop under one of the beds in the Leeuwen Coast Guard Station. No doubt, this Arquin is some high-ranking member of the Brotherhood targeted, but outside of this fact, we're no closer to learning the betrayer's identity. Just south of Anvil's docks, we see the lighthouse's welcoming flame in the midst of the gloom, and make our way up the narrow path to the lighthouse keeper's quarters on the first floor. Searching around the empty house for the decidedly aptly named Ulfgar Fogeye, we surmise he must be topside, using that eye of his to keep ships clear of the treacherous haze. At the perch of the lighthouse, we emerge to see the view much clearer, and a surprised and no doubt lonely Ulfgar as he mistakenly compliments.
Look at the muscles on you. Well now, what might you want?
We now have at our disposal a multitude of responses, which garner very different outcomes. So, exploring each, we can choose again to say nothing.
Look, I've got things to do, and I don't need crazies like you getting in my way. Take a walk. All right, that's it. You've gone and annoyed me now. Have at thee!
However, as pragmatic a response, he attacks us, and we're forced to pluck the key from his corpse. Instead, we can intimidate him by saying, "The key to the cellar. Now."
What? What's the meaning of this? What's going on here? Oh, I don't want no trouble. Here, take the damn key.
Or opening up further dialogue, "I want that key to the cellar."
Oh, do you now? And just why should I give you that?
We can intimidate him for the key with two final options. The first, "If you don't, I'll slice your throat."
Oh, well, in that case, here you go.
The second, we can reveal our dark identity, allowing us to glean further information about his tenant, saying, "The Dark Brotherhood demands a dog."
The Dark Brotherhood? Oh, okay. Here's the key. Just don't hurt me. I won't say a word, I swear. If you're here to kill that fellow in the cellar, then good. I won't call the guards or nothing. He's doing unnatural things down there. I've heard the screams and the smells. I never should have rented out that cellar. Never.
When approached after all this, he will simply ask us to leave him alone.
Look, I got nothing else to say to you. Just leave me be.
Our quest then updates reading. I've obtained a key to the Anvil Lighthouse cellar, where the traitor has been living. I must unlock the cellar door and proceed down, so I may continue my investigation. We can then choose to enter the cellar by either descending the lighthouse the way we came, or as our acrobatics are quite fair, dive over the railing, landing on the shingled roof below, and hop down to the cellar where the betrayer awaits. Cautiously, as we step inside the foul cellar, our nostrils inhale the promised stench of death, Ulfgar lamented, and our journal updates reading. I've gained entry into the Anvil Lighthouse cellar. I must now search the cellar for some clue to the Dark Brotherhood traitor's identity or motives. Stepping into the cellar, we're confronted by a disemboweled dog in our path, and the stench grows stronger as we immediately see the remains of a rotting sheep cast over a wine barrel, and a freshly killed damsel in a suggestive pose hanging over a dresser. Looking around the living quarters, we find open coffins and decomposed mort flesh, and worse, against the south wall, the traitor's bed. He seemed content to sleep among the butchered remains. How they could stomach food among the smell is beyond us. It's behind the door on the north wall. We hear a scratching, and drawing our blade, we unlock the door and are confronted by a crazed dog standing over a dead rat's remains. We also find, on a far wall, another victim strewn over a barrel. Believing we've plumbed the depths of depravity of this bloodthirsty fiend who appears to have already fled, we turned to see a woman's head, sitting enshrined on an ornate platter. Perplexed at her clear import of the woman, we sit in disbelief for a moment, and spy, by the reading chair, the traitor's diary. As a quick heads up, this book contains clues to the traitor's identity, and I'll be reading insane ramblings of the Dark Brotherhood betrayer in full. But also, for those of you not fond of listening to the rantings of a madman as reenacted by Dash, there are timestamps to skip this part of the video, and the diary reads as the following. It's all right, Mother. It's almost over. I'm close. So very close. How long have I struggled? How long have we waited? Too long, I know. But it's almost over. I promise. Kill him, 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 kill him. Mummy, as you lie, the dark man comes and makes you die. My daddy's hands are red with guilt because he killed the life we built. I hate it. All this lying, all this pretending. Sithis and the 5 tenants be damned. How long do I have to live by their rules? How long before I get my chance? I saw Lucien the Chance yesterday. He was in the sanctuary talking to Ochiva. He was right there. So close I could have severed his spine in less than a heartbeat. Oh, Mother. Never before have I had to exercise such self-control. What's sickeningly ironic is it was the Dark Brotherhood's discipline that allowed me to restrain myself. I've been part of their family for so long it's a part of me, whether I like it or not. And in all that time I've fooled them all. They see me as a fellow member of the Brotherhood, a trusted family member. Someday soon I will learn the truth about the Night Mother. And when I do, I will use that trust to get close to her. Close enough so that I may rend the head from her body, just as Lucien Lachance did to you so long ago. Damn it, Mother. Why did it have to be this way? Mariah was so beautiful. She was perfect in so many ways. Why couldn't she handle the truth? Why couldn't she realize her family didn't really love her? She was a murderer like the rest of us, paid to kill in the name of Sithis. I really thought that we could be together, make a real family with real love. But she told me she could never accept your place in my life. So now, she's gone. She didn't deserve to live after the horrible things she said about you. I never should have told her, I know, I'm sorry. It will never happen again, and the others will never find her, don't worry. There's nothing left of her to find. I like to lie in the grass and watch the ants and wish I were one of them in their underground maze, so safe from darkness of people, horrible people. I will kill them all, kill the ants, kill the people, kill everything. I did it, Mother. I killed them all. I killed them and I cursed them to wander their ship in undeath for eternity. They came to talk to the old man in the lighthouse. When they saw me, they could have kept walking. But no, they laughed. They laughed at me, Mother. They called me names. They said I was strange, that I was a human rat living here in the cellar of the lighthouse. They did not know who they were dealing with. So I snuck on board later that night, and I slit their throats. Every last one of them. So there the Serpent's Wake sits. The ghost ship of Anvil, they call it now. Some wonderful news, Mother. Advancement at last. Lucien Lachance paid a visit to the sanctuary today to talk with me. He told me the Black Hand needed my services. One of the other speakers is looking to replace his assistant, who was killed fulfilling a contract. So Lucien Lachance suggested me. I met with the speaker, and I will serve as his new silencer. Ha! LeChance may as well have given me a contract to kill the Night Mother herself. I am now one step closer to realizing our dream. I will learn the Night Mother's identity and tear the heart from her chest. Oh yes, and I have something special planned for LeChance himself. Mummy, I'm so afraid. I just want you to kiss me again. Father prayed, and guess who came? The hooded man in Sithis' name, who left, but then he came once more, to pass through window, wall, and door. I lie in fear, my mouth agape, as wicked blade did cleave your nape. For I was watching neath the bed, to see the falling of your head, and when your face lie on the floor, our loving eyes did meet once more. And so I pledged to you that day, the Brotherhood would dearly pay. And just as they took me from you, I'd find and kill their mother too. But there's some place I need to start, and that's with Father's beating heart. And when that's done, I'll sing and dance to celebrate a dead LeChance. Green, blue, red, yellow, orange, green, blue, red. 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 Yellow, orange, black, 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 black. I've been careless, too careless. The bodies, the burnings. Killing that fool Blanchard was the worst mistake I've made so far. I was seen. I was cloaked and hooded and escaped into shadow so no one learned my true identity. But now the Black Hand is suspicious. They suspect treachery, suspect a traitor. I must be more cautious than ever. When in the snow, I like to lie and fold my arms and wait to die. I've been switching the dead drops. It was so easy. I tracked LeChance from his lair at Fort Farragut to the first dead drop location. After LeChance placed the orders, when I was sure he was gone, I switched them. It was so easy. Now LeChance's fool silencer is working for us, Mother. Oh, the fun we'll have. One of the Black Ants told me they haven't seen such an ambitious family member since I first joined the Dark Brotherhood. I will use that very ambition to my own advantage. The fool will never question the dead drops, and as I write this, they're en route to the first target, one of the very members of the Black Hand. And so it begins. LeChance's silencer will kill one high-ranking Brotherhood member, and then another, and so on, until the entire family implodes. Eventually, as is custom, the survivors will consult the Night Mother and seek her guidance. When that day comes, I will be there, ready to plunge a blade into that dark whore's fetid heart. A journal then updates reading. I've discovered the traitor's diary. He's been in the Dark Brotherhood for years and is now a member of the Black Hand. His goal is revenge against Lucien LeChance and all of the Brotherhood for the murder of his mother when he was a child, and he actually plans on killing the Night Mother. I must return to Lucien LeChance at once at the farm called Applewatch and give him this information. With written proof of LeChance's innocence, pocketing the rabid apostate's diary and gingerly scooping up his mother's poorly preserved head in a satchel. In morbid hope, Lucien may somehow glean his victim's identity, and we can catch the traitor in his tracks. We dash out of the putrid cellar and off into the night, towards the sleepy farm of Applewatch, to vindicate Lucien LeChance. Arriving at Applewatch, we're reminded of the fallen Draconis family we felled in the name of Sithis, seeing their graves lined on the western side. It was our last true contract for the Brotherhood, but nothing can prepare us for when we enter the farmstead to a shocking scene.
Silencer, at last you've arrived. Fear not, for the crisis that has threatened the Dark Brotherhood has finally come to an end. I am Arquin, speaker for the Black Hand. As you can see, we have dealt with the betrayer, Lucien LeChance. No longer will you serve as his puppet. It seems LeChance wanted revenge against the Dark Brotherhood for some reason, and used you to do his dirty work. But now we can begin anew. I bestow upon you the title of Speaker. You will take Lucien LeChance's place on the Black Hand. Welcome. As you know, the Black Hand is now in a state of disarray. LeChance ordered you to kill us off. We 5, including you, are now all that remain. Even worse, you killed the listener. The Black Hand without a listener is like a hand with no thumb. Even the listener's successor is dead. So, we have no choice but to invoke an ancient ritual. We must wake the Night Mother from her slumber and seek her guidance. Between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m., ask me about the Night Mother, and we will away to Our Lady's home. Only then will the ritual begin.
The elf Arquin stuffs the Black Hand robe in her arms, no doubt unawares we had found and lifted the Black Hand members previously. We then pause, remembering it was Arquin's name marked as our latest contract in the pseudo-dead drops, meaning the traitor must be in this very room. Cautious to not bring any attention that we are aware Lucien was betrayed, we ask, how did you learn LeChance was the traitor?
We confronted LeChance. He tried to defend himself, tried to declare his innocence. But we would not hear his treacherous lies. As you can see, he was no match for the combined power of the Black Hand, even weakened as we are.
And now we must seek the Night Mother's guidance?
You must understand our need for darkness and secrecy. Speak to me only between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m., and we will be off.
If we mistakenly ask Arquin if she had any other rumors of a traitor, she rebukes.
This is no time for gossip-mongering. A dark destiny awaits us. May the Night Mother hold you in her cold embrace.
We then hesitantly step closer to what is left of LeChance's mutilated corpse, his body strung up by his ankles, and his fellow Black Hand members admire their handiwork.
May we forever serve the Night Mother.
Greetings, fellow speaker.
Inspecting the corpse, we glean. Lucien LeChance had been murdered, stripped and mutilated by the Black Hand. Apparently, they thought he was the traitor and punished him accordingly. We then begin to question the remaining members in hopes of learning the traitor's true identity, as he's no doubt in the room with us, starting with the Imperial Belisarius Arius. I see there's blood on your boots. Enjoy killing LeChance?
Most of my time is now spent on administrative duties. I have not had blood on my hands in far too long. Killing LeChance was pure ecstasy. Sithis is master. All hail the Dread Father.
May we forever serve the Night Mother.
Next, to his right, we see the Dunmer, Banis Alor.
Our troubles are almost at an end, brother. Soon we will visit the Night Mother, and she will surely guide us.
Looks like you all took turns with Lucien. Satisfied?
The 4 of us attacking him in unison was as graceful and beautiful as a ballet. The flashing of steel, the spraying of blood. Sithis be with you.
We then turn to the final member.
You are like an unholy vision, so beautiful.
The Breton, Matthew Bellamont, standing aside on his own, who greets.
Hello, fellow speaker. Welcome to the Black Hand. So nice to see you're in one piece.
Thanks for the welcome. The same can't be said for LeChance.
You should take some time to admire his corpse. It really is a thing of beauty. The punctures and slashes are almost poetic.
Each member is so driven by the familiar bloodlust that Sithis bestows.
May you always walk in the shadow of death.
That we cannot rightly discern who is the mastermind behind this deception.
May we forever serve the Night Mother.
Resigned that we must continue this charade for now, we change into our official Black Hand robes, and as we do so, the forgotten head of the traitor's mother falls out of our knapsack and rolls towards Bellamont. We move to pick it up and catch an unmistakably grave expression warp across the Breton's face as he stammers.
What? What is that? Is that a head? No, it can't be. Sorry, Speaker, I'm distracted.
It's at that moment we know Bellamont is the betrayer, and his mask of bliss re-emerges despite the momentary lapse. Although we decided best he's unmasked in front of the Night Mother for his crimes, we see Arquin a final time, who instructs.
Dear Speaker, when darkness shrouds the Empire, we can travel to the resting place of the Night Mother and begin the ritual of awakening.
This is the story of Honor Thy Mother, a dark tale of revenge as we confront the Dark Brotherhood traitor, returning to Applewatch to meet Lucian as he's hunted by the Black Hand. We stumble into a macabre scene as the Black Hand had indeed intercepted LeChance and tortured him to death, believing he was the traitor they sought. Instead, we have learned Matthew Bellamont is the traitor. However, we will wait to expose him in front of the Night Mother, who he is seeking to destroy. And so we turn to the Ultima Arquin, who instructs we must wait until after midnight to summon the Night Mother, and she informs.
Dear Speaker, when darkness shrouds the Empire, we can travel to the resting place of the Night Mother and begin the ritual of awakening. The Night Mother must be awakened so that we may seek her guidance. Are you ready to travel now to her resting place?
Yes, let's go.
Very good, and so it begins, the Black Hand's journey into a darkness few can imagine. Let us be off. The Night Mother awaits. Behold the Night Mother. The locals call this statue the Lucky Old Lady. They have no idea how lucky they really are. For this stone effigy masks the entrance into the Dark Brotherhood's most revered unholy site, the crypt of the Night Mother herself. In a moment we will begin. I will recite an incantation, and we can proceed down into the crypt and seek an audience with the Night Mother. I know this is all very overwhelming, dear child. Just follow along and you'll be fine. Now, let's go see what the future holds, shall we? Unholy matron, we of the Black Hand beseech you. Reveal yourself now, most magnificent Night Mother, so that we may seek your guidance.
Our quest then updates reading. The incantation has revealed the hidden door to the Night Mother's crypt. I must follow the other members of the Black Hand down into the crypt. Once we're down there, the traitor will surely try to destroy the Night Mother. I must stop the traitor at all costs. As the Black Hand members file into the cave, we cautiously approach the decrepit visage of the Night Mother herself, oddly comforted by her, even with her dead children by her feet, and reach up kissing her cheek as she imparts her blessing for us, bolstering our will for what's to come. Climbing down the rickety ladder into her tomb, we see the incensed spirit of the Night Mother who demands,
What is the meaning of this desecration? Who has disturbed my ancient slumber?
Dearest Night Mother, most unholy maiden, please, we beg your mercy in this our time of need. The Black Hand seeks your guidance.
Ah, yes, I have been expecting you. The listener now kneels by Sithis, as does his successor. There is a traitor amongst you.
The traitor is dead, dear Mother. We have come now to ask your blessing. Anoint one of us your listener so we can restore the Black Hand.
Foolish little girl. Lucian LeChance served Sithis till his dying breath. The Black Hand remains tainted by betrayal.
Enough.
Restoration is impossible.
Enough of this. You will all suffer for the pain you have caused me. I will destroy your Night Mother, and the Dark Brotherhood will fall.
What treachery! The traitor still lives. It is Matthew Bellamont. Do not let him harm the Night Mother. Kill him!
Bellamont then impotently swings at the spectral mother, Much to her amusement, as his dagger passes harmlessly through her, he then turns enraged to attack Arquin. We then cast paralysis on the fiend, so he may feel what LeChance did, silent horror, as his brethren tear the flesh from his exposed body until he succumbs to the puncture of our blade of woe. When the dark deed is done, a journal updates. The traitor, Matthew Bellamont, is dead, and the crisis that has plagued the Dark Brotherhood is now over. The Night Mother still needs to name a new listener. I should wait and hear what she has to say. The Night Mother then approaches us, saying,
So, at last we meet. I have been following your strange journey through the Dark Brotherhood, young one. Your killing of the old man Baenlin, the execution of Adamus Philida, the way you stalked and murdered each member of the Draconis family. Your purification of the Cheydinhal Sanctuary. You, a mere underling, even managed to single-handedly eliminate half of my Black Hand.
We can then choose from several options here, each leading to the same path. The first, as ever, we can choose to say nothing.
Ah, so you choose to play the stoic, hmm? You remain silent even when faced with my terrible countenance. Your silent obedience is to be commended.
I live only to serve the Black Hand.
I know, dear child, I know. You carried out your orders to the letter in the name of the Black Hand. How could I be anything but happy with you? No, my anger lies with the rest of my children.
Ha! I've reveled in their slaughter.
So you did, my child. So you did. You obeyed your orders and showed no mercy or remorse. How could I ask for a better servant? If only my other children had served me so well. You see, I have known of Matthew Bellamont's intentions since he was just a boy. I knew of his thirst for vengeance. I could have informed my listener, but I refused. Refused to reward such incompetence. Ungolim was weak. Indeed, I allowed Matthew Bellamont to proceed on his destructive course, just as I allowed you to intercept him.
Another 3 choices will be revealed. We can then opt again to say nothing.
Our dread father foresaw your defeat of the traitor here in this very crypt.
But why, Honored Night Mother?
You have been chosen. You are to be my new listener.
Then our destinies were interwoven?
Yes, dear child, yes. The dread father foresaw it all. You were meant to kill the traitor. You were meant to be named listener of the Black Hand. You possess strength and cunning and a heart as black as midnight. You were marked by Sithis the moment you emerged from your mother's womb.
And if we finally remain silent?
Silent even as listener? Good.
So, what happens now, unholy matron?
Go, take a few moments to collect yourself.
Finally, the authority I deserve.
You will get what you desire. But first, meditate upon all that has transpired. Perhaps you covet treasure. Take all my crypt has to offer. When you are ready, speak with me again, and I will deliver you safely to the only place you can truly call home, the Cheydinhal Sanctuary. There is much work to be done. When you return to the sanctuary, speak with Arquin. She will serve as your humble servant and guide.
We then pause to digest the news, and Arquin comments.
The Night Mother wishes for you to take some time to consider your new position. We will speak when we are back in the sanctuary.
As we plunder the randomized loot from the stone chests, a journal then updates. The Night Mother has named me Listener of the Black Hand. It would appear my days of killing for the Dark Brotherhood have come to an end. When I'm ready, I should speak to the Night Mother again and she will use her power to teleport me to Cheydinhal Sanctuary. We then pause to see indeed the Night Mother sacrificed her 5 children to appease Sithis, and admire her sheer tenacity and dedication to the Dreadfather, who has rewarded her for time immemorial. We then make sure to lift the robes and trinkets of her fallen former brethren as a tax for their oversight, and pause as we strip down the wretched Matthew Bellamont, chuckling at the fool's attempt to use steel against the spirit and the surprise etched on his countenance as he realized it was he who fell into the Night Mother's trap. All too late. Speaking to the Night Mother again, she says,
"You've returned. I trust you've weighed the importance of your new position, for you will soon hear words that will change lives, alter destinies. And I hope you've taken everything you desire from my crypt. Once you leave, you will be unable to return. Now, are you ready to begin your new life?"
"No, I'll return when I'm ready."
"Very well. Take your time. Enjoy the hospitalities of my home."
Or instead, "I'm ready. Send me to the sanctuary."
Very good. Now begins your true journey. We will soon become very intimate, you and I. Before I send you away, however, I would like to present you with a rather special reward. I see you still possess the Blade of Woe, the weapon given you by Lucien Lachance when you first met. Allow me now to unlock its true power. Yes, you will now find the Blade of Woe a bit more potent than it was. Now go. Leave this crypt and serve our dread father till your dying breath.
A journal updates a final time reading. Arquin and I have been teleported to the Cheydinhal Sanctuary. I should speak now with Arquin, who will serve as my servant and guide in the days to come. We check the Blade of Woe that Lucien gifted us, and that we pierced Bellamont's flesh with, and see the Night Mother, true to her word, has made the blade formidable indeed, boasting damage to willpower, health, magicka, and it demoralizes our enemies to boot. We then speak once more with Arquin in the familiar sanctuary, and she greets.
"Honored listener, I offer myself as your humble servant and guide. Please allow me to mentor you in your new role. Here's what I believe we should do next. I will stay here and attempt to re-establish this sanctuary. I will begin recruiting new members. You must fulfill your new duties. The statue in Breville serves as a conduit between the Night Mother and the listener. Once a week, you must visit the statue. Talk to it. You will be presented with a list of names and locations. These are people who have prayed to the Night Mother. They request a visit from a speaker to arrange someone's assassination. All you need to do is visit the statue once a week, get the list of names and locations, and pass it on to me here in the sanctuary. Do this, and I will give you your share of the sanctuary's weekly earnings. There's so much work to be done. So much work."
Before we begin our business, we pause to think of our blade and ask,
"Greetings, most honorable listener. The time has come for you to hear the whispers of death. Go to Breville and listen to the Night Mother."
Arquin, although we do not dare question the will of Sithis, do you feel for Lucien at all?
I don't even know what to say. How could we have been so wrong? Lucien tried to explain, but we wouldn't listen. But he's certainly in a better place now. Lucien Lachance's soul now serves Sithis in the void. It is an honor he earned and deserves.
You're right. A rare honor to serve by Sithis' side.
Sithis has blessed us with you, dear listener. He is our dread father, and his wisdom and terrible fury know no bounds.
How will I hear the Night Mother's words, though?
As the new listener of the Black Hand, it is your task to speak with the statue of the Night Mother and hear the words of our unholy matron. The statue, as you know, is located in the city of Breville. You may speak with the Night Mother once a week, and then pass that information on to me. Do that, and you will receive your share of this sanctuary's weekly earnings. Under your leadership, the Black Hand will reign eternal.
Trusting in Arquin's wisdom, we travel back to Breville under the guise of night and see the Night Mother in her more pleasing guise as the lucky old lady, her children's arms once again outstretched. And as we approach her, she greets.
Greetings, listener. Come close and I will share with you the information I have garnered. For someone has prayed to the Night Mother yet again. The Dark Brotherhood must seek out a Nord named Sonia. She has need of our services, and we are only too happy to oblige. Your speaker should look for this person in the Ogre's Tooth Mountains, on the Red Guard Isle of Stros Makai. Leave me now, dear listener. Deliver this information to your speaker, so that the will of Sithis may be fulfilled. All hail our dread father.
With our next target to be relayed to Arquin, we return to the sanctuary for our weekly rendezvous, and see the High Elf has been busy recruiting with new inhabitants milling about.
I can hardly believe you're standing here in front of me, the listener himself. This is such an honor. Listener, I am a new initiate to the Dark Brotherhood, just a lowly murderer. But if there's any way I can serve you, any way at all, I'm yours.
We can then either have the murderer follow us as a companion, or say, as you were, murderer.
May Sithis keep you safe, most revered listener. If you ever need my help, you need only ask.
Wondering about this latest batch's knowledge of the Brotherhood, we inquire. What do you know of the Night Mother?
You're asking me about the Night Mother? Well, I mean, she is our unholy matron. She speaks to you.
And what about our dread father?
Sithis? Well, I am just a lowly murderer, but I know Sithis is our dread father. When we kill, we send him souls. Is that right?
Anything else?
Rumors? Oh, well, I heard you're the one who killed Adamus Philida. The skill you must possess. May the Night Mother always watch over you, great listener.
We then entered the training hall to see a Khajiit working on his blade tactics, who is more than a little surprised to see us.
Listener, how may I serve you? Oh, most honorable listener, I am so pleased to see you. Sorry, I don't mean to be nervous. It's just that, well, I am awed by your presence.
Forgoing the preliminary grilling about the tenants, we sense the murderer's unease and ask, "What is troubling you, my child?"
Well, the others and I have been talking. Is it true about the traitor? It's frightening to think he infiltrated the Brotherhood so easily.
It appears not all are ignorant of the distasteful cleansing.
I shall never forget the talk we had. Your very presence in the sanctuary is a blessing from the dread father himself.
Well, they probably aren't aware they're sleeping in previously owned beds. Or maybe they are. In the barracks, we finally find a young Imperial who welcomes.
I'm yours to command, O great listener. It is an honor to speak with the living legend of the Dark Brotherhood, Your deeds are an inspiration to us all.
Before we leave, the murderer then admits.
I heard what they did to Lucien Lechance. Is it true that Arquen feasted on his entrails?
Lechance. We then have a change of heart and opt to take the girl under our wing to show her the ropes.
Yes, most revered listener. My spells will serve Sithis until I lie cold and dead. If you ever have need of my abilities, dear listener, just say the word.
Just as Lechance did for us in what seems a lifetime ago. And we seek out Arquen to relay the Night Mother's latest contract.
You honor us with your presence. So, the Night Mother has spoken. I will make sure this information reaches the appropriate family members. Ah, yes, here are your weekly earnings. I will see you next week, most honorable listener. Under your leadership, the Black Hand will reign eternal.
With 200 septums in our pocket and our next generation of assassins in tow, our worries of traitors and betrayal being the primary events of the past few weeks wash away as we're enveloped in the Night Mother's cold, loving embrace. And we realize we were born to do the Dreadfather's bidding, from now until Sithis claims our soul.